Urgent. My sister's YouTube channel at Renovative has been hacked. Please be aware of any strange or unusual content posted on her channel as it is no longer under her control. We urge you to subscribe to her new channel, Rena Fiction, to avoid any confusion or misinformation. Thank you for your understanding and support during this difficult time. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Run, Minato, I think Konoha will accept you. Leave your past here and run to a happy future. Said a man of about 25. Dad, I can't leave you, as soon as I run away, you will die. I can't, no, said a boy of about 5, his hair was the color of millet, and his eyes were dark blue. Son, please, we won't survive anymore. Our clan is hated in Kiri territory, we can't be saved. But please, at least save yourself. Said a girl the same age as the man. Mom, Dad, I love you. Said the boy, and with tears in his eyes, he ran out through the second entrance. The boy ran for several more hours, he had already knocked his knees into the blood from numerous falls. Tears streamed down his cheeks, he left them to die, he would never forgive himself for this, but they asked to live. He will live no matter the cost. After all, he is the son of Yuki Rudra and Namikaze's kin. Minato ran for another couple of hours, ran until he was exhausted. A shinobi appeared next to him, the boy was already preparing for death when he saw the leaf emblem. A shinobi of Konoha? Minato asked with all his might. Shinobi only nodded and carefully examined the boy that lay in front of him. My name is Minato Namikaze. I was on my way to Konoha, but I can't get there on my own. Help, those, said the guy, who understood that it was not worth talking about his connection with the Yuki clan and lost consciousness. The Konoha shinobi stood still for a couple of minutes, and decided to take the guy to the village, and then let the Hokage figure it out. Minato woke up a day later, wild fatigue and overexertion of the body affected. Minato immediately remembered everything that had happened to him. I will become a shinobi to protect the people I love. I won't let the people close to me die anymore. I swear, Minato swore mentally. A man, about 40 years old, entered the ward to the boy. He was in a white cloak, on the back of which was written the shadow of fire of the third generation. Are you finally awake? Asked a soft voice that belonged to a man. Who you are? And where am I? The boy asked. You are in Konoha, a village hidden in the leaves. I am the Hokage of the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You were brought by one of my shinobi during a mission. What happened to you and what did you do on the border of the land of fire in such a state? Hiruzen asked and started smoking his pipe. My family was killed by the Kiri shinobi. My father and mother said before they died that they would accept me in Konoha, so I'm here. Said the saddened boy. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Konoha will help you if you need help. Do you want to become a shinobi? Hiruzen asked. Yes. The boy said dryly and looked at the Hokage. Then I will teach you before you enter the academy. You will become a great shinobi. What is your name? The Hokage asked, even though he knew the boy's name. Minato Namikaze. Thank you, Hokage-sama, I will never betray you and will try my best to live up to your expectations. I owe you my life. The boy said. Don't worry about that. Think we're even, so never mind. You don't owe me anything. Hiruzen said. Thank you. Minato said and fell asleep again. In 3 years. Minato, today you are entering the academy, although you have long passed the program of the entire academy and are already stronger than some jonin, but I still insist on your training. The Hokage said. But why, Hokage-sama? You can make friends there. They are important for any person, be it a shinobi or an ordinary citizen, far from the art of ninja. I understand you, Hokage-sama. Minato went to the academy. He was the best student there. Gradually, step by step, he changed his character. His cold heart gradually melted. He again became that very happy boy who sees only the best in everything. Of course, Minato made many friends and also fell in love. He fell in love with her. She was beautiful, red hair, ruby eyes. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki and she was often bullied by everyone in the class, all because of her hair. Minato couldn't stand it for long, so he stood up for her and said that she had beautiful hair. Everyone in the class respected Minato. So they stopped making fun of Kushina. The girl, after the words of the blonde, became friends with him. Their friendship soon grew into something more. After graduating from the academy, Minato completed missions and passed the Chunin exam with ease. After 5 years, he became the strongest jonin and person in the village. He and Kushina still didn't get along. They were crazy about each other, but they were afraid to hear what could kill, namely the one word no. 3 years later, Minato was still able to confess to Kushina and was already waiting for a refusal, but she surprisingly said that she had also loved Minato for a long time, since the academy. A couple of days later, Minato married Kushina, and a day later he became the new Hokage. 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Kushina was glad, because she became pregnant and she and Minato would soon have a child. They dreamed of their early life. 5 months later, doctors told Kushina that she would have a son. Minato walked for another week glowing with happiness, but the question arose of what to call him. Minato, I don't know what to call him, I've already broken my whole head. Kushina complained that she was sitting on the couch. Naruto. What? Let's call him Naruto. Like a hero who saved the world, in one of the teacher's books. Minato said, and Kushina just nodded. They were finally able to come up with a name for him. I hope Naruto grows up to be a strong shinobi, and we will help him with this. Minato said, it's a pity that he didn't know what was in store for him in the future. Naruto's birthday. Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, and during childbirth, the seal weakens. That is why the place where Kushina gave birth was heavily guarded, but this did not help. An unknown person in a mask was able to extract a fox from Kushina and set him on the village. Minato was able to defeat the masked man, but there was no time to kill him. After all, foxes have already begun to smash Konoha. Minato remembered that day again. I will protect what is dear to me and I don't care about everything. With that, Minato teleported to where Kushina was now, which was being held back by the fox. Minato, I won't be able to hold it back for long, it urgently needs to be resealed. I won't survive anymore, so it's useless to seal it in me. I will probably make the biggest mistake of my life, but I will. I believe that he will be able to use his power in the future. Minato said and disappeared again in a yellow flash. The flight of the Thunder God was an improved technique of the second Hokage's Hiraishin. Namikaze was never able to awaken the Hayaten. Minato became known to the world thanks to this technique. Minato teleported to the mark he had placed on his son. Taking Naruto in his arms, he returned to Kushina. Do you want to seal the fox in Naruto? Kushina asked. There is no other choice, I think he will be able to control this power in the future. Believe in him, Kushina. Minato said and began to fold the seals. Don't you dare, you will die if you use this technique. Kushina yelled as the god of death appeared behind Minato. You will die too, and without you I have nothing to do here. Minato said and quickly split Kurama in two. He sealed one part in the boy, and the other in himself. Minato was holding his last breath, as was Kushina, but they were able to approach their son. Naruto, please grow up as a strong shinobi and don't let those who are dear to you die, it hurts a lot. Minato said with tears in his eyes. I hope I don't make a mistake and you won't hate me. Son, remember that we love you and will look after you from the other world. Never forget who you are, who your parents are. Eat well and eat only healthy food, find yourself a girl who will be like me, and also become strong like your dad and protect what is dear to you. I love you, Naruto. Farewell and forgive us if we have made a mistake. They spoke the last words together. The god of death took the payment for the technique and Minato fell dead. Kushina was still holding on, she was waiting for one person. Kushina, what's wrong with Minato and where are the foxes? Asked the third Hokage, who had appeared in front of the girl. This is Naruto, our son. He is a Jinchuriki, I ask you Hiruzen, take care about him. Kushina said, ignoring the pain all over her body. I promise. The red-haired woman heard before falling into oblivion. And together we will go with you like a stone to the bottom. Only if together, then it's not scary to drown. We will go into the depths to hide from the eyes. So that not a single diver will find us. I promise. The red-haired woman heard before falling into oblivion. Hiruzen stood still for about 5 minutes, and then approached the child who was lying on the ground. He was surprisingly calm, as if nothing was happening right now. It was rather strange, but Hiruzen decided not to dwell on it. Everyone here has been forbidden to divulge who the Jinchuriki are. For disclosure of information will be the death penalty, said the third Hokage, turning to the shinobi who were standing in the clearing with him. Hiruzen was well aware that sooner or later information would come out to the masses and then the boy's life would turn into hell. I will help him in any way I can. I am responsible for him, Hiruzen thought and handed the child to one of the umbu. Take it to my house. And you, the third one, pointed to another umbu who was standing nearby. Quickly notify everyone about the meeting of the Jonin Council and the heads of the clan. The umbu fighter bowed and disappeared. All the shinobi dispersed, but an hour later they were already standing in the same clearing. The council of Jonins and heads of clans was assembled, only Hiruzen and the elders were missing. The fourth Hokage sealed the fox into his son at the cost of his life. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, also died, but helped stop the village from further destruction. Minato and Kushina wanted their child to be considered a hero in the village. I hope you don't hate an innocent boy just because of the fox inside. The fourth was a master of seals, and therefore it is unlikely that the fox can even move inside the guy. Now there are 2 questions. The first is, of course, what to do with the boy? Asked Hiruzen, who came along with the elders. I'll take him with me. We can grow it into a fine village weapon. Danzo said and smiled nastily, because he already imagined how he would pull the fox out of the boy and reseal it into himself. No, by no means, Hiruzen snapped. Then maybe give him to an orphanage, one of the shinobi said. You can, but I would like to take the guy with me. I promised Kushina that I would take care of their son. Hiruzen said and started smoking his pipe again. I propose a vote. Who is in favor of taking the child to an orphanage? 10 people raised their hands at most, and there were about 50 people in the clearing. Who is in favor of giving the child to Danzo? Only the elders raised their hands. And finally, who agrees that I take the child with me? Asked a third and saw 37 hands raised. Hiruzen smiled contentedly and continued to speak. Second question, who will be the new Hokage? After Minato's death, we need a new leader. Let me say that you are the most suitable for this, Hiruzen-sama, said the head of the Uchiha clan. I also agree with Fugaku-sama. Hayashi spoke up and the rest of the shinobi also supported them. Everyone except Danzo, because he wanted to become the 5th Hokage, but again he failed. Then it was decided, from now on, the third Sama, to become Hokage again. In 5 years. A boy with wheat-colored hair was walking along the main street, where there were many people who looked askance at him, but did nothing. The boy was under the protection of the Hokage, and therefore no one dared to touch him. All they could do was call him names. "Oh, look, the demon is coming again. Why does the Hokage even keep him in Konoha? I don't know, he killed so many people, why is he still alive at all? What is the Hokage thinking?" People were talking when they saw Naruto. That was the name of the boy. The boy was no different from his peers, he was the same person as everyone else, but why then is he called a demon and hated? The boy could not find the answer to this question. But he always tried. For his thoughts, Naruto did not notice how he got to the house of the third Hokage, who sheltered him. "I'm home, old man, how are you?" the guy asked as he walked into the house. "Naruto, are you back yet? Today I have a present for you," said the third Hokage, who was smoking his pipe as usual. "And what is this present? Will you finally tell me about my parents?" Naruto asked calmly. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but it's too early to talk about them. And I want to start teaching you the art of shinobi so that you can protect those you care about," Hiruzen said and smiled good-naturedly. "I agree, old man, but promise me that someday you will tell me about them," Naruto said and smiled at the corners of his lips. "Fine." The Hokage sighed, "In 2 hours I'll be waiting for you at training ground number 7, it's near the residence, especially since you've been there more than once." Naruto just nodded and went to his room. 2 hours later, Naruto was at the training ground. He grew up as a calm child who was cold to everyone around him. He was the same as Minato was at his age. A couple of minutes later, the third Hokage appeared. "Naruto, for starters, we will train you physically, and so that your body can withstand your chakra, then you will meditate 3 times every day. After waking up, after training and before falling asleep. Understood?" "Yes, I think it's worth getting started, old man," the boy said, and the Hokage just nodded. "Then you will have to run 50 laps, do 100 push-ups, and then meditate," Hiruzen said and sat down under a tree. Of course, it was a clone of the third, because the Hokage has a lot of work, but he always had time to help the boy with the help of a shadow clone. At the end of the day, Naruto was still able to do all the exercises and collapsed exhausted. "You still need to meditate. Come on, half an hour for meditation and let's go home," said the third. Naruto silently got up and sat down in a comfortable position for meditation. Half an hour later, Naruto finished and got to his feet. He could hardly rearrange his legs, they did not obey him at all, but the boy did not give up, he stubbornly walked towards the house. At some point, Naruto ran out of strength and he began to fall, but from a collision with the ground, he was saved by a Hokage clone who picked up the guy and carried him home. Naruto fell asleep. So another 2 months passed. Naruto spent the last month often meditating. Hiruzen told about the chakra, about its basics and everything that he himself knows. Naruto began to accelerate the chakra through the STS-, thereby strengthening it and expanding the chakra channels. Naruto did this every day for several hours. He just had a huge amount of chakra, even without taking into account the kyubi, and therefore, he could disperse it for hours on the MSC. "Naruto, it's time to learn your element. Yet you have been meditating and strengthening your STS for a month now. I think it's time to learn elemental techniques." "I agree, Hokage-sama," Naruto said and walked over to Hiruzen. "Here, take this piece of paper. You need to run chakra through it and then we can recognize your element. If the piece of paper breaks into 2 even halves, then you have the element of wind. If the paper burns, then the element of fire. If the paper gets wet, then you have the element of water. If it crumples, then you have the element of lightning. If the paper rots, then you have the element of earth. Sarutobi said and gave the chakra paper to the guy. And what are your elements, old man? Naruto asked and took the paper from the third's hands. I own all 5 elements. In my long life I have learned many techniques and therefore I will be the best teacher for you, Naruto. Sarutobi said and smiled at the boy. Naruto concentrated and directed the chakra into the paper. At first nothing happened, but after 5 seconds the paper got wet, then covered with ice and cut in half. What does it mean? Naruto asked, who was holding 2 pieces of ice in his hand. Naruto, you have an improved genome. Hayaton is the release of ice. It is obtained with a certain ratio of wind and water chakra. Only members of the Yuki clan possessed the ice release, but you, said a shocked Sarutobi. He suddenly remembered Minato's words that his family had been killed by Kiri shinobi, which meant he had fled from their territory. Was Minato really from the Yuki clan? The Hokage thought to himself. Now it's clear why you have such a character. Apparently your element somehow influences you. Well, I'm no help here, all I can do is give you scrolls with ice techniques. And then, if I find them. I'm sorry, my boy. There's no point in you apologizing. It's not your fault that I have a Kekkei Genkai. Thank you for helping me with the rest, and I'll manage on my own somehow. Naruto said and smiled a weak smile. Alright, then I'll go, Naruto. The boy just nodded and the third one disappeared into a white haze to convey the information received to the original. The real Hiruzen choked on smoke when the clone's memories came to him. Sarutobi immediately created another clone and sent it to search for information about the element of ice. An hour later, another clone came to the boy with a scroll in his hand. Naruto, that's all I could find. Hiruzen said. Thank you, old man. Naruto said and took the scroll from the Hokage's hands. The boy immediately began to read the scroll. There were many techniques, and there was also a lot of useful information. For example, it said that the element of ice is quite destructive and dangerous in capable hands. Naruto folded certain seals and said, Ice clone. An exact copy of himself appeared next to Naruto. Same mustache, same hairstyle. In terms of power level, he was only slightly behind the original. Naruto dispelled the clone and his memories came to him, which was strange, but Naruto quickly realized that such clones were good for reconnaissance and for learning new techniques. Naruto again created several clones, one of which he sent to the old man to show off. The real Naruto and 4 more ice clones stood at the training ground. The clones tried to create a new technique, while the original taught the technique from the scroll, Hayaton Death Needle. Naruto trained with the scroll for another month. He learned all the techniques from there. He had nowhere to grow. He did not draw new information, which means he stood still. 2 years later. Naruto was standing in the third Hokage's office. He was on one knee and showing his respect for the person in front of him. No, and this is not discussed. The Hokage snapped. Old man, I have nowhere to grow. I learned all the techniques from that scroll. I even came up with 4 techniques already. Please enroll me in the Umbu, you know my level of power very well. I need experience. Naruto jumped and still standing on one knee. I can't. Then, I'll go to the route. I think that old fuck will be glad to see me. The blonde used his last trump card. Okay, damn you. Dog. Commanded the Hokage, and at the same second, an Umbu in a dog mask appeared in the office. Did you call, Hokage-sama? The Umbu asked. Yes, this is your new partner, take care of him like the apple of your eye. The Hokage said and began to grumble indignantly. It's a pleasure to work with you, dog. The boy smiled and stood up. You already know my name. Old man, where can I get a uniform and a mask? The dog will take you. The Hokage said, and Naruto and the dog left. Aren't you too young for the Umbu? The masked Umbu asked. Don't tell me that, Kakashi-san. Where? The ash-haired man asked in shock. I lived with the Hokage for 6 years in the same house, especially since I'm a bit of a censor, and therefore I was able to understand that you are the same Sharingan Kakashi. Naruto said and smiled. You really are a genius. Kakashi said and smiled. We have come, he will give you a uniform and a mask. Hello, Bear-sama, I came to get the mask and uniform. Here's a note from the Hokage. The guy held out a piece of paper. Aren't you too young for all this? The Umbu asked and looked at the guy. No. The boy replied seriously. Okay, you will have a fox mask, like your call sign, all because of your mustache on your cheeks. The Umbu said and held out a porcelain mask with the image of a fox. Thank you. Naruto said and dressed in an Umbu uniform and put on a mask, he appeared in front of Kakashi. Let's go, the Hokage is calling us. Kakashi snapped dryly. Hi. 2 Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office, one in a dog mask, the other in a fox mask. Ironic, Sarutobi thought looking at the boy's new outfit. Did you call, Hokage-sama? The dog asked. Dog, fox, there is a mission for you to eliminate. Be so kind, dog, let our fox return in a normal psychological state. Sarutobi said and looked seriously at Naruto. Hokage-sama, I don't think there will be a problem with that. Don't worry about me, old man. Naruto said and smiled, even though it was not visible under the mask. He looks like his father, but he also inherited his genius. In character, too, he went more to Minato, but the appearance is the spitting image of Kushina, only the eyes and hair are different. Sarutobi thought to himself and gave the task to 2 Umbu. Free. The Hokage said. Hey, Hokage-sama. The 2 Umbu spoke in unison and disappeared into the Shunshin. Naruto and Kakashi were heading west from Konoha. We need to eliminate a group of Chuninjonin shinobi, you will need to kill, do you understand that? Kakashi asked as he jumped over the branches. Don't worry, Kakashi-san, everything will be fine. I went to the ANBU to gain experience, and such assignments are the best, trainer. Alright, we'll get to their location in a couple of hours if we keep the pace, of course. Hi, Dog-sama, Naruto jokingly replied, and he himself was preparing inwardly for the fact that he would have to take the life of a person, and maybe even more than one. Naruto and Kakashi stumbled upon a camp set up by shinobi 2 hours later. Kakashi waved the order with his hand and the 2 Umbu began preparing for battle. Who's there? Come out and surrender, you won't defeat us anyway. Said one of the shinobi, apparently he was a censor, since he could see them. Naruto and Kakashi appeared in front of the 6 apostate shinobi. Just 2, huh, yes, it will be even easier than I thought. Don't forget, they're in Umbu gear, which means they're strong. Don't lose your vigilance. One of them said, and the others just nodded, apparently he was their leader. Naruto did not wait for the attack of his enemies, and therefore began to fold the seals, although he did it quite quickly, but not enough, because the same Kakashi folds them much faster. Hayaten, breath of death. Naruto said and he began to blow out a huge jet of icy air. Naruto infused enough chakra into the technique to kill even a Kage-level shinobi if he was under the technique for 10 seconds. Only 2 shinobi jumped out of the affected area, the one who was the leader and another. Damn, now you will pay for what you did to our comrades. You're done, creature. Die. The leader of the gang said and ran towards Naruto. Hayaten, needles of death. The guy said and created about 100 needles from ice. Everyone, as if on cue, flew to the shinobi, who decided to avenge their fallen comrades. Sorry. The shinobi's body was pierced by many needles, he died quickly, without even feeling pain. Naruto knew exactly where to hit in order to kill the target as quickly as possible. There were 3 shinobi left on the battlefield, 2 of which were from Konoha. They only hindered me, it's time to show you what I'm capable of. Prepare for the death of a Konoha shinobi, said the rest of the gang. He began to make seals, which Naruto immediately recognized and began making his own. Kato, a large fireball. The apostate shinobi said and jumped up, blowing a ball out of the fire. Hayaten, ice mirror. The guy said and smiled. The fire technique flew into the mirror that was made of ice. It seemed that the techniques should cancel each other out, but no. Reflection. Naruto shouted and a ball of the same size flew out of the mirror and headed towards its creator. The technique inflicted huge damage on the enemy, who did not expect this at all and could not dodge in any way, because he himself jumped into the air before using Kato. You lost, sorry, said Naruto and creating a needle out of ice. He killed the last opponent. Naruto silently turned around and asked. Are we done, Kakashi-sama? Yes, you are indeed strong, just like your father. Kakashi casually blurted out. Did you know my father? Who is he? Tell me, I beg you. The Hokage doesn't say anything to me. Not even threats work. I can't, since even the Hokage won't tell you. How can I tell you this? I can say that he was a great man. Kakashi said and smiled under two masks. Thanks. Naruto said and moved forward as the task was completed. Naruto and Kakashi returned to the village in the late afternoon, when most of the people were asleep. The Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office, who was still awake. Hokage-sama, the task is done, there were no problems, said the Umbu in the dog mask. Excellent, well done, free. Hey, Hokage-sama. Both said and disappeared. They appeared on the roof of one of the houses. Naruto immediately turned his attention to the moon, which was just beautiful today. Well, until the next mission, Fox? Kakashi asked as he started to leave. Dog-sama, what other Umbu fighters do you know? Tell me about them. The guy asked and continued to watch the starry sky and the moon. I am familiar with one Umbu, his call sign is Weasel, as is his mask, respectively. I cannot reveal his name, I can only say that he is a great person and shinobi. Itachi Uchiha means okay, thank you Dog-sama. Naruto said and disappeared into the Shunshin. Naruto appeared near the Uchiha clan quarter, where he saw that one of the shinobi was being pursued by members of the Umbu. Naruto immediately alerted and hiding his chakra ran after them. Shursui had been running away from the root Umbu for about 5 minutes now. Apparently Danzo still decided to get rid of me. Well, that's right, I'm a hindrance to his plans, he also needs the power of my eyes. Shursui thought to himself as he ran out into the clearing and stopped. The Umbu again attacked the Uchiha, but he resisted, for Umbu could not defeat one shinobi from the Uchiha clan. Naruto found it odd that Konoha's Umbu attacked the shinobi of their village at all. I don't think this is an old man's Umbu, I know every mask and chakra of every one of his Umbu. Could this be the root? Naruto thought, and at the same moment Shimura Danzo appeared in the clearing. You lost, Shursui, so die with pride, said Danzo, who was about to attack Shursui, but someone released a huge amount of chakra, making itself felt. Naruto quickly found himself near Shursui. He did not take off his mask, and therefore no one could recognize him. Who are you and what are you doing here? Danzo asked and was about to give the order to eliminate his fighters, when the words stopped him. Do you want to kill the weapons of the village? The guy asked in the forehead and took off the mask. Great. Today is a beautiful day, today I will take the strongest eyes of the Uchiha clan and reseal the fox in me. And with the help of Kotoeme Tsukumi I will control the fox. Danzo said and burst into hysterical laughter. Shursui, I presume? Naruto asked and his new friend just nodded. We are in a bad situation, but we have chances. There are only 4 root Umbu fighters. We need to hold out for about 5 minutes until help arrives here. What? What help are you talking about? Shisui asked the boy quietly. I sent a clone to the Hokage, his Umbu will come to our aid in 5 minutes. I can create a dome of ice, but it will only last about a minute under pressure. During this time, we must come up with a plan. Naruto said and Shisui nodded in agreement. Hayaten, ice dome. The guy said and they were covered with a thick dome of ice. Damn, this kid with his Hayaton can ruin all my plans for me. Break through his defensive technique, now. Said Danzo and his faithful servants began to fold the seals. Many techniques poured over the dome that Naruto was still supporting, but it was already cracking. Shisui, in general, I can only take out 2 Umbu, then we will have to survive, so be careful. Shisui just nodded. In that minute that they were sitting in the dome, he began to respect the guy, because he was really a genius. He was able to come up with a plan in the shortest possible time. A plan that the Uchiha himself approved of. Hayaten, Ice Storm Dragon. 2 dragons appeared near the blonde and, flying in a dance, rushed at their enemies. Due to the element of surprise on Naruto and Shisui's side, the dragons were able to kill 2 Umbu fighters without even expecting a retaliatory attack. Naruto and Shisui quickly jumped back and started using the techniques again. Doton, Stone Wall. Hayaten, Ice Barrier. A huge wall of mud grew in the middle of the battle, and then covered with an ice crust. This was to delay the Umbu for a few seconds, during which the 2 shinobi could prepare the techniques again. As Naruto thought, the wall of earth was quickly destroyed and Umbu with katanas were already rushing towards them. Doton, Hell Swamp. Hayaten, Ice Needles. Another Umbu was put out of action thanks to teamwork, but the second was able to dodge the ice spike and began to climb out of the swamp. Naruto and Shisui were already preparing for hand-to-hand combat when an Umbu in a dog mask landed in front of them. Dog-sama, you have finally arrived. My chakra is already at 0, yet I have to use more chakra to fight such opponents. Naruto said and sighed. Naruto, Shisui, help the Hokage, and this one, Kakashi pointed to the root Umbu fighter, we will take over. Weasel-sama and you are here, and I wanted to get to know you, but I think we will do this after we deal with everything. Naruto said when he saw another Umbu fighter who happened to be near Kakashi. Naruto and Shisui were heading towards the Hokage who was now fighting Danzo. Futon, Vacuum Bullets. Danzo said, pleased, because his technique was supposed to hit the Hokage 100%, which means he won. Hayaten, Ice Mirror. The blonde man said and Danzo's technique hit right in the mirror that appeared in front of the Hokage. You're on time, Naruto. Hiruzen said and turned his attention to the guy. Naruto closed his concentration seal and said. Reflection. Vacuum bullets, enhanced by the blonde's own chakra, flew at Danzo, who didn't expect this. The bullets pierced Danzo's body through and through, he could no longer be helped. And Naruto himself also began to fall to the ground, but from a strong depletion of the chakra. He spent too much energy today, but the result was worth it. Danzo was bleeding, he couldn't believe that he had been defeated and would soon die. He was faithful to his ideals and goals to the end, and therefore Hiruzen looked at him with pity. I don't, your pity, Hiruzen. Take care of the village, friend. Danzo died with these words. Many were happy with this outcome of events, because they stopped the assassination attempt on the Hokage and on a member of the Uchiha clan, but there were those who were sad, namely Hiruzen, because his friend, whom they had known since childhood, died. Naruto woke up the next morning in the hospital with Itachi, Shisui, and Kakashi in his room. They were discussing something animatedly, but everyone immediately fell silent when they saw that Naruto woke up. What are you doing here? Naruto asked and smiled weakly. I came to thank my savior and make friends, otherwise in the midst of the battle we didn't really succeed. Shisui said and smiled cheerfully. I came to check on my partner and give you your mask that you lost during the battle. Kakashi said and handed the mask to the guy. Is it really? Naruto wanted to ask, but realized that it was stupid, because Itachi was already an UMBU member, like Kakashi, and Shursui saw him yesterday, first with a mask, and then without it. And I came to thank you for saving my friend and to check on the condition of my subordinate, Naruto. Itachi spoke up. We also wanted to talk, remember? Naruto asked, and then it dawned on him. Stop. How is that a subordinate, and Kakashi? He, too, comes under my command. Of the three of us, a special UMBU team will be created, which will deal with matters of national importance. We will be the elite among the UMBU. Itachi said. Understood, but I will only be with you for 5 years. In a year, I will enter the academy, although I am a member of the UMBU, but only formally. In fact, I am not even a shinobi yet. Naruto said. Don't be afraid, Kakashi will become one of the Jonin's teachers. And I will be one of the teachers at the academy. Itachi said, and Naruto calmed down. Then I don't mind, Weasel-sama. Naruto said mockingly and smiled. Naruto was discharged on the same day. The Hokage could not come to the guy, because he was very busy, yet he is the head of the village. Naruto jumped into the residence first. Yo, old man. I was discharged, everything is fine with me. Itachi and Kakashi gave me all the information. Naruto said and smiled. From the smile of the blonde, the Hokage felt much better. Forgive the old man that I killed him, but otherwise it would have been worse. Naruto said and added before disappearing. You may hate me for this, but this is how I protected the village. One person more, one less, it doesn't matter to me how many people hate me. The Hokage already wanted to say something, but before he could, Naruto was gone. The boy himself appeared on the Hokage rock, namely on the head of the fourth. From here a beautiful view of Konoha opened, which was now immersed in the rays of the setting sun. Naruto? What are you doing here? Asked Itachi, who was sitting on the head of the first. I came to see Konoha. What are you doing here? I also came here for this. How are you feeling? Mind you, we're leaving for our first mission in a week. Itachi said and smiled. I'm fine, don't worry about me, Itachi. Commentary on the sky fell in love with me, but I did not open my eyes. Do not think that Naruto is so easy to kill his opponents with techniques at the age of 7. To do this, he pours a huge amount of chakra into the technique so that it can at least a little, but hurt the enemy, or even kill. After using 10 techniques, Naruto runs out of chakra. I liked the chapter, what do you think? DPX sense, seasickness. And the apparatus is inaccessible. I hide the emotional release in a sarcophagus. I hide it and anxiously beat the bells for a long time. Having painted the canvas of life in semitones. In half life, half death. You just put your head under the sickle in one of those forgotten cities. Where there is no time, no God, no faith, no vice. And from the light of only matchboxes and everything that fortune has in store. And everything that the turn will present will turn into a wheel. And break into chips against the wall. I'm fine, don't worry about me, Itachi. Okay, since you're fine, then I'll go home. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Yeah. The guy said dryly and looked after Itachi leaving. A day ago, Hiruzen gathered the villagers near the residence and publicly announced that one of the elders, namely Danzo, was a traitor, for which he was killed tonight. Also, Hiruzen quickly solved the problem with the Uchiha. He gave the vacant seat of the head of the root to Fugaku. The original reason for the uprising was insanely simple. We are belittled in the village. They said, but nothing could be done. Due to the fact that Danzo was killed, the coup d'état was thwarted. Hiruzen rejoiced at this, because the old man never liked senseless sacrifices. he was a peaceful ruler. Naruto has been training all this week. He was trying to perfect one of his techniques, namely the needle of death. The guy tried to create as many needles as possible, but he just couldn't do it. He trained with the clone day after day, but he never achieved success. Now 100 ice needles was his limit. So it's been a week of training. Naruto put on his Umbu uniform and fox mask. After checking all his equipment, he left the house and quickly found himself in the Hokage's office, because he called them. Naruto appeared in the office at the same time as all the members of his new team. "Did you call, Hokage-sama?" Itachi asked that he was now wearing a weasel mask. "Weasel, dog, fox, there is a task for the three of you to eliminate. A group of A-rank Nukanins can cause problems for the village. Now they are not far from Konoha, to the north, and they may be up to something. Find and destroy." Hiruzen said. "Hi, Hokage-sama." All three said and disappeared, appearing on the roof of one of the houses. "Moved," Itachi commanded, and the trio quickly headed north from Konoha. An hour later they arrived at some village, where, according to the latest information, they saw these Nukanins. They were lucky again, they didn't have to look, because a water dragon flew into them, on which lightning danced, a combined technique. Doton, wall of mud. Hyaton, ice barrier. Two walls at the moment appeared in front of the enemy's equipment and neutralized it. Naruto and company jumped off the tree and landed on the ground. "Wow, the Konoha Umbu themselves." "Interesting," said one of them. "Well, there's an opponent for each. It's time to unwind them, guys," said the one who stood a little ahead of the others. After the words of their leader, everyone chose their opponent and went into battle. The guy who had 2 katanas on his belt attacked Itachi. The Nukenin, who seems to be good at taijutsu, attacked Kakashi. The last renegade went to the blonde, who had already prepared for battle. Suetun, water dragon. The blonde's opponent said. Hyaton, ice dragon. The two dragons ran towards each other. Water could not oppose anything to ice, and therefore the ice dragon easily defeated the water dragon and rushed to the Nukenin. He was only able to slightly hook the renegade, because he managed to jump back. "And you are good, but not enough to defeat me." The same dragon that flew at him from behind did not let him finish. The shinobi managed to dodge, but fell into a normal trap. Hyaton, ice peak. The technique pierced the Nukanin's stomach and soon ended his life. Itachi, on the other hand, easily defeated his opponent. He simply plunged him into a powerful Sharingan genjutsu and killed him until the Nukenin got out of it. Kakashi also won easily, yet this renegade is not up to the level of guy in taijutsu, with whom Kakashi often trains. "Well, are we heading back?" "I think you can go back." "I am of the same opinion," Naruto said and smiled. Itachi and company returned to the village after a couple of hours, yet after the battle, Naruto couldn't go back as quickly. He used up enough chakra to defeat his enemy. "Hokage-sama, mission accomplished, Nukenin eliminated, no problem," Itachi said as the three of them entered the Hokage's office. It wasn't until Itachi said that he looked up at the Hokage and hesitated slightly. In addition to the Hokage, Fugaku, his father, was also in the office. "Well done, you are free, in a week you will come for a new mission." "Hey, Hokage-sama," all three said and disappeared into the Shunshin. "Who is this guy in the fox mask? Is it too small for an Umbu or am I wrong?" Fugaku asked. "You're right, he's still too young, but he's already got 3 S-rank missions this week. By the way, he saved Shursui and was able to protect me from Danzo," Hiruzen said wearily. "And the guy does not miss it," Fugaku said and smiled. "A good generation, however, is growing to replace us," Fugaku thought to himself. At this pace, another year passed. Naruto worked in the ANBU and completed missions. There was not a single failed mission on his account. Kakashi and Itachi trained the blonde in their free time, so Naruto was able to master the katana at a good level. He now never parted with his weapons. The katana was white, as was the hilt, and the blade had the kanji for ice. During this year, Naruto was able to channel ice chakra through the katana. A weapon charged with ice chakra had strong penetration and high damage if it hit an opponent. Now Naruto was going on another mission, as he thought, because the old man was calling them to him only for this. "Hokage-sama, have you been summoned?" Itachi asked when everyone appeared in the office. "Yes, take off your masks," Sarutobi said and smiled. The Umbu obediently took off their masks, but everyone was still on one knee. "I'm disbanding your squad. Now the time of the academy begins. You Naruto should enter there and find yourself friends who will help you become stronger. Itachi, you will be able to pay more attention to the family. Especially since this year you will be a teacher at the academy. And you Kakashi, maybe you will start this very family for yourself, as your teacher wanted from you." Sarutobi said that he was smoking his pipe again. "Hey, Hokage-sama." Kakashi and Itachi said listlessly, but Naruto didn't reply to the third. "Naruto, do you have any questions?" Noticing the silence of the guy, he asked the Hokage a question. "Old man, I don't think this is a good idea. It's better to keep us together, but at the same time reduce the number of missions. I don't think they will interfere with my studies," Naruto said and looked at the Hokage, who was obviously thinking about the guy's words. "Okay, so be it. But the number of your missions will be reduced several times," Hiruzen said and smiled when he saw a faint smile on the blonde's face. "Hey, Hokage-sama." This time, all three spoke and disappeared into the Shunshin. "Naruto, tomorrow at the academy, huh?" Itachi asked Naruto, who just nodded. "If you want, then Sasuke and I will come for you," Itachi said and smiled. He would be happy if Naruto became Sasuke's friend. "I'm sorry Itachi, but I'm going to the academy with." The boy stuttered. He didn't really know who he was going with, but he didn't want any questions about how he knew Itachi. "With Kakashi." "Got out all the same," muttered the ninja in the mask. "And you agreed?" The Uchiha asked Kakashi skeptically. "Yes," Kakashi said irritably when he saw Naruto's pleading eyes. "I didn't think so. Oh well. See you tomorrow," Itachi said and headed towards the Uchiha quarter. "You must," Kakashi said as he also headed home. "Certainly." Naruto smiled and walked towards his house. The next morning, Kakashi arrived at the blonde's house. He wasn't even late, to which the latter was surprised. "You're not even late, Kakashi. There's a reason for that. Let's go already, or we'll be late," Kakashi said, and Naruto quickly gathered himself and left the house. The blonde and the ash-haired one quickly got to the academy, and on time, because the third one had already begun to crucify about the will of fire and so on. Naruto did not particularly listen to him, but considered those who came to the academy. Itachi is not so far away, with his younger brother, and Fugaku is standing next to them. Two representatives of the Hyuga clan. They are easily recognizable. They have white eyes, as if they are blind, but this is far from being the case. There were a lot of clan children, which was quite surprising, because usually clans teach their children their secrets and clan techniques. And there were quite a lot of ordinary civilians too. Naruto smiled as the third man finally finished his speech. He had been waiting for this since the beginning. Class distribution began. It was a little strange, because the level and volume of your chakra determined the class in which you would study. Naruto got into the elite class, where all the clan children and a couple of civilians were enrolled. The guy calmly entered the classroom and sat on the farthest desk. He wanted to sleep. Yet it is unlikely that the academy will teach him something new. Naruto himself didn't notice how he fell asleep, but quickly woke up because he felt that someone was sitting next to him. Naruto opened his eyes and saw a boy with black hair tied in a ponytail. His hair was like a pineapple. Naruto. The blonde introduced himself shortly. Shikamaru. The boy said lazily. Shikamaru is from the Nara clan. He is the son of Shikaku Nara, the genius strategist of Konoha, and most recently became the new elder, the blonde thought, and also lay down on the desk, like his new friend. Naruto woke up again, but from the scream of the unknown. Opening his eyes heavily, he saw a man who had a scar on his nose, as if he had been slashed with a kunai. From now on and for the next 4 years, I will be your teacher at the academy. My name is Irika, and now we will introduce ourselves. I will say the name, and you will come out here and talk about yourself," said Yumino and gave the first name. Inazuka Kiba. The named guy got up from his seat and went to the teacher. When he reached Irika, he turned around to face the class and began to speak. My name is Kiba Inazuka, I like to train, I don't like boastful and proud people. I want to get my ninja puppy, with whom we will be the perfect team. I also want to become strong so as not to disgrace my clan. Naruto just sighed tiredly, he hoped they wouldn't hear those words. What is this all for? Why would they become stronger just to avoid embarrassing their clan? What's the deal with him? How stupid it all is, they have no real reason to become stronger, they probably still think that shinobi are noble people who protect the village from enemies. The guy thought to himself, then he didn't really listen. Uchiha Sasuke. Yumino said, and Naruto began to listen carefully. He was interested to hear why Sasuke becomes stronger. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, I love to train with my older brother, even though he can't always train me. I want to become stronger in order to surpass him. I don't like stupid people, Sasuke said and started back to his seat. Itachi's younger brother didn't impress Naruto. Exactly the same as everyone here. Naruto thought and was about to lie down on the desk again, but he heard another name and began to listen again. Shikamaru Nara. I'm lazy, said the representative of the smartest clan in Konoha. Naruto was only slightly surprised and then smiled. Alright, Uzumaki Naruto then. What do I need all this for? The boy muttered under his breath and got up from his seat. When he reached the teacher, he turned around and looked around at everyone. Uzumaki Naruto, there are many things I don't like, and what I love much less. My goals, just like dreams, you do not need to know, Naruto said and returned to his seat. As he walked back, he felt angry and uncomprehending glances at his back. Irika was a little surprised by the guy's answer, but quickly remembering who was next to him just now, he grimaced. Naruto calmly returned to his seat and went back to sleep. He did not listen to what other children were saying about themselves and their goals. They were not interesting to him, for him it was useless and unnecessary information. You will also have a second teacher who will practice with you, but sometimes I will replace him. He is still a jonin, but he agreed to be your teacher, Irika said, which interested most of the kids who looked at Irika with interest. I wonder who will be our teacher. I hope he is strong and will be worthy to teach me. Interesting, but he's handsome. I wish I could see him sooner. Yeah. There were conversations throughout the class as everyone thought about what the teacher had just said to them. They were all wondering who would be their teacher. A few seconds later, a tall young man with black hair walked in. Everyone in the class was quickly silent, there was deathly silence. Even the beating of hearts could be heard, but it was broken by a dull blow of something on the table. It was Naruto. Not him. Naruto whispered softly, but because of the deathly silence, everyone heard him. Why didn't I please you, Naruto-kun? Itachi asked and smiled enigmatically. Go ahead, Uchiha. Naruto said and smiled too, because he knew perfectly well that everyone could hear him. Sasuke was about to flare up and call Naruto names, but he saw a kind and wide smile from his brother, as if he was glad that he was sent. All the children quietly watched this situation. Even Iruka didn't say anything but just watched and waited for Itachi's actions. "So why didn't I please you, Naruto-kun?" Itachi asked again with a smile on his face. "You're an Uchiha." "I hate Uchiha, but ironically, I'm closely related to two people who have those damn eyes. And now you're my teacher too, what an injustice. Moreover, what can you teach me?" Arranged a clowning Naruto, which made the blonde and the brunette laugh. "Enough, Naruto, how are you talking to the teacher?" Quickly apologized to Itachi-san. "By the way, he is one of the strongest ninja in the village," Iruka said. "Condolences to the village, since this one is one of their strongest ninjas," Naruto jokingly replied, for which he immediately received an angry look from Sasuke, who could not stand it when someone said that about his brother. Quickly stopped and apologized, "Otherwise you'll go to the Hokage," Iruka said. "The old man will only laugh at my words and at Itachi-sama," Naruto said mockingly. "Oh, how dare you, my brother will kill you in a couple of moments," Sasuke finally snapped. "Enough, Sasuke. Naruto, calm down too." Okay. The blonde grumbled with displeasure and went to bed with a smile on his face. "As you already understood, my name is Itachi Uchiha. I will be your practice teacher for the next 4 years," the Uchiha said. "That's all for today, you can be free, classes begin tomorrow," Iruka said, and the classroom was empty after a couple of minutes. Only 4 people remained in the class, namely, Naruto, Itachi, Iruka and Sasuke. Naruto was just sleeping while Sasuke was waiting for Itachi to talk to Iruka about something. "Naruto, apologize to Itachi for what you said. You are wrong in your words," Sasuke said, waking up Naruto. "No. I'm not even going to apologize to him. He didn't deserve my apology," the blonde replied sleepily. Sasuke heard these words and was about to hit Naruto, but he heard Naruto stop teasing Sasuke. Of course, it was Itachi's voice, who had already finished speaking with Iruka. "Okay, I took yours, I won't do it again," Naruto said and got up from his seat. "Tell Shisui that I would like to practice," Naruto said and disappeared into the Shunshin. "As always." Itachi smiled. "As always, he puts me in a bad position." "Itachi, how does he know Shisui? Who is he anyway?" Sasuke asked and looked at his brother. "Naruto is Shisui's friend, he is a very nice person, but I don't advise you to make him angry. I think he is even stronger than me." 4 years at the academy flew by quickly. Naruto didn't even notice how the final exam crept up. During these 4 years, Naruto, Itachi and Kakashi completed about 40 missions. Sarutobi gave them 1 mission per month. They were still the strongest team in the Umbu. The day of the exam and distribution to teams has come. "I wonder who I'll be on a team with?" the blonde thought to himself. In these 4 years, he never made friends with anyone. Although he communicated with Shikamaru or with the same Sasuke, he could not call it friendship. Naruto easily passed the exam. Instead of an illusory clone, he created an ice clone, but no one noticed this. The guy easily passed the written exam, and in taijutsu he was able to knock out some Uchiha. Now the blonde was sitting in the classroom, like everyone else who passed the exam, and was waiting for Iruka and Itachi to come and announce the lineups of the teams. After an hour or maybe even 2, Iruka and Itachi entered the classroom, followed by all the Jonin mentors. Among the Jonin, Naruto saw Kakashi, who was looking at the blonde and smiling strangely. "Not this," went through Naruto's head. "Now it's time to say goodbye. These 4 years have been the best of my life. I am proud to say that you will become great shinobi in the future who will protect Konoha." Iruka gave his speech and tears rolled down his cheeks, like in fact half of the class. When Iruka and the class had more or less calmed down, Itachi spoke up. Now I will name the students and their jonin mentors. Itachi smiled and began to read the list. Naruto didn't really listen to him, but paid attention to Shikamaru's command. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, you are Asuma Sarutobi's mentor. Itachi said, and Asuma's team left the office. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki and Haruno Sakura, jonin mentor of Kakashi Hatake. Itachi said, and Sakura's joyful squeal swept through the class, because she was on the same team as Sasuke-kun, and then something was heard hitting the table hard. It was Naruto again. Yes, for what? Naruto asked himself. Team 7 out, meet me on the academy roof. Naruto, don't you dare not come. Kakashi said and disappeared into the white smoke. I hate it. Naruto said and followed his teammates who had already left the office. Hinata Hyuga, Inazuka Ki. Naruto heard out of the corner of his ear before he finally left the classroom. Naruto slowly made his way to the entrance to the roof. Judging by the screams of Sakura, they were already in full force and were waiting only for the blonde. You weren't even late? Naruto asked mockingly as he opened the door and stepped onto the roof. Where have you been, Naruto? You are the weakest in the academy. I'm even surprised that you passed the exam, so why should we not only be on the same team, but also wait for you, huh? Sakura asked, or rather yelled. She was right, Naruto was deliberately the worst student, he purposely didn't show his best. Don't yell, Sasuke's ears are already bleeding. The blonde joked, and Sakura really believed it. I hope we don't get killed on our first serious mission. And that will be funny. Naruto said and sat down on the steps. At last you are all together. Now we can introduce ourselves to each other and then complete tasks. Kakashi said and smiled. Tell us about yourself, what you like, what you don't like. About your dreams and goals, tell about your ideals. And you will be the first, Sakura. Sensei, you should introduce yourself first to set an example for us. Sakura said. Oh yeah, where are my manners? My name is Kakashi Hatake and I am a jonin of Konoha. There are a lot of things I don't like, and a lot of things I like even less. You don't need to know my dreams and goals. Kakashi said and looked at Sakura. Naruto, I remember you saying exactly the same words when we introduced ourselves at the academy. You already know, I assume. Sasuke said and saw an affirmative nod from both shinobi. Okay, my name is Sakura Haruno, I'm a genin of Konoha, I love. She looked at Sasuke at these words, but I don't like Naruto, or rather not like that. I hate Naruto. My goal is to become the strongest kunoichi of the Leaf Village. So she will be ready to do anything for Sasuke, and Naruto is ready to kill herself, thought Kakashi. Now you are Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, I love tomatoes and train with Itachi. I don't like when Itachi goes on a mission. My goal is to become stronger and surpass my brother. Blindly chasing his brother, but never catching up with him, unfortunately. Kakashi thought and smiled. Now you're Naruto. What's the point? All this endless obligation to follow their ideals, goals or dreams is only an attempt to interrupt their eternal rest. An attempt to prolong the suffering, an attempt to resurrect the memories that hurt. Trying to become again what you are tired of being, what you did not want to be, who you would like to kill in yourself. So why follow your goals and ideals if they bring you only pain and suffering? All this is meaningless. Whatever you like or dislike, there is no point in talking about it, because everyone will forget about it the next day. This is all so stupid, Kakashi, that I even wonder why you started this. Naruto said and smiled. You as always. Is that your favorite phrase? You're trying to stick it everywhere and not only her. Kakashi asked. Why not? I think that this phrase is perfect for answering the question, what are your goals, dreams or ideals? Naruto said and smiled weakly. That's why I hate you, you're a weakling and a fool, but you're trying to make yourself look cool. Sasuke and I, for example, train very often, but I have never seen you in training. Sakura said and looked angrily at Naruto. What are you training for, all of you, huh? You see the point in complicating your life with hard workouts, for meaningless victories, for crazy and ugly feuds, for history, whatever. Am I right? Naruto asked and looked at his teacher. Not about that now, but it's hard to disagree with you, Naruto. It's always hard to disagree with you, but now you're right like never before. Tomorrow at 5 in the morning, I'll be waiting for you at training ground number 7. You will take my personal test, whoever fails will be sent back to the academy. And I advise you not to eat anything tomorrow morning, otherwise you might throw up. After these words, Kakashi disappeared into Shunshin, like Naruto. I want to look at the capricious sun for days. At the sky blue, curly parade of clouds. And smile when my unborn son laughs, as if I'm glad for him. Naruto and Kakashi disappeared into the Shunshin, leaving the two genin to fend for themselves. Naruto appeared on the roof of one of the houses that was not far from the residence. Kakashi was in another place, which was closer to his home. Naruto quickly got home and sat down to meditate, yet he's been using too much chakra for techniques lately. Naruto meditated for about 2 hours, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange room. The water here was knee-deep and it was quite problematic to move in it. The guy was moving forward, he did not know what was waiting for him there, and he did not know where he was, he just walked forward. After a couple of minutes, Naruto came out to a huge cage with golden rods. The guy immediately tensed, but did not show it. Would you like to come to me? A scarlet eye appeared in the darkness. Who are you? Although. No, not so. How did you get sealed in me? Naruto asked and sat down next to the cage. Why should I tell you this? Asked the fox, whose muzzle was already peeking out of the darkness. You and I are in the same boat, the only way out of which is with a stone tied around our neck and overboard. So why don't we talk to you? Naruto asked. You're right, I was sealed into you by the 4th Hokage and his wife. Damn Uzumaki, be damned. But I'm an Uzumaki too, are you cursing me too? Naruto asked. Yes, but not because you have that last name. I curse you for being sealed in you. But am I to blame for this? Did I want this? Could I change something? Somehow even without interest the guy asked. Kurama only growled at the guy's words, but after a couple of minutes he calmed down. You're right, said the fox and sighed wearily. Are you cramped in this room? As far as I understand, I'm in my subconscious right now, right? Naruto asked and saw an affirmative nod. Then I can change it however I want, am I right? Yes, Kurama said and watched the boy. Naruto focused and gradually began to change everything around. First, a clearing appeared, on which grass grew, then the sky and only then a lake nearby, in which the same water splashed that had previously been on the floor. The lake turned out to be huge, or rather it was no longer a lake, but a real sea. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that the cage itself had disappeared, and the fox was tied to a huge tree. So much better, isn't it? You're right for the umpteenth time. Did you want something? Why did you come down here? I ended up here by accident. I was only meditating in order to improve my understanding of the chakra and restore it, but I was pulled here. Having reached you, it seemed to me that you were uncomfortable here, so I decided to help. It's not difficult for me, you enjoy it. We're all in the same boat, aren't we? Naruto asked with a grin and sat down next to the fox. Are you not afraid that I will kill you and take your body? You can't. The fox just looked at him questioningly. You cannot take over my body, because the seal is placed in such a way that only if I remove it, then you can gain control over my body. And if you just kill me, Then soon you yourself will depart for the next world, but with one difference." The fox looked at the blonde again questioningly, who continued to speak. "If you die, then you will be reborn in a couple of years, yet you are a clod of chakra that has consciousness, but I think that you are something more than a clod of chakra." "Well, if I die, I will die forever and without the ability to resurrect on my own. Someone came to you, it's time for you to return," Kurama said and pushed Naruto out of his subconscious. A strange guy, I did not feel a drop of lies in his words, all the more he is not afraid of me and at the same time is quite smart. I have an interesting Jinchuriki. I'm even glad that Minato sealed me. Kurama thought to himself and fell asleep again. Naruto woke up already in his world. He quickly looked around and realized that he was at home, and someone was knocking on his door. "I'm coming." Naruto groaned tiredly and stumbled towards the door. "Naruto, why are you opening the door for so long?" "I already thought you were sleeping," said the third as Naruto opened the door. "Yes, I was a little busy," the guy said and let the Hokage into his house. "I came here for what? Could you not show your full strength tomorrow at Kakashi's test? Is there a reason for that?" Naruto asked and looked at the man who replaced his father. "Yes, she is. Fugaku, he wants to watch Kakashi's test, and if you fight with all your might, there may be a chance to hurt the son of the head of the clan. Do you want to give him a chance to take this test himself?" Naruto asked and smiled. "Yes. But are you sure it's a good idea? Kakashi will slam him into the floor and not notice. I'm much stronger than Sasuke, but still can't beat Kakashi when he gets serious and uses his Sharingan," Naruto said and looked at his Hokage. "I am well aware of Sasuke's chances for this test, but please fight seriously only after Sasuke loses," Hiruzen asked and looked pleadingly at the guy. "Okay," Naruto said irritably. "You have distracted me from an important task." "What else is this?" the old man asked and grinned. "I learned a lot about myself here. Enough talking in riddles, will you tell me or not?" "It's still early, sorry old man," Naruto said and pushed the third one out the door. "Don't fight at full strength," Hiruzen mimicked Naruto. "It's still early, sorry old man," came the answer from behind the door. Apparently Hiruzen heard Naruto and decided to mimic the guy too. Naruto just smiled when he heard the old man's words. Whatever you say, the third became something like a father to Naruto and was very dear to the guy. The next day, Naruto came to the training ground closer to 5. The guy knew that Kakashi liked to be late, but not today. Today, some representatives of the Uchiha clan were standing in the clearing, namely Itachi, Fugaku, Mikoto, and Shisui. They all came to watch Sasuke's performance. "Hey Itachi, Shisui," Naruto greeted as he walked closer to the boys. "Hey Naruto, how are you? Ready for a test?" Shisui asked, and Itachi only nodded. "You're as usual, Shisui. Still just as energetic." "I'm ready, but I don't know if my team is ready. What do you think?" Itachi asked and looked at Naruto. "They don't even have a chance, even if they work together. They will never defeat Kakashi, he is too strong. Even I can't beat him now, and they certainly won't," Naruto said and Fugaku heard him. "You say that as if you are stronger than Sasuke and can at least something to oppose such a shinobi as Kakashi," Fugaku said and looked contemptuously at the guy. Fugaku never liked this guy, even more, he hated Naruto. No one knows why, but he only harbored hatred for him and nothing more. "With all due respect to you, but you should not eavesdrop on other people's conversations, otherwise you may regret it one day," Naruto said and grimaced into a smile. "How dare you," but Fugaku was not destined to finish, because Kakashi appeared in the clearing with an alarm clock in his hands. "You need to take these 2 bells away from me, you have until noon." Anyone who fails will be tied to a post and deprived of food, and then sent back to the academy. Started, said Kakashi, after which Sasuke and Sakura immediately disappeared, but not Naruto. Won't you hide? Kakashi asked. What's the point if you find me anyway? Moreover, I will give everything to Sasuke. If he can take away the bells, then I will go to the academy, but if he fails, then I myself will take them away and then he will go back. Naruto said and closed his eyes. Have it your way, but what's stopping me from attacking you now? The desire to be here with Fugaku, as well as his desire to see what his son is capable of. Naruto said without even thinking about the consequences. It's clear. 30 minutes later, Sakura appeared in the clearing and attacked Kakashi. She tried to hit him with a kunai, but it didn't work. Sakura threw a kunai at Kakashi, but he just jumped up. However, Sasuke was already on top, who used a fireball towards the ground. Just when they thought they could win, Kakashi used the substitution technique and instead of the teacher. There was a log in the clearing. Sasuke landed on the ground and began to look around, but without even having time to look in one direction, he was pulled underground, leaving only his head outside, and Kakashi himself appeared from the ground, without a single scratch. Sakura tried to do something to the teacher, but she was too weak, and therefore she was tied up and thrown to the ground. It's all your fault, Naruto, why didn't you help us? Sakura began to yell as soon as her mortal body touched the ground. How loud you are. As I understand it, Sasuke, you failed, which means now it's my turn. Are you satisfied with your son's performance, and Fugaku-sama? Naruto mockingly asked and grimaced into a smile. What are you doing, do you even know who I am? Fugaku fumed, making Naruto laugh even more. I don't care, but it's true, to be honest. Naruto said and began to fold the seals. My limit is 15 techniques. And then I lay unconscious for several days. I can defeat him with only 5 techniques, I can. Naruto thought and folded the last seal of the series. Hyuten, Ice Harpoon. The ice took on the shape of an arrow and darted at Kakashi, who moved to the right of the vehicle. Hyuten, Breath of Death. With these words, Naruto blew out a huge jet of icy air. Kakashi dodged again, but everything went according to the blonde's plan. Hyuten, Needles of Death. 100 needles appeared near Naruto and he sent them to the Jonin. Doton, Wall of Mud. A wall of earth rose in front of Kakashi and blocked him from the deadly technique. Hyuton, Ice Peak. An ice peak appeared right out of the ground and almost stabbed Kakashi, who barely managed to escape by jumping up. Hyuton, the Fall of Icy Skies. Naruto said and a huge number of ice dragons rushed from the sky to Kakashi. They were medium in size, but they could easily kill shinobi. You lost to Kakashi-san. I won. Naruto said contentedly and dispelled his technique. You would have died if I hadn't dispelled the dragons. You're right, I lost, and if so, then here are your bells. Kakashi said and threw 2 bells to Naruto. Why didn't Sensei use a substitute? Sasuke asked Naruto. He could not. I didn't give him that opportunity, he was too far away from things that could potentially be used as a replacement. Naruto said and smiled. I won, Sasuke, but I won't send you to the academy, I don't need it. I would send you back Sakura, but then we won't pass the test. What a pity. Naruto said and freeing his teammates, he gave them the bells. Naruto, we'll tie you to a post, because you didn't work in a team. Said Kakashi and tied the blonde to a post, and Sasuke and Sakura, he gave dinner, after which he disappeared. Fugaku mentally exulted that this arrogant blonde was now tied to a post. All right, we failed. You will never think to do this in your life. Naruto said and smiled stupidly. An academy again? It doesn't matter to me though, I've been an UMBU member for 5 years. I've had enough of being a shinobi. The guy thought, but saw that Sasuke was pulling his lunch for him. I know that you won alone, which means you deserve it more than anyone else. Eat, said the brunette. Sasuke, this is certainly very cute, but tell me how. How should I eat when my hands, just like my body, are tied to a post? Naruto asked and chuckled at the situation. You passed my test, congratulations. From now on, you are officially team number 7. Congratulations, said Kakashi, who appeared near the trio. I already thought that you would be sitting there until tomorrow. Naruto, how are you talking to the teacher? Sakura yelled and hit the blonde on the head, causing him to involuntarily release ki, which scared even Fugaku. Itachi, Shisui, and Kakashi had already met the blonde's ki, and therefore did not experience much discomfort. Naruto, calm down, said Kakashi, who noticed that Sakura had lost consciousness, and Sasuke was already close to it. Sorry, Kakashi-san, I just don't like it when someone allows himself more than he is allowed. Naruto said, and Kakashi finally freed the boy. Kakashi brought Sakura to her senses, who was ready to throw her fists at the blonde again, but Kakashi did not let her do this. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning in front of the Hokage's residence, there we will receive the mission and proceed with the execution. Kakashi said and disappeared into the Shunshin. I even know who will die first from our team. The most, or rather the most useless. Naruto said and also disappeared into the Shunshin. His personality doesn't change, does Itachi? Shisui asked, who was amused by the situation with Fugaku and the pink-haired one. Itachi just nodded at his friend's question and walked towards his brother. Well done Sasuke, you almost got the bells. Itachi said and jabbed 2 fingers at the boy's forehead. Yeah, but Naruto, he single-handedly was able to defeat someone I didn't have the strength to. Naruto, he's not like everyone else, you know? You shouldn't aim for his level of power, you should just recognize his power and that's it. Do not chase him or find out how he got such power. Itachi said and smiled. Fine. Agreed with his brother, Sasuke. The next morning, Naruto and his team arrived at the Hokage's office. It was unusual for Naruto to enter the office through the door, because he usually appeared in the office with the help of a Shunshin, but apparently not this time. Hokage-sama, Team 7 is here for a mission, Kakashi said, and Hiruzen finally looked up from the papers behind which he was hiding. Mda, old man, it hurts that you started the paperwork. Now suffer. The blonde smiled and looked at Hiruzen. Thank you, Naruto. All the details of your mission are in this scroll, go already, you are interfering with work. Hiruzen grumbled and team number 7 left the Hokage's office. You will need to catch the cat that ran away from the owner. The owner is the wife of the daimyo of the country, so be careful with the cat, I'll be waiting for you here. Still, this is your job and I'm not needed there, Kakashi said and climbed up the tree. Naruto, who was not satisfied with this situation, imperceptibly created a clone and jumped onto a tree himself. Only Kakashi noticed his cunning, who remained silent, because he knew perfectly well that this kindergarten was absolutely not interesting to Naruto. Okay, let's go already, we'll catch it quickly, we'll leave quickly, Naruto clone said, and the whole trio left. The original was able to calmly breathe while sitting on a branch, because his teammates did not notice anything. After a couple of hours, team number 7 was still able to find the cat, but did not catch it. For a couple of hours they ran all over Konoha and tried to catch the unfortunate animal. In the end they were still lucky and they were able to grab it. We have completed the mission, Hokage-sama, Naruto said as he carried the cat into the Hokage's office. Well done, Kakashi will show you where to get money for the completed mission, Hiruzen said and smiled. The genin looked tired and dirty, but not Naruto. There was a feeling that he did not participate in the capture of the cat at all. At this rate, 2 weeks passed, all that Team 7 was doing was simple D-rank missions, on which Naruto sent a clone, while he trained in the meantime. One day, the Kakashi team again came to receive a mission to the Hokage's office. "Here is your mission, you can be free," Hiruzen said and held out a scroll with the details of the mission. "D rank again? Hokage-sama, we are already strong enough, please give us a higher rank mission," Sakura yelled to the entire office. How annoying she is with her screams, Hiruzen and Naruto thought at the same time. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and at Naruto, seeing the weak nods, he still decided to give them a rank C mission. "Okay, your task will be to escort the bridge builder to the Wave Village. His name is Tazuna, now he will go into the office and you will get to know him," Hiruzen said, and Sasuke and Sakura smiled, because they were already tired of these D-rank missions. "And these children will accompany me? Hokage, I asked for a normal team, and you sent me children," said the drunk man, when he entered the office. He saw a bunch of children. "We are not children, we are shinobi," Sasuke said and looked at the customer. "Tazuna-san, don't worry. Kakashi is also going on a mission with you, he is one of the strongest in our village. Moreover, there is a whole team of genin, among which there is my student, the son of the head of the Uchiha clan and a girl, which gives great promise," Hiruzen said and smiled. "Okay." Tazuna agreed and left the office. "At the gates of the village in an hour," Kakashi said and disappeared into the Shunshin. Sasuke and Sakura left the office through the door, but Naruto remained in the office. "It's strange, I think that not everything is as it seems. Is that why you sent us on this mission?" Naruto asked, looking at the Hokage. "You're right, I have a feeling that Tazuna is missing something. I sent your team, because in case of emergency, you can handle it better than the rest," Hiruzen said and started smoking his pipe again. "Mission will be accomplished, Hokage-sama," Naruto said and disappeared from the office in Shunshin, leaving behind a thin crust of ice where he stood. An hour later, Naruto was already at the gates of the village, where Tazuna, Sasuke and Sakura were already waiting for him. "So Kakashi hasn't arrived yet, so let's wait," Naruto thought as he sat down under a tree. "Where is our teacher? Why is he always late?" Sakura began to whine again. "I'm here, let's go," said Kakashi, who appeared behind Sakura and Sasuke, causing the two of them to flinch and jump in surprise. This made Naruto laugh so much that he burst out laughing, not even noticing Sasuke's vicious looks. "Calm down, Naruto. Time to go." "Hey, Kakashi-san," Naruto said as he stood up from the ground and followed Kakashi. They weren't going by the upper paths because they were accompanying Tazuna, but were going by the usual way. "We should arrive in about 2 or 3 days if we continue at this pace, so there is no point in speeding up," said Naruto, and creating a clone sent him ahead of the group. "Why are you doing this?" Sasuke asked, who didn't understand why Naruto was sending the clones ahead. "For reconnaissance," the blonde replied dryly and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, who has been working in a team with Naruto for more than a year, immediately understood everything and said, "Naruto, you will have an important task, you will go ahead and find us a place to rest temporarily," Kakashi said, and Naruto nodded and rushed forward. Naruto ran to where his clone noticed a strange puddle on the road. "It hasn't rained in weeks, we need to check everything," Naruto thought and accelerated. Having reached this puddle, Naruto stopped and tensed slightly, he slowly began to approach the puddle, he was ready for anything. 2 guys jumped out of the puddle, who tried to kill Naruto, but did not have time to reach him. Hayaten, needles of death. A huge amount of needles of ice flew at the 2 chunin, intending to finish them off. "No!" Sakura screamed, but it won't change anything. The needles pierced the bodies of the renegades and quickly killed them. "They are people too, why are you doing this to them?" Sakura asked as she fell to her knees. "You hurt fast, Kakashi. Naruto said that he was covered in blood, but with absolutely no malice. He didn't care if his teammates saw him only as a killer or a monster. He was used to killing. 5 years of service in the ANBU had taken their toll. You really are a demon, just like they say in the village. Sakura said, still crying. You are a monster, how can you kill so easily? They are people. Sasuke said, who was in shock. Only Kakashi reacted normally to this. I'm sorry Naruto, but they decided to help you, that's the result. Don't worry, I don't care what they think. If they think that shinobi always only help people and don't kill anyone, then please. A shinobi is a weapon, a tool, nothing more and nothing less. A weapon that takes lives. Naruto said and turned to the shocked Tazuna. Do you want to tell us anything? Naruto asked with blood on his clothes. Due to the fact that he used the technique and was close to the enemies, many drops of blood fell on him. Which gave him the image of a monster that everyone in the village talks about. Quests of rank C do not imply attacks by shinobi, at most ordinary robbers. I understand that in the future we are waiting for what is worse. Naruto asked and Tazuna just nodded. You don't understand, our country is very poor, Gato. The bridge builder began to tell. Naruto listened to him carefully, and when he finished, he asked, you understand? That we can safely refuse to complete the mission and leave you here? Tazuna just nodded sadly. He already understood what the genin was getting at. I am in favor of continuing the mission. Naruto suddenly said to everyone. Even Kakashi was surprised by this. Since Naruto decided to continue, there must be a special reason for this, Kakashi thought and looked at the rest of the team. I also agree to continue. I am for the continuation of the mission. The remaining genin responded, Tazuna's heart breaking as he heard that everyone had decided to move on with the mission. Then it was decided, we will continue the mission, but now everyone be on the alert, you never know what can happen. There is still hope, Tazuna thought to himself and looked at the boy whose clothes were covered in blood. And bringing everyone to tears with troubles. The gods are blind, and there are not even stars in the sky. They, like a candle extinguished, have grown dim. For the sadly loving god of death. And in an empty soul, creaking the doors. That sadness of anguish desperate in your heart. Do not kill and pierce with a piece of mirror. But how to live who loves a mortal god? There is still hope, Tazuna thought to himself and looked at the boy whose clothes were covered in blood. To reach the shores of the land of waves, Team 7 and their employer, the architect Tazuna, hired a boat. On the way, a cloud of fog covered them. The helmsman announced that they would soon reach the bridge and arrive in the land of waves. Indeed, in a minute everyone saw this gigantic structure. Having gone down to the shore, they slowly moved on. Lie down, Kakashi shouted and lay down on his own. Naruto, who used to trust Kakashi, immediately fell to the ground and clung to her. Sasuke and Sakura hesitated, almost losing their heads, but still managed to lie down on the ground. A huge sword whistled over their heads and stabbed into the tree behind the team. Wow, so that's who dealt with the demon brothers. I am honored to meet such famous people. The copy ninja Kakashi and the ice death itself. There's a good bounty on your heads. Said Momochi, who appeared on his sword. Ice death? Is it about Naruto? When did Naruto manage to earn a name for himself? And even become famous enough that the swordsman of the mist speaks of you with respect? Sasuke asked himself questions and looked at Naruto. An opponent like Zabuza knows Naruto? After all, this is it, ice death? We'll have to find out more about it. Sakura thought as she looked at Naruto as well. The blood mist demon himself, Momochi Zabuza. Naruto said and smiled, he was already looking forward to an entertaining battle. Naruto, he's my opponent, let me fight. Kakashi said and lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan to the world. Where does his Sharingan come from? Sasuke asked himself this question over and over again, but no one gave him an answer to this question. Yes, you will fight seriously. Well, I will help if anything, Naruto said and smiled. I'm sorry man, but you'll have your own enemy. And Kakashi will be on me. With these words, a girl landed near Zabuza. She was dazzlingly beautiful. Black hair, pale skin, dark brown eyes that looked at Naruto with interest. The girl had a slim figure and short stature. Her hair was pulled back into a bun, held up by a white cloth while two of his locks were loose and framed her face, bound with metal cuffs at the ends. Naruto even slightly stared at the girl. Did you like it? Kakashi asked jokingly, bringing the boy back to the real world. Yes, the blonde replied shortly and took out a katana. I won't kill her for anything. She will live, even if she has to take my life to do so. I guess that's what they call love. Naruto thought and just chuckled. Let's start, Zabuza said and ran at Kakashi with a sword to the advantage. And he is even more beautiful than I thought. Oh, it's a pity we are on different sides. Wait, what am I even thinking about? It's time to fight. Haku thought as she held the senbon in her hands. Senbons? Interesting. Naruto said to himself. I hope you are as strong as they say you are. We'll check it out now. Naruto shrugged, and Haku threw 5 senbon at the blonde, which flew exactly to vital points. Naruto defended himself against his opponent's senbon with just a katana and smiled. Hayatan, needles of death. Naruto said and a large number of ice needles flew at the girl. Hayatan, ice barrier. Hayatan, ice dome. The girl said, and the blonde was only surprised. The needles went through the wall of ice quietly, but got stuck in the dome, almost breaking it. It will be interesting, Naruto said and began to fold the seals again. Zabuza reached Kakashi and swung his sword and made a chopping blow from above. Kakashi drew his kunai and blocked the attack. He could perfectly see his opponent's every move. They were both skilled fighters and professional assassins. It will be fun, Zabuza said, to which Kakashi only smiled. Ninpo, hiding in the mist technique, was heard from Zabuza, who immediately disappeared into the thick fog, which appeared on the entire battlefield, but did not touch the place of the fight between the two owners of the ice element. It's getting more and more interesting, Kakashi said as he bit his finger and began to fold the seals. Summoning technique. Near Kakashi appeared his call, namely 8 ninja dogs, Ninkins. The dogs immediately understood everything and disappeared into the fog. Zabuza continued to attack Kakashi. The swordsman did not notice how the leaf shinobi used the summoning technique, and therefore did not even think that he would fall into a trap. This is the end, Kakashi, Zabuza said that he appeared behind the Jonin. Sorry but no. After these words, the dogs that Kakashi summoned earlier clung to Zabuza and thereby immobilized the swordsman. Kakashi had already created a raikiri in his right hand and was about to pierce Zabuza's chest when he heard a long scream. No. Previously, Naruto and Haku fight. Hayatan, breath of death. A large amount of icy air rushed towards the girl, who simply did not have time to get out of the technique. Naruto's technique severely hampered the girl's movements, because of which she began to be exposed to blows more often. Hayatan, demonic mirrors. The girl used her trump card and a dome of mirrors appeared around Naruto. All the mirrors were made of ice. Naruto had heard of this technique. He knew that the mirrors were very strong. I should be strong enough. I hope I don't kill her, Naruto thought and began to fold the seals. Hayatan, rain of death. A large number of ice chains rushed in different directions, one chain for each mirror. A second later, all the mirrors cracked and broke. The technique was scattered. Naruto put enough chakra into the technique to pierce the mirrors. One of the chains hit the girl. She had a non-fatal wound on her side. Naruto walked over to the lying Haku and sat down beside her. Won't you kill? And your name is Ice Death? The girl asked mockingly, coughing up blood along the way. I won't kill you, I don't need it, especially since you can see in your eyes that you want to live, so why arrange this whole circus? Naruto asked and looked at the girl. I don't know, Haku answered honestly and looked towards the fight between Kakashi and Zabuza. She saw Kakashi creating a raikiri in his right hand, and Zabuza was being held by some dogs. No. The girl screamed, but her cry wouldn't change anything. Zabuza fell to the ground dead. No, it can't be. Cannot. Cannot. The girl went into hysterics. Naruto knocked her out with a punch to the neck so she wouldn't suffer. I'll kill you. Naruto promised himself and whispered as he stood up. Hayatan, Fall of Niflheim. A slight puff of cold air swept across the entire battlefield. The killer dropped dead a couple of seconds after that puff. You deserve this death, Gato. Naruto said as he approached the corpse of the bastard. It turned out that while Zabuza was immobilized, Gato, who approached with his gang, stuck a blade in his heart, thereby ending the life of the swordsman. You overdid it, Naruto. Kakashi said as he saw a dozen more corpses behind Gato. These were his assistants who came just in case help was needed. They deserve it. The blonde said dryly and walked towards the girl. Monster, Sakura said as Naruto walked past her. The pink-haired kunoichi couldn't figure out how she could remain so calm after taking dozens of lives at once. Naruto didn't answer her, he just walked past her without even looking at her. What are you doing? She is our enemy, we need to kill her while she is unconscious, said Sasuke, who saw that Naruto was carefully picking up Haku, whom he fought a few minutes ago. And you still call me a monster, then who are you? Naruto asked as he walked towards Kakashi. I take her under my own responsibility, I will not let her be killed or harmed in any way. She is under my protection, Naruto said and looked at Kakashi. Okay, just tell me, what kind of technique is this? Kakashi asked with interest. My special technique, which I came up with recently. This technique kills its enemy at the molecular level, it freezes the cells of his body and destroys them, because of which the enemy dies. I see, then I think we should continue on our way. But first, there's one thing, Kakashi said and began to fold the seals. Kato, fireball. The leaf shinobi blew a ball into Zabuza's corpse to burn the body. Naruto silently looked at the gradually burning body and thought about his own. He did not even notice how the girl in his arms woke up and stared blankly at the raging flame. Death is deliverance or another torment? You won't know the answer until you die. And what is unfortunate is that death is everywhere, every day someone dies, even more, every hour someone dies, so why do we attach so much meaning to the death of a person? Why do we kill ourselves after the death of a person dear to us? Isn't it pointless? Death is the next stage that everyone will go through, so is it worth it to worry so much about the death of another person if you yourself will meet her soon? Naruto thought and went after Kakashi, remaining immersed in his own thoughts. The girl pressed herself against the boy's chest and silently cried, which brought Naruto out of his thoughts. He looked down and saw that the girl was crying on his chest. Sorry. Naruto whispered with his lips when he felt the eyes of a tearful girl on him. Haku didn't answer, she just closed her eyes and fell back to sleep, from the surging of her emotions. In the arms of the blonde, the girl felt safe. Why did you save her? Sasuke asked, who sincerely didn't understand why Naruto saved his enemy. You don't understand, Sasuke. After all the deaths you've given, you'll want to save at least one life. I don't care what you think of me after this. You won't be able to understand me until. Naruto said, and no one asked him further questions. Why am I even so depressed about Zabuza's death? I don't understand. I have only two feelings right now. The desire to protect her and sadness, but that's why sadness. Death is just another stage of your life, there is nothing supernatural in it. Why am I sad? Naruto asked himself questions, he couldn't figure it out. They got to the bridge builder's house without incident, especially since they had nothing to be afraid of. Gato is dead, like Zabuza. Naruto greeted Tsunami, after which the girl showed everyone where their rooms were. Naruto silently went to his room. Going inside, he carefully laid the girl on the futon, and he sat down next to her and waited for her to wake up. Naruto did not close his eyes until the next morning. He could not be sure that Sasuke would not come here and end the girl's life. As it turned out, Sasuke did stand with shaky knees throughout the battle, and when he saw how Naruto killed a dozen people in cold blood and did not even change his face, he almost lost consciousness. In general, she and Sakura were absolutely useless. Where I am? I died? Asked Haku, who was finally awake. Wow, who woke up? You still haven't died and are now under my protection. No one will dare to touch you with a finger, so nothing threatens you. You can do whatever you want, but I would like to invite you to Konoha with me since you have nowhere else to go. Naruto said, and the girl only now drew attention to the guy. There were huge bags under his eyes. Apparently he did not sleep all night, and after an exhausting battle, this was the worst torture. Why? Why are you trying to protect me? The girl asked, tears welling up in her eyes. No one ever cared about her, no one needed it. I don't know, maybe this feeling is called love, it's what drives me. The blonde didn't hide anything. I was not needed by anyone all this time, all my years I was just an eyesore. At the age of 4, my father tried to kill me, along with his friends, but I was able to fight back. For the next 2 years, I survived on the street and no one cared about me, except for Zabuza. He took me with him, raised me as his own daughter. Besides him, no one ever cared about me, so why did you decide? The girl asked and looked again at the boy, who was barely conscious. I already said I don't know. I indulge my feelings, and they talk about your protection. Naruto said and fainted. The girl immediately rushed to him and, realizing that he had simply fallen exhausted, calmed down. Haku put the guy on the futon and began to examine him more carefully. She remembered her past. Flashback. Haku, you're from the Yuki clan, right? Zabuza asked. Yes, what did you want? Only people from the Yuki clan can use ice release, right? Again began to ask strange, as it seemed to the girl, questions. Yeah, let's get down to business. Have you heard the story about a boy from Konoha? He is called Ice Death, a nickname he received for his deadly ice elemental techniques. And that means that he is also somehow connected with my clan. Finished for the swordsman, girl. Yes, especially since he is quite handsome. I found some photos from the places where he showed his face. Zabuza said and smiled and took out a couple of photos. I have to meet him, thought the girl. End flashback. Kakashi looked into the room and saw a girl staring at the blonde man lying on the floor. Did he finally fall asleep? Kakashi asked. Yes, but it's hardly possible to call it a sleep. He fainted, didn't he sleep all night? The girl asked and looked at the Jonin of Konoha. I'll tell you more, he hasn't slept for 2 days. 2 days after having spent more than 80% of his chakra, which is already exhaustion. He was waiting for you to finally wake up. Everyone was afraid that someone from his team could kill you, so he did not sleep. He refused even for a second to leave you. I only sometimes replaced him for a couple of minutes. Kakashi said and looked at the boy sadly. The girl couldn't find any words to answer the copy ninja. She was shocked that Naruto didn't sleep for 2 days, and all this time he sat next to her and guarded her. Kakashi closed the door and went downstairs. You can move out, said Kakashi, who was already waiting for his team. Although they were without Naruto, because he was now resting. "Where's Naruto?" Sasuke asked and looked at Kakashi. "He is sleeping now, he has chakra depletion after the battle, and therefore he still has not recovered," Kakashi said and smiled. "Okay, time to go," Sakura said and followed Tazuna, who had already managed to move a good distance from the team. Catching up with the bridge builder, they headed towards the bridge together. The girl still sat and carefully examined the blonde. Long hair that reached the shoulder blades, they used to be gathered in a low ponytail, and 2 strands of hair framed the face from different sides. Stripes on the cheeks that looked like mustaches. The girl admired the guy, without noticing it herself. 3 days later. 3 days passed quickly. The number 7 team still went to the bridge and guarded the bridge builder. Everyone was more or less used to Haku, who spent most of her time in the blonde's room, who still hadn't recovered. "How my whole body hurts, especially my head," was the first thing Naruto thought when he regained consciousness. The guy hardly opened his eyes and saw the face of a girl who leaned over and looked at him. "Haku?" Naruto croaked. "Are you awake? You slept for 3 days." The girl said, ignoring the boy's question. "Damn, the last thing I remember was sitting and waiting for you to wake up." "How did I sleep?" Naruto asked and grabbed his head, which immediately began to hurt. "As soon as I woke up, you almost immediately fainted. I laid you on the futon and looked after you while you rested," the girl said. "Where's Kakashi?" "They went to the bridge. Today is the last day, after which the bridge will be completed." Tazuna seemed to want to ask you about the name of this bridge, but decided to wait, because he was told that you were unconscious. "I see, but oh well, they can manage without me." "What are you planning to do next?" Naruto asked. "I don't know, honestly. I'm thinking about your proposal to go to Konoha, but will the Hokage accept me, because I'm an apostate?" said the girl and slightly saddened. "You weren't a Kiri shinobi when you left her and started traveling with Sabuza. You don't have any rank. It turns out that you are not even a genin, but at the level of a jonin. The old man will not mind, on the contrary. He will be glad that I have a friend," Naruto said and allowed himself to smile. "What is the technique you used to break my mirrors?" the girl suddenly asked. "Ice chains. The more chakra you spend on a technique, the stronger the penetrating power. Thanks to these chains, I was able to break those mirrors," Naruto said. "In using the element of ice, you are much more skilled than me," Haku said and smiled. "What difference does it make if your techniques kept you on the same level as me?" Naruto said, but the girl didn't answer him. "Naruto, I've made up my mind," the girl said, and the guy just looked at her with a questioning look. "I've decided that I won't go with you to Konoha. I don't want to cause you unnecessary trouble. Who knows what the Hokage will do if you bring an enemy into the village. I will stay here and help the people of this village." "I'm sorry, Naruto," the girl said and kissed the guy on the cheek and headed towards the exit. Due to fatigue and pain throughout his body, Naruto couldn't even get up. Naruto just silently looked at the back of the departing girl. "I love you, but we can't be together, not now. Sorry." The guy heard and tears flowed down his cheeks. He did not want to part with her, but it was necessary. "I love you too, Haku," Naruto said before the girl left. Haku smiled sadly and quickly disappeared, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts. "I'll be back, I promise." The guy promised himself and smiled sadly, wiping his tears. "Help the sick man to be sick not forever. Help my parents see success in their eyes. Help the sky not to get angry when there is a thunderstorm. Help everything happen, what we dream of so much. Killers will beg for mercy, stupid ones beg for divorce. The old ones will be found without things, because old age is long gone in fashion. I am being eaten by my city, a passerby is burying me. They want to kill me here, and I become more careful. Naruto took a deep breath and smiled weakly. Well, here I am alone again, but something tells me that this is not for long and soon we will meet with her again. Naruto said and started to stand up. Naruto, are you awake already? That's good, we'll move out in half an hour, said Kakashi, who looked into the boy's room. And the bridge? The bridge was completed and Tazuna already gave it a name, which I really don't remember, but I think it's something normal. Where is Haku? She left, said she couldn't go to Konoha with me. She will stay here and watch over this country, Naruto said and finally stood up. The whole body hurt, but the guy overcoming the pain went down. Help? Kakashi asked, seeing the condition of the subordinate. No. I didn't expect any other answer. Kakashi stepped forward and Naruto continued to descend. After a couple of minutes, he still managed to go down to the first floor, where he ran into Sasuke and Sakura. Where's the girl you brought with you? Sasuke asked. She left. Naruto replied curtly and moved on. I knew she was a traitor. Why did you keep her alive? It was necessary to kill her, and now she has betrayed not only her village, but also us. Sakura yelled. Should have killed, should have killed, should have killed her. Naruto's head echoed as a strange veil of anger began to cloud his eyes. Naruto involuntarily began to release ki that was so huge and strong that Sasuke and Sakura fell to the floor, but were still conscious. Shut up, one more word about someone's murder and I'll kill you, Naruto said and removed the pressure. Sakura couldn't say anything, just like Sasuke, they were frightened by the power that came from the blonde. Naruto calmly walked on, wondering what had just happened to him along the way. The guy could not find an explanation for what happened. Why am I suddenly angry? I couldn't control my emotions, although it turned out well. The blonde thought and moved on. Oh Naruto, you've already woken up, you've been unconscious for several days. Are you okay? Tazuna asked, who saw the guy. Yes, I'm fine, don't worry, Naruto said and cheered up a little. You might be wondering what the name of the bridge is now? Tazuna was right on target, Naruto was really interested. Naruto nodded at the question and Tazuna continued. I named it the Blood Ice Bridge. What's your name? Where does this name come from? The guy asked and sat down on a chair. Well, it's bloody because too many lives were given to complete the bridge. And the ice was chosen in honor of you, yet you killed Gato and his gang, thereby freeing our country from his oppression. All the inhabitants are grateful to you for this, but I thought that ordinary gratitude would not be enough and therefore. I understood and I like the name. Hope to see you again Tazuna-san, Naruto said as he saw Kakashi and the rest of the team leaving the house. You are always welcome here. Tsunami said that she came down from the second floor and smiled warmly. Thanks for everything and see you soon, Naruto said and left the house. Naruto, come on, Kakashi yelled and the blonde man sped up, soon catching up with his team. It's time to go back, the blonde said under his breath. A day later they returned to the village. Sasuke and Sakura immediately went home, they were too tired from traveling the overhead tracks all day. Naruto and Kakashi went to the Hokage's residence together. Should I say that you saved the life of that girl or keep silent? Hatake asked and they had already reached the residence. You can tell me as you like, I think the old man will be delighted that I can do more than just kill. The blonde chuckled and they entered the building. Sign in, came from behind the door after Kakashi knocked on it. The voice was tired and slightly annoyed. Hokage-sama. Old man, the task is done, why are you so sad? The guy interrupted the Jonin, who perfectly saw that the Hokage now did not want to listen to the details of the mission, he was too tired. And it's you haven't been around for a long time. How did the mission go? The Hokage asked and broke into a smile. I thought you were too tired to listen to the details now. Naruto said and sat down on a chair. I will always be interested in hearing your stories, said the third, and lit his pipe again. Well, as it turns out, you were right. The mission was at least rank B, and even A. We met Momochi Zabuza, with whom we had to fight, or rather Kakashi had to fight. I fought against his assistant. She also possessed the element of ice, but was not so experienced in its use. However, despite this, she was a worthy opponent and I did not kill her. I do not know why. After the words of the blonde, the third Hokage smiled strangely and smoked his pipe contentedly. And where is she now? Hiruzen asked. I invited her to come with me to Konoha, but she refused. She remained in the land of waves and will protect her from robbers. Naruto said and smiled. Thoughts of Haku warmed his heart. Congratulations Naruto, it's the first time you haven't killed anyone on this mission. The Hokage said and broke into an even wider smile. It seemed that it was much wider. That's not true, old man. I know you will swear, but there was no choice. I have used this technique. Naruto said. After his words, the Hokage's smile abruptly disappeared from his face and he became extremely serious. Under what circumstances did you use this technique? Gato, who hired Zabuza and Haku, killed Zabuza in the back while he was immobilized. I don't know why, but I didn't even think about the consequences, I just used this technique. Naruto said and looked down. I told you never to use this technique. What part of my words did you not understand? Asked a third, and slammed his hand on the table. I'm sorry old man, it won't happen again. Naruto said and looked into the Hokage's eyes. As far as I understand, now we are talking about your latest technique, right? Kakashi asked, to which Naruto just nodded. Fall of Niflheim. Hiruzen said and looked out the window. The head of the fourth riveted the attention of the old ruler. What's so terrible about this technique that Naruto was forbidden to use it? Kakashi asked. I came up with this technique myself, but almost immediately credited it as a kinjutsu. It is too dangerous. Not only can this technique hurt its own, it also harms the user. After using this technique, the user himself receives damage from it. For example, before using this technique, I folded a couple of seals with one hand, namely the right. After that, for 3.5 days I could not move my fingers on my right hand. The technique has not been finalized. In order to use it fully, you need to master the hermit mode, but due to my age, it's too early for me. Understood, but what does this technique do to opponents? Kakashi asked. The technique is aimed at destroying vital organs in a second. For example, it freezes the cells that make up the heart, and then it simply disintegrates into millions of ice fragments. A person cannot live without a heart, and therefore dies. The technique gets into the body of the enemy thanks to my second technique. Breath of Death. I exhale a large amount of icy air, and along with it, I use the instant death technique. By combining these two techniques, I got my own, the Fall of Niflheim. Something like this. Amazing, you really are a genius, said Kakashi, who was really surprised by the strength of the technique. Because it harms the user, I forbade you to use it, but you didn't listen to me as usual. Hiruzen said and turned back to Kakashi and Naruto. There will be a Chunin exam soon. It will be held in our village. Most countries will send their genin to us. True, only the Kazekage will honor us with a visit. Are we going to participate or not? As for me, our team is not ready yet. Naruto said and looked at Kakashi. You're right Naruto, I'm not going to nominate your team for the exam, I guess. Kakashi smiled and disappeared. As usual. Naruto muttered and was about to leave when he heard. Is she even pretty? Very. The boy answered and left the residence. 3 months passed, during which the number 7 team completed 100 missions of rank D and several dozen missions of rank C, even managed to complete one mission of rank B. Today Naruto was walking to the Hokage's residence. Kakashi asked them to come to the Hokage's office. What was Kakashi thinking? I hope he's not going to recommend us for the Chunin exam right in front of the Hokage so we don't have a choice. Naruto thought and pushed the bad thoughts away. The guy quickly reached the residence, near which his team was standing. Yo, Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura, what do you owe, teacher? Naruto asked and looked at Kakashi. During these 3 months, Naruto found a common language with his team, but still did not trust anyone, except for Kakashi, who more than once saved his life on many missions. You can find out everything in the Hokage's office. I think you all will like this information. Kakashi smiled and looked at Naruto sadly. I don't like his look, something not very good is waiting for me there. Naruto thought and was ready for anything. Team 7, led by Kakashi, entered the Hokage's office, where, in addition to the Hokage himself, there was also the head of the Root Umbu, Fugaku Uchiha. You have finally arrived, we have been waiting for you. Hiruzen said in a tired and slightly hoarse voice. There was a feeling that he was arguing with someone before the team appeared. Did you call, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked and looked at his Hokage, not paying any attention to the head of the Root Umbu. Naruto looked at Fugaku and then at Hiruzen. Yes, I would like your team to take part in the Chunin exams. Fugaku-sama and we think you can handle it already. Hiruzen said and squinted at Fugaku. I see, so that's why his voice was a little hoarse, apparently they were arguing with each other. So Fugaku wants Sasuke to take part in the exam. Naruto thought and sighed in relief. Is something wrong, Naruto? Fugaku asked, also in a slightly hoarse voice. Well, yes, if we take part in the exam now, then I can't guarantee that the two of them will survive. Anything can happen there. Naruto said and looked into Fugaku's eyes. Do you think Sasuke is weak and will die? Then why do you think that only the two of them will die? Are you well prepared for this? Fugaku asked angrily, who didn't like it when members of his clan or his family were considered weak. Yes. The blonde replied dryly, because he did not consider it necessary to answer obvious questions. So you think you're stronger than the strongest clan member, brat? Fugaku already broke into a cry. So that's what it's about. I hurt your pride. The blonde laughed, he was really amused by this situation. Then I will answer you. I believe that I am stronger than Sasuke, and at times, because I trained until I lost consciousness. I paid too much for this power, but it will help me protect the people I love. However, those who consider me a demon will never be dear to me. Fugaku was about to say something or even attack the guy, but he just disappeared. All that's left after the guy is a crust of ice where he stood. I'll kill you. Fugaku said, but quickly changed his mind when he saw the Hokage's gaze. We agree, Kakashi-sensei, Hokage-sama. We can pass this exam and become Chunin. Sasuke said confidently, while Sakura just nodded. Naruto appeared on the roof of one of the houses, filled with anger. What is this idiot thinking? He wants to lose his son or what he wants. Naruto thought and moved towards his apartment. The blonde quickly got to his apartment and when he went home, he saw a letter that lay near the door. The guy carefully opened the envelope and took out a letter. Hi Naruto, I finally decided to write to you and tell you how I'm doing. After you left the country of waves, I safely hid Zabuza-san's sword and began to protect this small country from ill-wishers from the shadows. After a couple of months, the villagers found out about my actions and accepted me, and I still continued to protect them. I have long wanted to write to you, but did not know what exactly to write. I heard that there will be a Chunin exam in Konoha. I'm thinking of coming to your village to see your performance in the exam. I hope you will meet me. I will arrive the day before the exam. Haku. Naruto smiled when he finished reading, because there were 2 days left before the exam, which means Haku would be here tomorrow. At least something. The blonde thought, and hiding the letter, he went home. Naruto was very tired, he really wanted to sleep, he himself did not understand why it was, but did not resist the desire. Closing his eyes, Naruto woke up in his subconscious. He's been here once before, but a long time ago. The boy followed his memory and eventually came to a huge cage with golden rods. So it's because of you that I felt so tired, there's no other way to get here? Naruto asked the fox, who was already peeking out of the darkness. What makes you think it's because of me? Kurama asked and looked at his Jinchuriki. Because it's only 12 in the afternoon. And wild fatigue and drowsiness suddenly fell on my body, and I slept well today. If it's not you, then I don't even know what's going on with me. Don't be afraid, you ended up here because I needed it that way. I didn't know any other way to get here, so I had to use a trick. And why did you call me? I have a bad feeling about this exam. There is a feeling that something bad is going to happen. Be careful, got it? The fox warned the boy and closed his eyes. How stupid this is, the great and terrible Kyubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed fox demon, is afraid of a strange premonition. Kurama thought to himself. And why did you decide to warn me? This is all strange, of course I understand that if I die, then you will too, but why you warned me, I don't understand. Although, to be honest, I also have a strange premonition of something bad, very bad. Naruto said and looked at the fox. Thanks for the warning, Kyubi? Naruto asked in bewilderment. Is there something wrong? No, probably. That's not your name, is it? Naruto asked and saw an affirmative nod. Then. You will find out about everything later, but obviously not now. Said the fox and threw Naruto out of his subconscious. Naruto was back in his room, but it was already morning outside the window, which greatly surprised the blonde. Naruto got up and went towards the gate, he went to meet Haku. I wonder how long I'll have to sit around waiting. Naruto thought and sighed. The blonde quickly reached the gate and sat on a tree not far from the entrance. For the rest of the day, the guy looked at those who arrived in the village. He noted that quite a lot of people from different villages flocked to the village. Even the Kazekage came with their children. The old man even personally came to meet the Kazekage. Naruto mused when he saw the third one near Raza. Naruto continued to sit on the tree and watch the people coming into it. It turned out to be an extremely interesting activity. Each person was somehow different from the others, different habits and manner of communication, different reasons for coming to Konoha. In the crowd, Naruto saw a girl with black hair. Finally, I got it. It's good that I didn't have to hang around here until the evening, otherwise I would have gone crazy. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Naruto said and jumped down from the tree. The guy walked straight towards the girl, while not taking his eyes off her. Haku noticed Naruto immediately, yet his hair stood out from the crowd. The girl ran to the guy and wrapped him in her arms. I missed. Naruto didn't reply to her words, he just hugged her tightly. Words were not needed here, they understood each other perfectly without them. Shall we take a walk? The blonde suggested and, seeing a nod, took the girl by the hand and confidently led her in the other direction from the entrance. As they made their way into the village, Haku enjoyed the view of the festive Konoha along the way, yet the Chunin exams are not often held with the participation of other villages, and therefore in Konoha now was a real holiday. I'll show you Konoha, you'll like it. And in the evening we go to my favorite place. Naruto said with a wide smile. The smile that will soon, for a long time, disappear from the blonde's face. Naruto and Haku walked until the evening, they had fun and talked about everything in the world. Naruto was really happy, and in the evening, they went towards the Hokage mountain. The girl and the guy in a few minutes were at the top of the cliff. Naruto sat on the face of the fourth Hokage and watched the setting sun. Haku also sat down beside her and enjoyed the beauty. Konoha was immersed in the rays of the setting sun, and it was a beautiful sight that complemented the already beautiful sunset. "Beautiful," said the girl, unable to take her eyes off the sunset. "Yeah," the boy said and looked at the girl. The rays of the setting sun played on her face and hair. Naruto, as if spellbound, looked at this and could not even squeeze out the words from himself. Haku noticed that Naruto was looking at her and couldn't take his eyes off her. She was a little embarrassed, but quickly pulled herself together. The girl also turned to the guy, and due to the fact that they were sitting next to each other, their noses touched each other. "I love you, Haku," Naruto said and kissed the girl. "I love you too, Naru," the girl replied to the kiss. Naruto and Haku no longer even paid attention to the sunset, they paid attention to each other. So they sat until dark, and then went to Naruto's apartment, because there was nowhere else to go. "I'll sleep on the floor, and you lie down on the bed," Naruto said as they entered his house. "Naruto, you have an exam tomorrow, you shouldn't lie down on the floor, I'll move over." Blushing, said Haku and looked at the guy. "Fine," said the guy, who also blushed a little. Naruto gave time for the girl to change and went back in. Naruto and Haku lay down together. At first they both lay and thought about their own. The guy was tired of this and he turned to the girl, hugged her and buried his face in the girl's chest. Haku also hugged the guy and stroked his hair, and soon fell asleep. So if the shutter clicks for the 5th time, we both understand what the conversation is leading to. What the ball of the sun rolls, and the horizon squints with it, and what the soul does not lie to. Why did you come then? But in a new way, grief is ready for you to accept. And we will not be released from the fiery embrace. When Haku woke up, she didn't see the blonde next to her. Apparently he left, because he has an exam today. Haku thought as she stood up and began to dress. When the girl got dressed, she quietly left the guy's apartment and went for a walk around Konoha, which looked just magical, neat houses and other buildings. The Hokage's residence, which towers over all other buildings, but the most beautiful, was the mountain with the faces of the Hokage, a landmark of Konoha. How beautiful it is here, not like in the country of waves or in the same Kiri, thought Haku, and while walking, she came across the third Hokage. The girl nodded respectfully, yet the third was respected for his strength and for being a good leader. During his reign, Konoha began to rise from his knees again, there were no senseless wars or deaths. "I haven't seen you in the village before, have you just arrived or are you passing by?" a third asked Haku. "I am from the country of waves, I came to my friend," the girl replied shyly. "What's the name of your friend?" asked the third, smiling slightly. An idea slipped through his mind as to who this young man was. "Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki," Haku said and smiled. The old man broke into a sly smile. He was right, she is really very beautiful. "Oh, I wish I were younger," thought the old man and took out his pipe. "Do you want to go for a walk? I can tell you a lot about Naruto. By the way, he has now begun to take the exam, as I know they now have the first stage, namely the written test. But I think he can handle it." The Hokage smiled and looked at the girl. "I don't mind," Haku said and followed the Hokage. "Well then, listen, Naruto is something of a scapegoat in the village, as much as I hate to say it, but it's true. Because he is a Jinchuriki, everyone hates him. Only a couple of people treat him well, they can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Me and his sensei, Kakashi, one of his friends Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, that's all. But now you have been added to this list, which I am very happy about, because I have been waiting for this for a long time." Naruto has always been a purposeful young guy who always achieved his goal. He trained a lot to protect his family, those who are dear to him. Naruto, as he woke up, went to the meeting place with his team, which they had long discussed. Naruto got there first, and then sat under a tree and closed his eyes and began to think. I wonder if we will pass the exam or not. And if we do, at what cost? How many will have to be killed to survive? Again, everything rests on death, how funny. The blonde thought and opened his eyes as he felt Sasuke and Sakura approaching him. They walked together and held hands. Did you get your way? Mockingly asked Sakura, the guy. Why don't you just be happy for us? So tell me, why can't you just be happy? Sasuke asked. Okay. It's time for us to go, yet the exam will not wait. Naruto said and got up from the ground. What about the teacher? We must wait for him. Sakura asked. Wow, you learn to talk, not yell. Sensei will not come. He will either wait for us at the entrance to the academy, or he will not wait at all. Naruto said and walked towards the academy. Sakura already wanted to say something, but still managed to overpower herself, because Naruto was right. They slowly made their way to the academy. Having found the right audience, they moved in her direction. Kakashi was waiting for them at the door. I already thought you weren't coming. Hatake said and smiled, even though it was not visible through the mask. And you weren't even late. Naruto sneered and walked towards the door. Do you even want to hear what I have to say? Kakashi asked. First of all, I don't want to listen to useless instructions from a shadow clone. Secondly, what can you wish me but good luck? Luck won't help. Naruto said as he opened the door and entered the spacious office. He's like always. Well, at least I wish you good luck. Kakashi smiled and disappeared into the white smoke. Sakura and Sasuke followed Naruto. They looked at the newcomers with interest, especially they looked at Sasuke, because he is the son of the head of the greatest clan, which means he will definitely be a worthy opponent. Naruto calmly passed the crowd that had gathered in the middle of the classroom and sat down at an empty desk. Sitting next to him was Gaara, whose gaze was insane, not just a little, but completely. He's insane, how was he even allowed in here? Naruto thought and moved to another seat, just in case. Naruto, this kid is dangerous, he's the Jinchuriki of the One Tail and has no control over him. However, the guy tries his best to do it. Echoed in the blonde's head. How are you talking to me? Naruto asked with interest. Due to the fact that you were in your subconscious a couple of times and talked to me, then we established something like a mental connection, all because you unconsciously wanted it. Your subconscious is an amazing place, the fox said. Glad you liked it. I understand about the guy, but there is one question. Naruto said and thought seriously. Let's hope he can hold off Shikaku. Naruto said and looked at the Jinchuriki again. Everyone sat down in their seats. Came a powerful and commanding voice. I am your first examiner, Marino Ibiki. Interesting, Marino is quite a tough and interesting person, I already like this exam. Naruto thought and his gaze was fixed on Ibiki. The Jonin cringed slightly at the blonde's gaze, yet when the icy death itself looks at you, it becomes uncomfortable. The first stage of the Chunin exam is the written exam. If someone is caught cheating, they will be kicked out without the opportunity to retake the exam next year. Ibiki said and smiled like a maniac. Everyone in the class swallowed and prepared for the worst, but this did not happen. The test was quite easy, all 9 tasks were solved. When someone was about to take their test and exit, Ibiki spoke up again. Now I will voice the 10th question. If you cannot answer it, then you think that you have failed, because you will not be allowed to the next stage. If you can't answer that question, then you'll be a genin forever. I'll give you 5 minutes to think. Everyone who leaves now will be able to pass next year. Ibiki said and looked at his watch. 5 minutes later, the office was very empty. Of the 99, only 54 remained. Almost half left the office and the exam. Naruto, on the other hand, sat calmly and did not even think about leaving, because he knew perfectly well that there was some kind of crap, especially since he would be able to answer any question. You. Marino deliberately hesitated to give a further answer, which drove the rest into even greater fear. Passed. There were sighs of relief throughout the class, everyone was glad that they could go on. But from their thoughts, they were distracted by the sound of broken glass. How many genin have passed the first stage this year? In any case, after the second stage, there will be half as many of you, I guarantee you that. My name is Mitarashi Anko, I will be your examiner for the second round. Said a beautiful and attractive girl. Beautiful. Flashed through the minds of all the guys, except for Naruto, who looked at Anko with an indifferent look. Now follow me. Whoever falls behind, will meet at range number 44, where the second stage will take place. Mitarashi and went out through the door. The examiner was followed by a large stream of examiners. 10 minutes later, everyone reached the training ground, which was not far from the academy. The second stage will take place here, on the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. You will be given one of two scrolls, either a scroll of heaven or a scroll of earth. You will need to get the opposite scroll, it can be taken from the other team. You must get the scroll opposite to yours and come to the tower, which is located in the center of the polygon, in 7 days. They will tell you what kind of scroll you will have, the scroll cannot be opened before you arrive at the tower. And I almost forgot, please sign the paper that if you are killed or somehow maimed, you will not have questions for the Hokage or the examiners. Does anyone have any questions? Mitarashi asked and waited. Can I ask you? Naruto asked and looked at Anko. Watch what? Anko answered cheerfully and smiled. What happens if we open the scrolls without your permission? And he's done well, I thought to ask. Although what else to expect from the genius of the village? Anko thought and smiled. We will find out about this in 100% of cases and you will be disqualified from the exam. Mitarashi said and began handing out the scrolls. An hour later, each team was with its own scroll and was waiting for the command to enter the forest. Naruto was calm as always, at that moment, when Sakura could not stand it, she wanted to enter the forest as quickly as possible, she longed for battles, Sasuke felt the same way. How can you be so calm? Sasuke asked and looked at Naruto. It is time. The blonde didn't answer the question. Several large fire dragons were launched into the sky, which could be seen from different corners of the village. It was the signal for the start of the second stage of the Chunin exams. Naruto and his team quickly moved towards the tower. The blonde did not want to linger for a long time, and therefore, they tried to find another team as quickly as possible, which would have an earth scroll, because they had a sky scroll. I can feel the chakra for 5 hours, about a kilometer from here. I think we'll get to them quickly. Naruto said and felt a shocked look on him. Are you a censor? Sasuke asked. I can do a little, but not perfect. Naruto said and sped up slightly, followed by his team. Team number 7 ended up next to the rain team. What kind of scroll do you have? I would not like unnecessary bloodshed. Naruto said that he was also coldly looking at the world. Do you really think that you can defeat us? One of them asked and stepped a little ahead of the others. Apparently their leader, okay. Let's do it differently. Naruto thought, and putting together several seals in a split second, he said. Hayatan, Ice Hell World. It was one of the blonde's many skills, a type of genjutsu. Now his enemy was experiencing the most terrible moment of his life, time after time, again and again. It was a real hell, and the ice dome that immediately appeared around the person did not let him pass and help free himself from the genjutsu. I can kill him. If I put more chakra into the technique, I can also influence his mind, and then kill him. Naruto said, and the girl silently took out a scroll and threw it to the blonde. Earth means, I knew that we would work together. Thank you. The blonde said and dispelled his technique, after which the aim guy fell unconscious. Naruto and company quickly headed towards the tower, which should be in the center of the range. They quickly reached the tower and, entering it, opened both scrolls. Congratulations on passing the second stage of the Chunin exams, replied Kakashi, who emerged from the scroll. So that's how they would have known we opened the scroll earlier. Clever. Naruto voiced his thoughts out loud. Yes, you are right. You came here first, and therefore you can choose any room for your rest. And Naruto is waiting for you in the Hokage's office. Everyone else is forbidden to leave the tower. Kakashi said and disappeared into the Shunshin. Then I went to the Hokage, and you get used to it. Naruto chuckled and also disappeared into the Shunshin, leaving behind only a crust of ice on the floor. Naruto moved to a branch of one of the trees and headed towards the residence at top speed. I wonder what the Hokage has for me. Hope something good, the blonde thought, and after a couple of minutes he was standing in front of the residence. Naruto appeared in the Hokage's office and was not weakly surprised, because in the office, besides the Hokage himself, there was also Haku. Ha-ku? The blonde asked and looked at the Hokage. I met this girl when I was returning from the academy. As it turned out, she knew one shinobi from my village and came to visit him. We started talking and she asked me to tell you more about you. Hiruzen said that he saw the guy's displeased look. After the Hokage's explanation, Naruto sighed noisily and tiredly, and then sat down on the floor altogether. Naruto, what's wrong with you? The girl asked worriedly and was about to run up to the guy, but he started talking. That's not why you called me here, right? Naruto looked at his Hokage carefully, becoming like a grandfather to him. Yes, you are right, I finally decided to tell you about your parents and pedigree in general. Hiruzen said when he collected his thoughts, which was clearly difficult for him. Naruto was silent and looked at the old man. Everything he wanted to know about was now sitting in front of him. Your father, Yukinamike's Minato, is the fourth Hokage and a great man. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, is a bloody habanera and one of the village's strongest jonin in the past. They sacrificed their lives when you were born to save the village. They sealed the nine-tailed demon fox in you. The old man blurted out in one breath. Naruto was in great shock. Still, not every day you find out that you are the son of the greatest and most brilliant shinobi in the world. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, I was waiting for the right moment for this, and as I understand it, after meeting with Haku, it has arrived. The old man said and smiled. So I'm from the Yuki clan like Haku? Seeing an affirmative nod, Naruto continued. Then just tell me one thing, old man, why did my father have the surname Namikaze, and I did Uzumaki? Your father came to the village at the age of 5, he fled from Kiri where his parents were killed. He was half Yuki and half Namikaze, which is probably why he didn't awaken the enhanced genome. He bore his father's surname only because it was dangerous to reveal his past, and over time he forgot about it, yet he could not awaken the Kekkei Genkai of the clan, and therefore believed that he was not worthy to bear such a surname. And you were named Uzumaki only because if we gave you the last name Namikaze, then you would be hunted down like a fourth son, for revenge or something. I found out that Minato was from the Yuki clan only recently, about a month ago, maybe less. Forgive me for hiding from you all this time who your parents were. Minato and Kushina wanted you to be the hero that holds the fox back with your powers. However, people see in you only this same fox, and all because I could not do anything. Minato and Kushina wanted to be loved by the whole village, but because of my inaction, everyone hates you. Hiruzen said sadly and looked at the floor. He did not want to look into the blonde's eyes, because he was afraid to see condemnation or contempt there, or even worse, hatred. Don't worry, old man, it was necessary. Who would I be if not for all these difficulties on my way? Same as Sasuke. Arrogant and unable to do anything. Naruto smiled and the Hokage looked into the blonde's eyes. They showed happiness and weariness. Naruto, so you didn't know about your parents? Haku asked and the boy shook his head in response. I'm glad you were able to find out about them. They were really great people. Haku, instead of words, the blonde man walked over and hugged the girl. They stood like that for about 5 minutes until the Hokage made himself known. Naruto, you're sorry, of course, but it's better to do this at home. I would like to ask you something. Something wrong, old man? Naruto asked while hugging her. Yes. I have a bad feeling, something bad is brewing. Very bad. Be careful. Hiruzen was already ready to hear laughter in response, but this did not happen. That means you do too. You be careful too, old man. Naruto said and disappeared with the girl in Shunshin. So you do too? In what sense too? Hiruzen thought and leaned back in his chair. Sasuke and Sakura, meanwhile, sat in the room and talked about everything in the world. You know, don't you think that Naruto has become something different lately? Sakura suddenly asked. So you noticed too, I thought it seemed to me. Sasuke answered honestly. It's all strange, because he was also called to the Hokage just now. I wonder how Naruto became known to the world as an icy death. When he did. This question has been tormenting me since the day we fought Zabuza. Sasuke said and chuckled at the word fought. They just stood by and did nothing. Absolutely. I've asked Itachi or Shisui about Naruto many times, but they all say the same thing. That I shouldn't know the whole truth because it might shock me. They definitely know something that can shock me. But they never tell me this. Sasuke said and looked out the window. Someday we will know for sure about everything, at least I hope so. Sakura said and kissed Sasuke. Naruto and Haku, meanwhile, reached the blonde's house. Naruto let the girl in and followed her. Naruto, what do you think the third stage of the exam will be like? Haku asked. An unexpected question, to be honest. How did you know about the other 2 stages? A question on a question, the blonde answered. I was with the Hokage today, he told me a lot, including about the exam. The girl said and hugged the boy. I don't know what the third stage will be, but I will be able to pass it. After all, only genin will participate there. But I am disturbed by a strange feeling, a sense of impending danger. Like something bad is about to happen. Naruto said as he broke the hug and walked towards the bed. Undressing, Naruto turned and looked at the girl. The guy immediately blushed, because he realized what he had just done. The girl also stood red as a tomato and embarrassed to the core. Of course I would offer you to undress, but I won't. The blonde replied jokingly and began to leave the room. I don't think it's necessary. I can sleep naked. The girl said and took off her clothes. Naruto looked at the girl who was just beautiful in the moonlight. A neat figure, toned chest and a flat tummy. Naruto involuntarily stared at the girl, who was wearing beautiful underwear. I think I fell in love with you even more. The blonde joked again and hugged the girl. Naruto and Haku lay down on the bed and embraced. The girl buried her face in the guy's chest, and the blonde dug into the girl's hair. Naruto woke up in the arms of a girl. He was really happy. Are you awake, Naru? The girl asked and hugged him tighter. Naruto just nodded and looked at the girl. Huh, but the boy was interrupted by a knock on the door. Who did they bring there? Naruto thought and dressed and went to the door. Opening it, he saw Kakashi standing, who, as usual, was wearing a mask. Did you want something? Naruto asked in the forehead. Yes, the order of the Hokage. That's all well and good, but you're not allowed to leave the tower, so you'll have to go back. Kakashi said and smiled. As usual. The blonde complained, and saying goodbye to Kakashi, he went back into the house. Naruto, I have to tell you something. The girl said sadly. What else? The blonde asked tiredly. Not only would he have to sit in the tower for about 5 more days, but Haku also somehow became sad. Today I am leaving the village, I need to return to the land of waves. Said the girl and looked sadly at the guy. Today is definitely the worst day. Oh well, we'll meet again, right? Naruto asked and smiled. The girl just nodded and walked over to the blonde. I love you. With that, she kissed Naruto and went to get dressed. Naruto same, too, began to gather. An hour later, they were already standing near the entrance to the village. I hope we see you soon. I will look forward to our meeting. Said the girl and smiled. Me too. The blonde smiled broadly and kissed the girl goodbye. Naruto looked after the departing girl and thought about his own. After a couple of minutes, when her silhouette merged with the horizon, he finally headed towards the tower. Naruto, where have you been? And why didn't you come back? Leaving the tower is prohibited. Sakura yelled again as soon as she saw the boy. I was at the Hokage and I was solving a very important issue that does not concern you. Naruto said coldly and left for the spare room. Naruto didn't leave his room for the rest of the time. Naruto, the Hokage is waiting for us on the first floor. Sasuke said as he looked into the boy's room. Fine. Naruto replied and followed Sasuke out. The guys quickly went down to the first floor, where all the remaining participants in the exam were already waiting for them. There were fewer of them than the blonde expected. Only 15 people passed. 27 people were supposed to pass, but here only 15, where did 12 more get lost? Naruto thought and glanced at the Hokage looking tired. Something must have happened, but who cares, flashed through the blonde's head. Now you can go about your business, the third stage will begin exactly in a week. Congratulations to all of you on passing the second stage. After his words, the Hokage left the room, leaving the genin alone with themselves. Hey Naruto, Sasuke, can we go somewhere, celebrate the passage of the second stage? Sakura asked and turned to the guys, but she saw only one Sasuke and a crust of ice on the floor. He's on his own, as usual. Why do we even have to tolerate his presence in our team? How was he even allowed to become a shinobi? He doesn't care about his comrades at all, so why doesn't Kakashi do anything about it? Didn't he say that you should always help your friends? Sakura said, and Sasuke just nodded. He was of exactly the same opinion. Naruto was not for teamwork, so why is Kakashi still keeping him with them? Never mind Sakura, you know he's weird, so why pay attention to him at all? Sasuke said and walked towards the exit. Alright, we'll both have a good rest, right? The brunette just nodded and leaving, they headed towards the cafe. The week flew by quickly. Naruto trained all week, he came up with a new technique, but it also fell under the category of kenjutsu. I hope I never have to use it. Naruto thought and smiled. We should visit the old man before the start of the third stage. Naruto thought and meditated, went to the residence. The blonde man, as usual, appeared with the help of a shunshin in the village head's office. He weapons. Naruto heard, and then looked at the Hokage. It turned out that he was not alone here. In addition to Naruto and Hiruzen, Fugaku was in the office. I wonder if they're talking about me. Naruto thought and smiled. Fugaku immediately reacted to the newcomer that he showed up here without knocking and without an invitation. He activated his Manjikyu Sharingan and was ready to kill the insolent, but he saw a guy of 12 to 13 years old who was on one knee, in which he recognized Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Hokage-sama, I have a private conversation with you. Naruto said and squinted at Fugaku. Leave us to Fugaku. Hiruzen said happily, after which Fugaku grumbled under his breath in displeasure and left. You won't believe how much you helped me now. Hiruzen said and leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette again. What were they talking about? The guy pretended not to hear anything from their conversation. Fugaku, he thinks that you are the weapon of the village and should not be left unattended, said the gray-haired old man wearily. Listen, old man, maybe this is the rank of the head of the root, somehow affects the brain and head? What Danzo, what Fugaku, they think the same way. I do not like it. Naruto said and looked at his Hokage who just nodded. What did you come for? Oh, it doesn't matter anymore. I wanted to talk about something, but as you can see, the topic was found by itself. The blonde smiled and looked at his Hokage. Don't stay long in the office, otherwise you won't get up tomorrow and the exam will be cancelled. The guy joked and disappeared into the shunshin. Okay. The next day, Naruto met with his team and together they went towards the arena where the third stage of the exam would be held. Sasuke and Sakura were talking about something of their own, both of them trying to hide their tremors behind stupid talk. The premonition of something is bad, it only intensified, and at times. It's all strange. Naruto thought as he pulled himself out of his thoughts and looked around. They were already near the arena, there were a lot of people around them, they were both ordinary residents and shinobi. Everyone came to watch the younger generation. Something I don't like is the number of root umbu that are here. There are too many of them. And if you consider that only Uchihas have been taken as the root recently, then the soul becomes even more restless, all because of Fugaku. Damn, what's going on? I don't think it's all about protecting the Hokage. Naruto thought. Team number 7 went to the waiting room, where all the genin were. There was an hour left before the start, and in 3 hours, the blonde's life would change completely. I wonder who will fight with whom? Rock asked Neji. They were one of the few teams that were able to get through, team number 10. I don't know Lee. It was another member of team 10. Oh, and you're here Hinata, Kiba and Shino. Rock said and ran up to them. Team number 8. They mainly specialize in finding and chasing enemies. Naruto thought. Yo. Shikamaru's voice was heard. Team number 9, typical formation, Ino Shika Cho. But individually, the composition does not pose a threat, except perhaps Shikamaru, who can only win using his mind. Oh Sasuke, you've already arrived too. Neji said that he had been silent until now. Yeah. The guy replied. Neji Hyugo, the genius of his clan despite being from a side branch. He became friends with Sasuke only because he considers him worthy of himself and a strong opponent. Naruto thought and closed his eyes. This year, only 5 teams reached the third stage. 4 teams from Konoha and 1 team from Suna. Meet our members. Team number 8, team lineup, Hinata Hyugo, Kiba Inuzuka, Aburame Shino. Said the examiner and the named Trinity entered the arena. Team number 9, also from Konoha, the team's lineup is Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. The trio also entered the arena, to further applause from the crowd. Team number 10, Hyuga Neji, 10, Rock Lee. There was even more applause, because everyone was eager for the performance of the genius of the Hyugo clan. They were waiting for the spectacle. Team from Suna, meet. Dog no Gara, Dog no Temari and Dog no Kankuro. Again the arena exploded and drowned in applause. The children of the Kazekage calmly entered the arena and stood not far from the Konoha people. And finally, the last command. Team number 7, its composition is the most interesting. Sakura Haruno, Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha. After the examiner introduced the last member of the team, the arena literally went crazy. In addition to Niji's speech, they were also waiting for the speech of the son of the head of the Uchiha clan. Everyone expected superhuman strength from him, and indeed an easy victory in the exam. The exam will be held in the format of one-on-one battles. Your rivals will be determined by the system, perhaps it will be your own comrades. The examiner said, and all the examiners tensed slightly, except for Naruto and Gaara. The first was purple for this exam, and the second did not care who to kill. So, the first fight will be between Naruto Uzumaki and Niji Hyugo, said the examiner, and the genin left the place of the future battle. The rules are extremely simple. Killing is not forbidden, but not desirable. The jonin said as he appeared near the examiner. I take it you are a judge? Yes, victory will only count if your opponent is unable to fight or admits defeat. All clear? Answered the blonde's question and told the rest of the rules of the battle. Yes, the two genin replied in unison. Then start. The jonin said and jumped back so that he wouldn't be accidentally hit by any technique. But nothing happened, both genin just stood and looked at each other. You'd better give up, you're no match for me. It makes no sense to cripple you, because life did it for me. Niji chuckled at his opponent. Never. What? Never underestimate your opponent or it will cost you your life, trust me. Naruto said that he appeared behind Niji, with the help of Shunshin. The representative of the Hyuga clan immediately activated his Byakugan and turned around, tried to hit the guy and block him a few tanks. But Naruto was no longer behind Niji. Have you lost me? Asked Naruto, who was now standing in the same place as at the start of the fight. Genjutsu? The Hyuga asked himself, and then tried to dispel it, but nothing changed. It's not a genjutsu, it's reality, Niji. After these words, Naruto began to fold the seals. Hyeten, needles of death. The guy whispered, and about 200 needles of ice appeared near him. Naruto only lowered his hands and all the needles, as if on command, rushed at Niji. 8 trigrams of celestial rotation, said the guy who was expecting an attack from his opponent. The brunette began to spin and release chakra, thereby creating a kind of protective dome from the wildly rotating chakra. Not bad. They don't call you a genius for nothing, because you learned this technique yourself. Indeed, who will train the garbage from the side branch? Naruto chuckled this time and saw the brunette bubbling with anger. I'll kill you. I'm already afraid. Naruto said as he began to fold the seals again to use another technique. Hyeten, the fall of the icy skies. Naruto said, and at the same moment, large ice dragons began to form in the sky, which is like rain, fell and tried to hurt Niji. For about 5 minutes, Hyugo dodged all the dragons, but Naruto did not hesitate, and at the end of the technique, he laid down another series of seals. Hyeten, ice harpoon. A large ice arrow appeared next to Naruto, which instantly rushed towards its enemy. 10 meters. I hope he doesn't get killed, the blonde thought. 5 meters. Damn, I'll have to use the Kaiten again, thought Niji, and began to spin, releasing chakra. 2 meters. It seems I overdid it, I hope that he will get off with only a wound. Naruto thought as he watched Niji closely. 1 meter. I don't have time, I'll have to move away from the line of attack, although it will still hurt me, but at least I will receive less damage. I must win. Niji thought and tried to jump away. It was already too late, although he reduced the damage received from the technique, but only made things worse for himself. Cap. The arrow pierced his right leg, which seriously slowed him down. Cap. The first drops of blood have already fallen to the ground. Cap. The roar of the crowd was heard, they saw blood, which intoxicated them. They thirsted for more blood, they began to lose their humanity, becoming Cap. Animals, Naruto thought as he began to fold the seals again. Time to end. Hyaton, Ice Dragon. A medium-sized ice dragon began to form near the blonde. The technique quickly flew towards its enemy and opened its mouth to cling to its prey. The entire arena fell silent in anticipation. How will the battle between the two genin end? This question tormented everyone who was now in the arena. I give up, Hugo said, and the dragon stopped a centimeter from his neck. Niji looked at the blonde with fear, but did not see anything human in his gaze. There was only cold, sepulchral and inhuman. There was only one word on the tongue: demon. I remember everyone in the village used to call Naruto that, and now Niji understood why. He almost killed a representative of one of the strongest clans, and his gaze did not even change. He didn't care who was in front of him. He was only interested in winning, no more and no less. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto. After the words of the examiner, a wave of applause, whistles and much more went through the arena, to which the guy did not pay attention. Help me get there, or can you do it on your own? Naruto asked and saw only a negative shake of his head, and a look, full of contempt, fear and hatred. Interestingly, he had never looked at me like that before. What has changed? Naruto thought and looked after Hugo leaving. Everyone in the arena was pleased with the spectacular battle. Still, someone could not only injure, almost kill the representative of the Hyuga clan. Most of the audience began to fear that the demon might break out, but did not show it. However, among all the viewers, there was one who was very interested in the blonde. I wonder what else you will surprise me with, Naruto, thought the stranger and smiled. Naruto calmly returned to the genin bed and waited for the next fight, ignoring the general attention of the entire arena. Interesting young man, I heard that only the Yuki clan, which was slaughtered a long time ago, owns the ice element. The Kazekage said and smiled. You're right, this boy's relatives were from the Yuki clan, and to be precise, his father. Mother was Uzumaki, hence the surname. It's clear. Raza said and began to look at the scoreboard, which was supposed to show the next fight. Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Kankuro. The examiner announced, and two genin descended into the arena. The audience was ready to explode with impatience. Everyone wanted to see the abilities and powers of the Uchiha. Ready? Seeing two affirmative nods, the judge continued to explain. Killing is not forbidden, but not desirable. You will be credited with victory only if the opponent admits defeat or is unable to fight. We started. Well, it's time to have some fun. With those words, Kankuro unsealed his puppet and was about to attack when everyone heard, explosion. It spread from the couch where the Hokage and Kazekage were sitting. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. No, 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 I don't believe it, I refuse, your mother. Naruto thought as he ran at full speed towards the explosion. A purple barrier had already appeared there and there was no way to get to the third Hokage. He could not be helped, but only trusted that he could handle it. Naruto quickly got to the barrier and hit it with all his might. He tried to break it, but it didn't work. He looked at what was happening inside and saw that the fourth Kazekage had trapped the Hokage in a sand coffin, crushing it. He saw nothing but white smoke. Shadow clone. The blonde felt relieved. Sasuke, Sakura, you and the rest of the genin should evacuate the civilians from the arena. There may be further attack. Did everyone understand? Kakashi asked as he appeared near the Uchiha and Haruno. Fine. Let's meet later, then. Kakashi said and looked in the direction where the explosion had come from. I hope everything goes well. Such thoughts ran through the mind of the copy ninja before he disappeared into the Shunshin. Damn, that's why at this exact moment, Itachi and Shisui went on a mission. They would be of great help. Sasuke thought as he helped the next person leave the arena and go to the hideout. The Hokage realized that he could not defeat the fourth and still be alive. He was already too old and not as strong as he was in his youth. It has become just a relic of the past. It's time for me to meet my friends. I'm sorry Naruto, but I can't do it any other way. Hiruzen thought to himself and began to fold the seals. Fuinjutsu, seal of the god of death. Came to the blonde and he saw the silhouette of God appear behind Hiruzen. No, not this technique. You're going to die, you moron, what are you doing, don't you dare. I will not give. No. 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 Naruto pounded his fist against the wall of the barrier, he couldn't do anything at all. I'm sorry Naruto, but there's no other way. I have to protect the village. I'm sorry. Said the Hokage, and the god of death pierced the fourth, taking his soul. At some point, Naruto looked at the fourth Kazekage. He looked at him with hatred and a desire for revenge, but he saw something that changed his world from head to toe. In Raza's eyes, a Manjikyu Sharingan flashed for a second, the same pattern as Fugaku's. No, it's an illusion. So that's what he thought. Naruto thought as he fell to his knees. Tears welled up from his eyes. Forgive me my boy, but I could not help it. I beg you, live on, for the sake of me and your father. Know that I was always glad to have met you. You will become a great and strong shinobi. Hokage smiled and his eyes became glassy. Both Kage fell to the ground. Naruto stared lifelessly at the Hokage's body, he was depressed. I couldn't help him, nothing. Not. Smog. To him. Help. I'll kill them all, I won't forgive, no way. Naruto said, and his gaze changed. Instead of his usual blue eyes, red, blood-filled eyes appeared, with a fox pupil. At the same moment, the root umbu appeared around Naruto. There were about 12 of them. Naruto didn't even pay attention to them, he thought that they had come to take Hiruzen's body. Bastard, why did you kill 2 Kage? Do you even understand what this threatens our village with? Demon. One of them said out loud. We, the shinobi of the Uchiha clan, will stop you and avenge the 3rd Hokage, one of them said, and Naruto immediately woke up. Naruto pulled out his katana and ran ice chakra through it. The first and most dim-witted Uchiha ran straight at the guy, who dodged the blow and cut off the Uchiha's hand with one swing. A loud but brief cry of pain echoed down the street. Naruto cut off his head with the next swing. For everyone else, this was a green light. They instantly began to stack the seals and were already ready to fry the guy, but he was faster than them all. Hayaten, hell on earth. Naruto said, and many ice spikes sprouted from the ground, which were able to kill most of the enemies. Only those who wielded the Sharingan remained. The root umbu fighters only replenished their ranks, apparently reinforcements arrived, but this is unlikely to save them. Woo, sneeze. Naruto said in a maniac voice and folded a couple of seals and said only 3 words. Hayaten, fall of Niflheim. All the shinobi that were around the guy fell dead. Naruto's hands were badly damaged, now he could not move the fingers of both hands and there was a strong depletion of chakra. The katana just fell out of his hands onto the floor. As luck would have it, another reinforcement came from the next Uchiha. This has gone too far, it's time to neutralize you. And the fox reseal, you can't hold back his power. Fugaku said and stepped forward. I hate. What? Fugaku asked confused. I hate you, your damned eyes, your whole family. One day I will be able to take revenge, just wait for your fate, I will take away everything that is dear to you. Naruto said and got ready to fight. I didn't think you would do this, Fugaku. Said an unknown person who appeared right in front of Naruto. You? What are you doing here? Fugaku asked, becoming immediately serious. Nothing, I'll just take the kid with me. With these words, the stranger bit his finger and folded a couple of seals. Summon, flashed through Naruto's head before the boy passed out. Bulk. Drops of water fall from the ceiling and crash on the floor. What a headache. Bulk. Time after time, drop by drop. Who am I? Where I am? Bulk. But one day everything will end, you just need to remember. Exactly. Naruto barely opened his eyes and saw nothing but the ceiling dripping water. Turning his head slightly to the right, he saw a strange man standing not far from him. A tall man in his 20s, white skin, long black hair. He reminds me of someone. Naruto thought, and the stranger turned to him. Woke up already? The snake eyes looked straight at the boy. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Naruto tried to say something, but he couldn't. My throat is dry, and even meager attempts to say something lead to terrible pain. You can't talk, a lot of your cells were destroyed, and I don't even know what. Looks like some sort of technique. I gave you a cell transplant and soon everything will be restored, and you will be able to speak again. My name is Orochimaru and I am one of the 3 legendary Sannin. I saved you from those Uchiha. Will you ask why? Seeing the nod, the scientist continued. I've always been on good terms with Hiruzen, even though I'm an apostate. I used to visit Konoha often. Like last time, I came to look at the exam. I did not notify the old man of my arrival, it was pointless. When the 4th attacked the sensei, I almost didn't have time to get to them to help. And a little later, I already saw you and the root fighters that were trying to kill you. I'm just curious why. Orochimaru spoke slowly and measuredly. Naruto just nodded his thanks and sank into his own thoughts. He kept thinking about what he saw. It was definitely not a hallucination, but then why did Fugaku do all this? How difficult everything is. Crap. Naruto thought and looked at Orochimaru, who was looking at the guy carefully. Wait, do you know who your father is? Naruto just nodded. It's not Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, by any chance. Naruto nodded again, and Orochimaru burst into hysterical laughter. To a dumb question, he did not answer immediately, but calmed down. Apparently it is my destiny to save the members of the Namikaze clan. Once upon a time, I saved your father from death and brought him to Konoha. And after many years, I saved someone again and it turns out to be his son. Naruto just smiled. You need rest, so go to sleep. When you wake up and can talk, we'll talk about everything. Orochimaru said and left the room. He's right, I need to sleep and think things over with a clear head. Nothing else, Naruto thought and closed his eyes and fell asleep. Konoha. After the death of the 3rd Hokage, Fugaku, as the head of the root, called a meeting of the heads of the clans. As you all should know by now, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has died. 2 people are responsible for his death, Sabaku no Raza and Uzumaki Naruto. My people tried to get to the Hokage, but they were stopped by Naruto. After a protracted battle, he completely killed them. Fugaku said and all the heads of the clan thought. Then where is the Uzumaki, why is the traitor still at large? Tsum Inuzuka asked. Unfortunately, he escaped, or rather, he was rescued. Fugaku replied calmly as well. Who helped him escape? Asked the head of the Aburame clan. One of the apostates of our village, he is also one of the 3 Sannins, Orochimaru. He appeared at the moment when I was about to kill the traitor and, using the summon, escaped with the Uzumaki. Damn Orochimaru, you should have killed him when you could, but the 3rd one didn't do it, but in vain. Hayashi spoke up. Now another question is who will be the next 5th Hokage? Shikaku Nara asked and looked around at everyone in the office. I'm running my candidacy. Nobody else. Why you, Fugaku-sama? Shikaku asked. Do you have better options? Unfortunately no. I'm sure something is not clean here. That boy couldn't even lay a finger on the 3rd one. He appreciated it too much. Nara thought to himself and shook his head at Fugaku's question. Who is in favor of Fugaku becoming the 5th Hokage? Asuma asked, who now represented the Sarutobi clan. After his question, everyone present raised their hands. So it's unanimous. Fugaku-sama, you become the 5th Hokage. Shikaku said and got up from his seat. Everything went very well. I did not even expect this. It remains only to convince Itachi and Shisui that Naruto is involved in the murder of the 3rd Hokage. Fugaku thought to himself and smiled. I will try to be as wise a ruler as Sarutobi-sama. The meeting is over. After Fugaku's words, all the clan heads left the premises. Everyone had their own thoughts about what they heard. Most hated Naruto for what he did. Although, he didn't really. Only Shikaku thought about this situation. No, I'm pretty sure that this guy couldn't have killed Sarutobi-sama. There is something here that I'm missing. But what? The head of the Nara clan asked himself questions. As it turned out, not only Nara asked this question, but also Asuma, who knew perfectly well what relationship Naruto and his father were. They were to each other like grandfather and grandson. How I want to know the truth, but apparently it's too early. Asuma thought and looked up at the sky. The funeral is scheduled for tomorrow. When Fugaku told the whole village who was responsible for the death of the Hokage, the villagers grew to hate Naruto even more. If they saw him, they attacked him without warning and tried to kill him. Kakashi didn't believe it. He knew exactly how Naruto felt about the 3rd one. Something's not clean here. Naruto couldn't kill him. He wouldn't have had the heart. Everything needs to be sorted out. Kakashi thought as he left the cemetery. Sasuke and Sakura, like all the other shinobi, willingly believed in this version, not even suspecting that they were being deceived. Only a few, as already mentioned, thought about the whole situation. We should wait for Itachi and Shisui and then talk about everything. Kakashi thought and went to his house. On the same evening, Naruto was declared an S-rank Nuke-nin. Naruto woke up in the room. He tried to say something and he succeeded. Or, eyes, Maru. Naruto croaked, and the Sannin turned around at the boy's call. Did you want something? Orochimaru asked, holding out a glass of water. Yes, I have a conversation and a request. Where is it better to start? After draining the glass, the guy asked. Come on with the request. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Become my teacher. Naruto said head-on and without delay, if you refuse, then I will understand and leave you. You shouldn't leave anyone. I myself wanted to offer you to become my student. But what is your strength for? Sannin asked with interest and licked his lips. It is tightly intertwined with the conversation. In general, before the 4th Kazekage died, his eyes cleared up, and bewilderment was read in it. But what is most interesting, I was able to see a drawing of a Manjikyu Sharingan, which appeared in just a second. Only one person has this pattern. Uchiha Fugaku. Naruto said, and his fists clenched. Interesting, so you think that the Uchihas are to blame for the teacher's death? And if you also consider the fact that Fugaku became the next Hokage, then it is quite possible that he did this to take the place of Hokage. It also explains why Roots Umbu attacked you. However, this needs to be checked. Orochimaru said and thought about something. What? So he became the 5th Hokage? He doesn't deserve this title. The guy said angrily. Deserves or not, but nothing can be changed. You yourself understand this, don't you? Naruto didn't say anything, just lay down and stared up at the ceiling, tears streaming down his cheeks. He broke down and gave free rein to his feelings. I couldn't protect him. At this thought, tears flowed with a vengeance. Orochimaru didn't do anything, he just watched it all with interest. He understood the blonde's tears. Death is only a part of your life path, through which everyone will pass, without exception. After that thought, Naruto calmed down and pulled himself together. I'm sorry about that. Naruto said to Orochimaru. It's absolutely normal, he was dear to you, so you don't have to ask for forgiveness. Follow me, I'll show you the shelter where you'll live for the next 3 years. With these words, Orochimaru left the room, and the blonde followed him. It took them about 3 hours to completely walk around the entire shelter and memorize it. Of course you will be confused in the first couple of months, but over time you will get used to it. Orochimaru-sama, I have a question. The blonde said and looked at his new teacher. First, just Orochimaru, and second. You don't have to ask me for permission to ask a question. What is your call? Just before losing consciousness, I saw that you were folding the summoning seals, so it became interesting. I have never found information about this in books. But the old man never asked. My call is snakes, they are quite strong, and you can also learn senjutsu from them, which you actually will do after a couple of years, but of course, if you want to sign a contract with snakes. I don't mind signing a contract with them, after all, they are one of the strongest appeals. That is true, but always keep in mind and remember that snakes are very cunning and proud. For example, my personal summoning animal, Manda, requires the lives of hundreds of people for this very summoning. Orochimaru said, but Naruto had no effect. I have one more request for you. Which? I will have to go to the land of the waves to see my friend. Would you mind? Naruto asked and looked pleadingly at Orochi. I'll tell you even more, you can invite her to live with you here. However, you will go to the land of waves only after 6 months. During this time, you will be able to sign the call and learn many tricks. Okay, teacher. Kiba is the name of the blades worn by Raiga. PS Beta and co-author did not look at the text, so there may be errors. Use PB and I will fix them. I fight for one more night. Don't know if I'll make it through. I can't save myself. But I'll save you. I'm haunted by you words. I'm drowning in my thoughts. This house no longer home. All I had is lost. 6 months later. Orochimaru's lair. Naruto stood in front of Orochimaru and smiled, because today, he will go after Haku. Naruto, I think you can leave already, but be careful. According to my information, one of the Konoha teams was sent to the land of waves, with 2 jonin. What they're going there for, I don't know, but be careful anyway. Orochimaru said and licked his lips. Alright, I'll be careful as usual. Naruto smiled and walked towards the door. I will wait for you. We'll be there soon. With that, Naruto disappeared into his shunshin, leaving only a crust of ice on the concrete floor. Naruto appeared at the exit from the shelter. During these 6 months he was often there, outside, but only in order to complete this or that mission of Orochimaru. And in general, over these 6 months, Naruto has changed a lot. The death of the third severely crippled him. Naruto became more reasonable and smarter. Basically Orochimaru trained Naruto's mind, not his abilities. All Naruto was able to learn was summoning and a couple of techniques related to summoning. He also created another Hayaton technique. Haku, I'm on my way to you, just wait for me. Naruto thought and at maximum speed went to the land of waves, which was about 2 days' journey for a standard shinobi, but Naruto could get there in a day and a half, yet he was faster and more enduring than a standard jonin. Over the past 6 months, Fugaku has become a really good Hokage. Under his leadership, all the clans lived in peace and tranquility, helping each other. The economic component of the village grew steadily. The village began to flourish again. Dog, Weasel. Fugaku commanded, and 2 Umbu fighters appeared in the office. Did you call the Hokage-sama? Yes, you can take off your masks. The Anbushniks dutifully obeyed and took off their masks. In front of Fugaku were Itachi, his own son, and Kakashi, who was one of the strongest Umbu in the village. Kakashi, your team will have a new mission. You will need to go to the country of waves, where you will meet with the ambassador from the country of stone and convey the message that is contained in this letter. The mission is very important. I will give her the rank of A. Itachi, you will go with them, because I have 100% confidence in your abilities. Fugaku said and looked at the Jonin, who had nothing on their faces. Go back to the land of waves. The last time I was there with Naruto, I wonder where he is now? I was never able to figure out the whole story, but someday I will definitely find out the truth. Kakashi thought and nodded in agreement. Another reason to be with Sasuke. I'm even happy about this mission. I hope the mission goes well. Itachi thought. When to leave? Itachi asked and looked up at his father. As soon as you can, you get to the country of waves for about a day. After the words of the Hokage, the office was empty. Itachi was certainly proud of his father, because he became Hokage. Itachi didn't think much of Naruto, yet they didn't know each other that well even though they worked on the same team. The only thing Itachi knew for sure was that Naruto didn't kill the third one. Sasuke and Sakura have been training all these 6 months, they have definitely become stronger than they were. They trained to protect their loved ones and get revenge. Take revenge on the one who killed the third Hokage. Get revenge on Naruto. They genuinely hated the blonde, and it was all thanks to Fugaku. Sasuke, Sakura, we have an urgent mission. We need to go to the land of waves and deliver an important message. The Hokage sends our team, said Kakashi, who appeared right in front of the leaf shinobi. You are Kakashi-sensei as always. Shall we warn ourselves? Sakura asked and smiled. Kakashi just shook his head and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hey guys, Kakashi was already at my place. I'm already ready, so I'm just waiting for you, said Sai, who destroyed the shadow clone so that information reached Kakashi. Very well, then in 20 minutes at the gates of the village, Sasuke said, and getting up from the ground, he quickly headed towards the house. 20 minutes later, Team 7 was in full force at the gate, waiting for another Jonin that Fugaku had sent with them. Did Hokage-sama think we can't do it on our own? Sasuke asked disgruntled. Don't worry Sasuke, it's just that the Hokage is worried, it's still an A-rank mission, Kakashi said and continued reading the book. Kakashi-sama, Team Number 7, sorry for the delay, there were unscheduled matters, said Itachi, who appeared next to Kakashi. Brother? Sasuke asked in bewilderment and looked at Itachi. Hokage-sama sent me along with you, I think you won't mind, Itachi said and pointed 2 fingers at Sasuke's forehead. Fine, Sasuke said with a smile, and they moved towards the country of waves. The path was not close, but not far, just a day's journey. A day later, Team Number 7 reached the land of waves. Now they were walking across the bridge of blood ice. Here I am again, last time I was too weak to do anything, but this time I will show all my strength, Sasuke thought and frowned. I hope we'll see you again, Naruto, Kakashi thought and looked off into the distance. Soon we will come to Tazuna's house, I think he will be glad to see us and give us shelter, Sakura said and smiled. Maybe, Kakashi replied vaguely, and his gaze darted somewhere ahead. Suddenly, in front of the fog, something flashed, rather quickly, but you can see it. It seemed, Kakashi thought. Be on the alert, perhaps ahead of the enemy, Itachi said, and everyone immediately tensed up. Kakashi raised his headband and was ready to fight, but the next moment he was dodging the earth technique. It's them? Came a voice from the fog. Yes. Then let's get started. About 10 apostate shinobi rushed out of the fog towards Team 7. They were all at the level of a Jonin. The Nukanins were already ready for an easy victory, but Susanoo! Itachi exclaimed, and the genin were surrounded by a ghostly red warrior. Fearing the death of those close to him, Itachi awakens the Manjikyu and then immediately uses the eye technique. The Uchiha clan's absolute protection. One of the opponents said. Let's try to break through, I hope we succeed. Suetun, Water Dragon. Raiden, Storm Dragon Storm. The two techniques whirled in a dance, reinforcing each other, and rushed at Itachi's Susanoo. There was a strong explosion. When the dust settled, the Nukanons saw that there was not even a scratch on the Susanoo. Yato's shield. Itachi whispered. The Yato shield is one of the artifacts that Itachi found on one of his missions that can deflect any ninjutsu. Damn, we'll have to leave this time. But we'll be back, one of the Nukanons promised. Where are you going? Asked a voice from the fog. From this voice, all the Nukanons immediately tensed up. Among them there was a censor, but he was silent until this moment. How? I couldn't feel you, and even now I can't feel you. In shock and at the same time in horror, the apostate said. Yasi, is it possible? For the first time during the battle, someone called someone by name. I don't know Raiga, but that's hardly a good sign. So one of the mist swordsmen, I wonder. Will you show me what you can do? Still out of the fog, said the unknown, who was in no hurry to reveal his identity. With joy. Raiga said as he channeled lightning chakra through his blades. Raiden, Lightning Fangs. One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist spoke, and 2 pillars of lightning rushed into the sky. Interesting, a voice spoke from behind Raiga, and at the same moment, lightning flew from the sky there. By sending 2 electrical charges into the sky, Raiga gave himself the ability to create lightning strikes at any desired location. So this is how this technique works. I'm amazed, honestly. The stranger said in a surprised voice. That's not all. Raiden, Lightning Banquet. 2 charges cutting through the air, rushed to the side, from where the voice of the unknown was heard. It's time to finish. It turns out interesting that this country will become a grave for both swordsmen of the fog at once. Said the stranger and stepped out of the fog. Hair the color of wheat that reached the waist, and 2 strands framed the face, 3 stripes on the cheeks, symbolizing the mustache. He reminds me of someone. Kakashi said and looked at the boy. Really? Itachi said and looked at the boy. Hayatan, 10,000 Ice Serpent Formation. Said Naruto and folding certain seals, put his hands to the ground. For the first couple of seconds, nothing happened. What didn't work? Taunted the guy, Raiga, but Naruto just licked his lips, like Orochimaru. Near Naruto, a huge number of snakes appeared, which, as if on command, rushed to Raiga and his subordinates. Kato, a large fireball. Doton, stone wall. Suetun, water barrier. Raiden, storm dragon storm. The names of the techniques were heard from the Nukanons. They tried to stop the attack coming at them, but could not completely destroy all the snakes. The first corpses appeared in the clearing. I remembered you. Haha, it would be an honor for me to die at the hands of an icy death. Said Raiga, who was holding on to the right side from which blood was oozing, staining the clearing red. As it turns out, you were not so simple, Raiga Kurasuke. Naruto said and spat out blood. One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist was able to use his technique, namely the lightning fang. The technique has achieved its goal. A strong discharge knocked Naruto down and he could barely stand on his own 2 feet. It's not for nothing that I was one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Raiga said and smiled. I was careless, well, I won't let that happen next time. Naruto said to himself and made 1 seal. Hayatan, needles of death. A lot of needles pierced through Raiga's body, bringing him a painless and quick death. On, Ruto? Kakashi asked incredulously. Team from Konoha? XO. Orochimaru-sensei asked me to avoid you. Apparently I'm too relaxed. Naruto said and smiled, he was glad to see his old friend again. So it's really you? Kakashi already wanted to run up to Naruto and help him, but they got ahead of him. Only the one who got ahead of him did not want to help the blonde, but rather kill him. Naruto. I will kill you, I will avenge the death of the third Hokage, you bastard, how could you kill him? Creating a Chidori in his right hand, Sasuke charged at Naruto. Even though I am wounded, you cannot defeat me. Ninpo, snake hands. Snakes slithered out of Naruto's sleeve, immediately wrapping themselves around and immobilizing Sasuke. Due to the snakes squeezing Sasuke hard, he lost concentration and the technique in his hand evaporated. You better watch out for your brothers, Itachi. The blonde smiled and looked at his former teammates. Do not forget about me. Sakura yelled and raised her hand to strike. I didn't forget. An ice spike that emerged from the ground pierced the girl's leg and stopped the attack. Sorry, but there was no other way. Naruto, let go of Sasuke. Itachi said and activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. You know, Itachi, that I have nothing to do with it, so why are you running into a fight to amuse your ego with another victory? Naruto asked and grinned wickedly. He won't be anymore. Itachi said, and after these words, the blonde dispelled his technique, and Sasuke fell to the ground. Take it. Naruto said indifferently and walked past Sakura without even looking at her. He reached Raiga's corpse. These blades, they need to be returned to the Kiri. Naruto said and picked up Kiba from the ground. Sakura, how are you? Sasuke asked with tears in his eyes and crawled up to the girl who was lying with a broken leg. It's okay, but my leg hurts a lot. The girl said and smiled. The wound is not fatal, so she won't die unless she bleeds out, of course. Naruto said and started walking away. Naruto, we need to talk. Kakashi suddenly stated. We'll see, Kakashi-san. After his words, Naruto disappeared into the Shunshin, leaving a crust of ice behind him. I need answers and I'll find them, Kakashi thought. Sakura, can you go now or should we wait a little longer? Itachi asked when he saw that the girl had already begun to heal her wounds. Brother, why didn't you attack Naruto? He is a renegade of the village and we would be able to defeat him. So why were you inactive? All because you rushed at Naruto without hesitation and fell into a trap, and Sakura followed you. If I tried to attack Naruto, he would just kill you and Sakura. You acted foolishly, little brother. Itachi said and looked at the thoughtful Kakashi. Naruto appeared not far from the recent battlefield. Naruto jumped up the tree and closed his eyes. His body still hasn't returned to normal after the Reiki technique, plus the fatigue from using his techniques. After half an hour, Naruto was able to slightly restore his chakra reserves and rested a little, which means he could start on the road again. I'll be there soon, Haku. Naruto thought and moved towards the village, which was located near the bridge. Naruto quickly reached the village and the first thing he decided to do was take a walk around the village. The blonde did not even think about hiding, and therefore did not use henge and just walked around the village. At some point, several villagers appeared around him, armed with katanas and wakizashi. We haven't seen you before, who are you? One of them asked and stepped forward. I haven't seen anything like this before, but who will you be? Answer the question, brat. I don't advise you to insult me. Naruto said and licked his lips. Well, Haku-sama, he'll be dealt with, we just need to deliver him to her. Naruto, having heard that he would be brought to Haku, did not particularly resist and they were able to quickly tie him up. And you threatened us too? Yes, you are not stronger than a child of 5 years old, what did you achieve by snarling with us? One of them laughed frankly. You? Who are you? Naruto asked, who missed the taunts in his direction. We are the guard squad of this village, our leader is Haku-sama, and this village is under our protection. If you had calmly said who you are and why you are here, then we would have let you go, and now you have to deal with our leader. For example, the same Konokovites that we recently came across calmly explained who they were and what they forgot here. Said one of those who accompanied him. It's clear. Well, I think it will be fun. The blonde smiled and walked along with the patrol. Half an hour later, they nevertheless reached a house on the outskirts of the village. As it turned out, Haku lived there, who kept order in the village. She even organized something like a military police, which keeps order in the village and protects it. Leader Sama, we brought another one. One of the patrol said, knocking. Come in. I heard the tired voice of the girl. Come in. Naruto was literally shoved into a small room with Haku sitting in the center. The girl looked at the newcomer and froze in shock. Really? Haku thought and began to carefully examine the guy. The same mustache on his cheeks, wheat-colored hair, blue eyes that are the color of the sky, it was definitely him. Everyone leave the room. Haku commanded, and when the room was empty, she rushed at Naruto, who smiled and hugged her. I haven't seen you for such a long time. The girl couldn't speak normally, tears poured from her eyes. Well, don't cry, everything is fine. I came back to pick you up. Naruto whispered soothing words and stroked the girl's head. I missed you, Haku said 5 minutes later. Me too. With these words, Naruto hugged the girl and smiled a warm smile that he had not smiled for a very long time. I heard that you were blamed for the death of the third Hokage, as well as the death of several people from the Uchiha clan. This is true? Haku asked and looked at the boy expectantly. Naruto didn't answer her, just folded a couple of hand seals and bit his finger. A small white snake emerged from the mist, which Naruto sent to Kakashi. Let's wait for Kakashi-senpai and then I'll explain everything. Naruto said and picked up the girl. In the meantime, he did not come. Tell me about everything that you have been doing during this 6 months. Okay. The girl did not argue with the guy and began to talk. After I returned from Konoha, I created something like the military police and the Umbu together. To protect the village, as you can see, so far so good. I also made friends with all the inhabitants of the village but the creak of the door did not let the girl finish. Naruto? Haku? Only after the words of Kakashi, the blonde lowered the girl to the floor. Do you want to know what really happened that day? Naruto asked and sat down on the wooden floor. Kakashi didn't reply, just nodded. Then listen carefully, because what I say may shock you and you may not believe me at all. Naruto said and began to retell everything that happened on that ill-fated day. That drawing of the Manjikyu is exactly like Fugaku's, and from this I conclude that he is responsible for the death of the old man. Given that he became the new Hokage, he is only in the black, as is his clan. Naruto finished his story and for several minutes, there was deathly silence. The puzzle in Kakashi's head finally came together in a single picture, from which he was shocked. Now I understand why Fugaku lied that you killed Hiruzen. I'm more than sure that he wanted to reseal the fox into himself and control it with the Manjikyu. Kakashi looked at the floor thoughtfully. Did anyone else figure out that the Hokage lied and I didn't kill the third one? Shursui, with whom we often raise this topic, as well as Shikaku Nara and Shikamaru Nara, but they apparently did not get to the bottom of it. They, like Shursui and I, have lived through the moment, a dead end. I see, it's up to you Kakashi, you can tell Shursui and the Nara clan members, I won't forbid you. However, be careful, who knows where the Hokage has ears. Naruto said and looked seriously at Kakashi. What are you going to do? I will definitely make him sorry. He will fully feel what I felt, namely the pain of losing a loved one. I don't think this is the best idea, he's the Hokage and he won't forgive you so easily. Don't care, he deserved it. But that's enough, Kakashi. It makes no sense to convince me, you yourself know this very well, right? To hell with you, I'm going back, otherwise Itachi might get suspicious. By the way, keep in mind that you are our enemy. Next time, Itachi will attack you. Fine. The blonde said as Kakashi had already disappeared through the door of the house. Haku, I came here for you. I'm taking you from the land of waves and together we go to Orochimaru. Trust me, there's plenty of room, even for the three of us. Naruto said and hugged the girl next to him. But I after all. No but. You're leaving with me, period. You have already done a lot for this country. The blonde interrupted the girl and got to his feet. I'll come for you in half an hour, be ready. Fine. The girl said sadly and looked at Naruto. I won't let you risk your life anymore, at least not alone. The blonde smiled and disappeared into the Shunshin. Damn Naruto, I'll kill him next time, and you help me, Itachi understood? Sasuke asked and glared angrily at his brother, who was still unperturbed. I already explained to you two that if you hadn't gone ahead, he would have been captured. That's true, but... Sasuke, Itachi is right, you two acted stupidly. Kakashi said as he entered the house. Where have you been, Kakashi-sensei? Scouting the area ahead, you never know if they are preparing an ambush or something like that. Now we need to be careful, unless of course we want to die. Kakashi said and sat down in an empty chair. Hope Naruto lied to me. Kakashi thought and looked at Sasuke and Itachi. Tomorrow we will have to meet with the ambassador and give him a letter, so you should rest. Itachi said and smiled. You're right, brother. Itachi and Team 7 went to the meeting point with the ambassador from IWA. Konoha shinobi heard the sounds of battle along the way and hurried there. When they arrived, they saw several shinobi with crossed-out protectors trying to kill the stone shinobi. It's the ambassador, Kakashi, help him urgently. Itachi commanded and the ash-haired man began to fold the seals. Doton, stone wall. The technology cut the ambassador off from a bunch of renegades. You are on time, just a little more and I would be a corpse. Thank you. It's okay. Itachi said and looked at the ambassador who was not in the best condition. Sakura, take care of it. Sasuke, you protect Sakura and the ambassador. Itachi, you're with me. No one dared to disobey Kakashi's order, because everyone agreed with his decision. Itachi and Kakashi ran at their enemies using their dojutsu. They calmly fought against the superior forces of the enemy and even dominated. And here we are. Raiden, lightning fall. The enemy's technique rushed towards Itachi, who easily moved away from her. Ain, finally you have come, now we will definitely win. Were inspired by the appearance of their commander, a shinobi. Ain, an S-rank apostate from the cloud-hidden village. Wow, my opponents are the copy ninja himself, Kakashi Hatake. I'm flattered. Stop talking, I will kill you, Ain. Kakashi said and his eye changed. Kamui. Said the shinobi of the leaf, and a spatial funnel appeared from the Kumo right near the heart of the apostate. Ain watched this in fascination. It was the first time he had seen such a technique, but when he realized it, it was already too late. A moment's delay cost her life, for Ain, a corpse with a hole in its chest fell to the ground, turning it red. Kato, a huge fireball. Itachi also ended up with all the renegades with only minor wounds. Itachi-san, I will heal your wounds. Thank you, Sakura. The brunette smiled and looked at Kakashi. Blood was flowing from the eye, and the shinobi himself covered this very eye with his hand. All because he is not an Uchiha, for him the consequences of the Manjikyu will proceed even worse than ours. Itachi thought as he approached Hatake. How are you? The Uchiha asked and helped Kakashi to his feet. I will live, but my eye hurts a lot. We just have to go back, so I don't think we will be attacked again. However, if there is another battle, then you do not participate in it. Kakashi only nodded in the affirmative at Itachi's words and looked off into the distance. I felt Naruto's chakra, he's a couple of 100 meters away. What are we doing? Said Sakura, who was a bad censor, though. Team 7 had already delivered the letter, and the Willow ambassador had already gone back to the village so they could follow the renegade's trail. No. Itachi snapped and looked at the guys. Why? Sasuke asked slightly angrily, he's so close, we can kill him. Not now. Kakashi can't fight. I haven't fully mastered my Menjikyu yet. Naruto is a dangerous opponent, even though he is young. Sasuke just snorted and turned away. It's time to go back. Kakashi said and got to his feet. You are right. Naruto and Haku, meanwhile, were running past the battlefield of Konoha and renegade shinobi. The blonde clearly felt the chakra and knew who was now in the clearing, but he was not going to go out to say hello. Sakura and Sasuke want me dead. Itachi will apparently do this, only for the benefit of the village, but they still won't stop me. I will achieve my goal. Naruto thought and moved on. Naru, how long does it take us to get to Orochimaru's hideout? Are we going to him? Haku asked when she caught up with the guy. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. It can be unpleasant, but you need to be patient a little. Stopping, Naruto said and bit his finger. Special callback technique. Naruto and Haku found themselves in a strange room. Where are we? Haku asked in surprise from the left. I have slightly improved the callback technique, and where there is a special callback seal, you can quickly get there. Something like teleportation. Naruto said and smiled. I'm home. Naruto? Asked the guy in the glasses, who appeared in the doorway. Kabuto, hi. Meet Haku, I told you about her. Haku, this is Kabuto, Orochimaru's apprentice and right-hand man. Nice to meet you. Orochimaru-sama is waiting for you. Kabuto said and smiled. Nice. The girl replied slightly embarrassed. Alright, let's go to him now. The guy said and took Haku by the hand, dragging her in an unknown direction. A little later I will show you all the shelter and the room where you will live. Naruto said and smiled. Orochimaru had already sensed the blonde's chakra and someone else whose chakra was similar to Naruto's. Orochimaru licked his lips and looked expectantly at the door. Hello, Orochimaru. Was not bored? Naruto asked as he entered the room holding the girl's hand. Naruto, are you back yet? Yes, and not alone. Orochimaru smiled. Yes, I often told you about her, her name is Haku. Meet Haku, this is my teacher and friend all rolled into one, Orochimaru, one of the 3 great Sannin. Nice to meet you, Naruto has been buzzing my ears about you, nice to see you. Naruto, I have good news for you. By the way, I stumbled upon a team from Konoha. My ex-team and Itachi. Moreover, from next week, hard training awaits you, it's time to become stronger. You will improve your techniques and hone them to the ideal. Haku, you will also train if you want to, but for you first, the practice course that Naruto has already taken. Orochimaru said and looked at the couple. Great, I'll be able to return the favor soon. Naruto thought and broke into a semblance of a smile. Kabuto, take Naruto to the armory, it's time for him to choose his own weapon. Naruto beamed with happiness. I'll wait for you here. Haku replied and smiled. Okay, I'll be there soon. Naruto disappeared into the doorway, plunging into the darkness of the hallway. Kabuto and Naruto moved towards the weapons room, where there was a huge amount of melee weapons. We're here, Naruto. I think you will come back on your own. Yeah. Naruto said and entered the room. The blonde's gaze showed a huge number of different weapons. Starting from kunai, ending with katanas and swords. Naruto peered for a long time and chose his weapon. In the end, he settled on twin blades. One blade had a white handle and blade, the other had a red handle and blade. The blade of the first had the kanji for peace, and the blade of the second had the kanji for blood. Although the blades were diametrically opposed, they were two different parts of one whole. Found. Naruto whispered and took both blades in his hands. The blonde sealed them in the seal that Orochimaru placed on the guy's palm. 2 years later. Naruto was lying on the stone slab that replaced the guy's bed. He was already dozing when he heard a strong explosion. Is it really Haku making such a noise? No, it can't be. Naruto thought as he put on his cloak and went to the explosion site. After leaving the room, he saw Haku, who also heard the explosions and came out to look. It's not Orochimaru, he's gone to the southern hideout now. Then who? Naruto asked but didn't get an answer. Let's go check it out, and then we'll decide what to do. The girl said and Naruto just nodded. It's outside. Naruto stated the fact and looked up at the ceiling from which the stone was falling. Well, then we'll have to go outside. The girl said wearily and trudged towards the exit. Come on, I wonder who's making such a noise over there. Evening, said Naruto and quickly caught up with the girl. The fresh air turned the heads of both members of the Yuki clan, bright sunlight blinded their eyes. Naruto and Haku got used to the environment for a couple of seconds, yet for the last 2 months they have not left the shelter, from the word at all. Naruto and Haku enjoyed nature for another 5 seconds, they hadn't been outside for too long. I think we should already know who attacked us, said the girl, after another loud explosion. You're right. I'm even curious to know who this genius is, Naruto said and broke into a smirk. The boy and girl quickly reached the place where the noise was coming from. I didn't think I'd see you here. What did you forget here? Naruto asked as he appeared in front of the 4 jonin. Who you are? The next servants of this snake? Said a familiar voice. I didn't think that they wouldn't recognize me, and after all, only 2 years have passed. The blonde complained to himself. Uzumaki? Finally I found you, it's time to die. Don't get excited. Sasuke. Oh, and there you are, Kakashi, Itachi. Naruto grinned and looked at his former comrades carefully. I see you have already become jonin, congratulations, said the girl who appeared next to the guy. Perhaps it is worth describing them, because several years have passed. There were 2 people standing in front of the leaf shinobi, a boy and a girl. The guy was tall, blonde, with long hair that reached down to his shoulder blades and was pulled back into a low ponytail, with 2 strands framing his face just like a couple of years ago. The scars became a little thicker, the guy changed a lot, in his eyes there was no longer that same spark and perkiness. Or rather, there was nothing now, except for cold calculation and absolute seriousness, there was nothing there. The girl was much shorter than the guy, she was somewhere on his shoulder, black long hair, 2 free curls frame her face, tied with metal cuffs at the ends. Slender figure, small but neat chest. The look was, like Naruto's, it was cold and determined. So what are you here for, Itachi, Kakashi? Naruto asked again and looked at his former teammates. We are on a mission to eliminate and capture at the same time. Eliminating one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, and capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Itachi spoke and activated his eyes. I see you are serious, Haku said as Kakashi lifted his eye patch. Then let's have some fun, Naruto said and began to fold the seals. I will use your chakra, otherwise the technique is chakra consuming. Of course I don't mind, especially not us Uchihas. As always cheerfully responded in the head of the blonde fox. Flashback. Naruto meditated after another workout, restoring chakra. Closing his eyes, the blonde felt himself being sucked into something. Opening it, he realized that he was again in his subconscious. From memory, the guy was able to walk to the cage with the fox. Did you call? You are as perceptive as always. On business or just to talk? Naruto asked as he walked through the cage and sat next to the fox. You're not afraid of me at all, it hurts me a little. I'm the strongest bijou, demon. Only for humans. Only for people you are a demon and a creature that brings only destruction and chaos. However, which statement has its exceptions? Some people, including myself, believe that you are not just weapons or demons. You are something more. I personally consider you to be human, because we are very similar, aren't we? The guy's words made Demon think. I would like to ask you a question. The fox pulled out of his thoughts, the guy. Kurama just looked at him questioningly. What is your name? Kyubi isn't a name, is it? Naruto asked and looked at the bijou. My name is Kurama. Nice to meet you, Ku. After that, the blonde was thrown out of his subconscious. Ever since Naruto learned the fox's name, he's been visiting him often and talking to him. They established a good mental connection and now Naruto could not go down into his subconscious to talk to the fox. In one of his training sessions, Naruto accidentally mixed his chakra with Kurama's chakra and used the technique. What happened greatly surprised the blonde and he began to study what he saw. End flashback. Hayatan, Dance of 10,000 Bloody Snakes. Naruto said and put his hands on the ground. The guy was serious, and therefore did not even think to give in. Approximately 10,000 snakes made of ice appeared near Naruto, which were blood red in color. Blood ice technique. Naruto whispered and the snakes rushed towards the Konoha shinobi. All to me. Itachi commanded, and a second later, a red-colored avatar appeared around him that looked like a ghostly warrior. Susanoo. The Uchiha whispered and looked around as he lost sight of Uzumaki and Yuki. Hayatan, Ice Dragon Duo, Naruto said, and two dragons appeared near him and immediately went towards Susanoo. There was a strong explosion and the shock wave spread over several meters. Exo. Absolute armor means. Said the guy when he saw that there was not even a scratch on Susanoo. Hayatan, Roses of Ice. An ice technique formed inside Susanoo that nearly pierced everyone in there. Haku, you're on time. The blonde smiled and began to fold the seals. Hayatan, Bloody Skies Falling, dual technique. Hayatan, Icy Land Rise, single technique. The girl said in unison with the guy and at the same time finished folding the seals with her hand on the ground. From the sky, dragons began to attack, which were the color of blood, and from the ground, ice peaks continually appeared, something they strove to pierce the Konoha people. Doton, Stone Wall. Kakashi said and protected himself and Itachi from another dragon. This is the technique. I can barely dodge all the attacks. Kakashi said. Me too, I need to figure something out. Exactly. The idea quickly popped into the brunette's head and he hurried to share it with Kakashi. Suetun, Water Pipe. Itachi said and a large amount of water rushed towards Naruto and Haku. Raiden, Charge. Kakashi said and fired a bolt of lightning through the water, thereby strengthening the Suetun technique. The girl and the boy had to dodge the joint technique of the two jonins. They lost focus on their technique and the icy hell ended. Damn, I almost got killed. Sasuke said and looked towards Naruto. Sasuke was seriously injured, just like Itachi and Kakashi. The two jonin had to stop for a few seconds to use the technique, which caused them to get hurt. Sakura immediately began to heal her comrades. Medic, then we'll take you out first. Naruto said and once again began to fold the seals. Sakura, go away. Itachi exclaimed. Late. Hayatan, Ice Harpoon. The ice, having taken the form of an arrow, rushed at the girl with great speed, she simply did not have time to move away. The arrow went through, leaving a serious wound. Reeling back, Sakura fell to the ground with blood on her mouth. Sasuke thought that Sakura was dead and a strange pattern appeared in his eyes, which immediately twirled. Amaterasu, Sasuke said, and black flames enveloped the blonde. Sasuke, you awakened the Manjikyu, but that means, Itachi no longer paid attention to Naruto, because it is impossible to survive after the attack of Amaterasu. Kakashi and the Uchiha quickly rushed over to Sakura and began to heal her wounds. Even though they weren't medical ninja, they could heal a little, because that's what the ANBU teach. Hey Naruto, get up already. I heard the voice of the girl. Damn, we killed the Jinchuriki, so the fox will be reborn and will have to be sealed again. Kakashi said and looked at Naruto sadly. Forget it, we'll manage somehow. Naruto is already dead, he can't be saved, unlike Sakura. Itachi said and began to bring the girl to consciousness. Don't yell at Haku, especially since I'm not a fighter anymore. This technique has not yet been fully mastered by me. Naruto's voice was heard. Kakashi and Itachi looked around sharply in shock. How could anyone survive after Amaterasu? Can't be, were spinning in their heads. The Uzumaki's mouth opened unnaturally wide. A hand appeared from his mouth, covered in mucus and an incomprehensible liquid. Behind the hand appeared the second, then the head, and the rest of the torso. Naruto got out and looked at the Konoha shinobi. Yeah, he died, the fox will be reborn. So I believed. The blonde laughed and then looked at Haku. Okay. I remember. The girl said wearily and began to fold the seals. Damn, they're leaving, Kakashi stopped them. However, it was already too late, because from a huge cloud of smoke, a huge white snake with 6 horns on its head appeared. Jin, we need to head south. Take us there, please. Okay, get in. Naruto and the girl jumped on the snake's head. Wait, we're not done yet, I'll catch you. Sasuke shouted and looked after the departing members of the Yuki clan, but no one was listening to him. Sasuke, the girl with pink hair whispered through her strength. Sakura? The guy suddenly came to his senses and flew up to the named one like a hurricane. K.I.Lu, F.Lu.Te, Ka.Baya, the girl said, choking on blood, whose eyes gradually turned glassy. I love you too, Sakura. Sasuke said with tears, but the girl no longer heard him, her eyes went empty and her life was cut short. Realizing this, the guy burst into tears, he could not believe it. Damn, we didn't succeed, and even losses. Itachi swore and knocked Sasuke out with a punch to keep him from going insane. Don't beat yourself up, Itachi. We couldn't do anything. The life of a shinobi is always full of dangers, you can die at any moment of your life, so don't dwell on it. Kakashi said and picked up the girl's corpse in his arms. Maybe you are right. Itachi said and gently lifted Sasuke up. Naruto and Haku stood on Jin's head and looked ahead, each thinking his own. She's already dead, isn't she? Haku suddenly asked and looked at the guy. Not yet, but what? The guy asked and looked at the girl. A snake was hidden in my technique, the poison of which is very dangerous for humans, but begins to act only after a couple of hours. You can also warn Kakashi about this. Then, how else could you warm up? And they say that only the ashes know what it means to burn to the ground. And you'll have to pay the bills for everything. How much more? And how much salt has your cheek absorbed? Do not cry, the sun. A star warms on a thin palm. But how to burn everything to the ground, alas, only fire knows. The wind needs the ashes just like a spark of a fire. From beauty to ashes, a step, it is so close. But I took a chance. There is no way to see the color in the dark, but if you love, then it really is. And on the pink petals, the red sunset dies. This is how roses go to hell. Why did you even need to use poison? You could kill her with some kind of technique, why do you need it? The girl asked in bewilderment and looked at the guy. This poison has some rather interesting properties. For example, thanks to him, the victim, in our case, Sakura, will experience unreal pain. The poison increases the feeling of pain and you feel like you are being turned inside out. Of course there is a chance that they can find an antidote. Now she is in the sleep stage, by all indications she is dead, but she still has weak and rare breathing. Already somewhere in an hour, a real hell will begin for her, which will last until she dies. It's clear. We'll be there soon, so be patient. The girl said and began to lightly hold the guy so that he would not fly off. Due to Naruto's lack of mastery of the body swap technique, he won't be able to use his chakra properly for another day. Now Sasuke hates me even more, just like Itachi does. Naruto said and looked off into the distance. I wonder what happened to Itachi. Not without much, you know. The girl jokingly replied and sat down next to the guy. Aya-aya-wa, a heart-rending cry rang out in the forest. Damn, is she still alive? Kakashi asked, almost dropping the girl in fright. What with her? Itachi asked worriedly and quickly found himself next to his friend, who was already laying the girl on the ground. Don't know. After the words of Kakashi, the cry was repeated. From this cry, the blood froze, there was so much pain and despair in it. What is going on with her? Kakashi said in horror as the girl shook. How painful, what is it? Because of which? Sasuke, please save me, the girl thought with tears, and then again screamed in agony. Thank God Sasuke is now unconscious, otherwise, another scream didn't let the brunette finish. Is it because of you? Kakashi voiced his thoughts aloud as a white snake crawled out from under the girl's clothes. What? Itachi asked and looked at the snake. He immediately realized that this was the work of the blonde. The snake quickly disappeared in a puff of smoke, after which another cry was heard that was heard throughout the forest. Not painful, Flax, the girl whispered, but even a whisper caused her great pain. Any movement brought pain throughout the body. Terrible pain. I'm over it. Kakashi said and with a deft movement, the kunai pulled out. Sure. Itachi asked, and the weapon stopped a few inches from the girl's throat. Kakashi did not know what to say to him. On the one hand he did not want his student to suffer, but on the other hand, he did not want to kill her. I don't know. Jonin answered honestly and without taking his eyes off, looked at the girl. Sakura just barely nodded, wishing her torment was over. From the terrible pain, she almost lost her mind, but while she could think normally, she wanted only one thing, death. Forgive me. Kakashi said and raised his kunai over his head, preparing to end the girl's life and give her the death she so desired. The blade entered the throat, cutting it like a hot knife through butter, giving the girl peace and oblivion. Kakashi did his best, but that didn't change the fact that he killed his student. If he only knew how this whole mission would end, he would never have gone on it. He just wouldn't agree, no way. A day later, Kakashi with a scroll, where the body of a dead Sakura was, and Itachi with an unconscious Sasuke in his arms, reached Konoha. They immediately went to the Hokage. Hokage-sama. Mission failed. Itachi said guiltily and laid Sasuke on the floor. What about him? Fugaku asked in a calm voice, but inside he was ready to tear and throw. He is unconscious. We have something worse than an unconscious Sasuke. Sakura Haruno died on this mission. Kakashi said and took out the scroll that contained the body. Who? We met Uzumaki Naruto, after which a fight ensued, from which Sakura did not come out alive. The Uzumaki and his companion Haku also left beaten up as Sasuke awakened his Sharingan and unknowingly used one of his eye techniques, Amaterasu. Itachi said, and Fugaku just smiled sadly. Clearly, free. I'll let Sakura's parents know myself. Itachi, you take Sasuke home. The Hokage said, after which the office was empty. Hit. The table shattered into pieces, and everything that was on the table scattered around the office. Damn Uzumaki, what are you thinking? The Hokage asked himself and wearily sank into a chair. I should have grabbed you when I had the chance. Now, it's too late. Too bad you can't change the past. Fugaku thought and closed his eyes, trying to calm down. Naruto and Haku made it to the southern hideout without too much trouble. Naruto, Haku, what are you doing here? Orochimaru asked when he saw two of his students in the doorway. In the hideout where we used to live, Konoha shinobi were found. They tried to resist us, but they didn't really succeed. Only Sasuke was able to damage me, thanks to the power of his eyes. He awakened the damn Menjikyu. Naruto said and wearily sat down on the floor. Menjikyu, then. Orochimaru said thoughtfully and licked his lips. The Sharingan is the only thing Orochimaru craved. For some reason I don't like it. Haku said out loud and looked at her teacher. And not in vain. Well, what are you? All you have to do is get the Uchiha and bring him here, and then I'll do it myself. Orochimaru said and looked around at his charges. I told you. Yeah. But we still don't have a choice. So we'll have to go to Konoha. I hope you don't fail the mission. Orochimaru licked his lips and left the room, leaving both members of the Yuki clan alone. What are we going to do next? The fifth Hokage will obviously not let us live as soon as he finds out that it was us who kidnapped Sasuke. Haku said and looked at the blonde. Honestly? Don't know. Orochimaru seemed to say that there is such an organization that gathers all the tailed ones, like Akatsuki. Since I am one of the Jinchuriki, I am their target. Recently, they have begun to take active steps, which means that the trapping of caudates will soon begin. And what do you suggest? Going against an organization that's made up of first-class renegades? No, but something needs to be done about them. Either lay low so they can't get kurama or try to destroy them. Naruto said and took a deep breath. First we need to go to Konoha to capture the Uchiha. It is not yet known how long it will take to complete the mission. It is unlikely that we will quickly be able to fulfill it. Naruto said and the girl just nodded. Then, tomorrow at dawn we will go to Konoha. You will just regain control of your chakra and will be able to move independently. Okay, see you tomorrow. Naruto said and left the room. Naruto and Haku set off at the dawn of a new day. They were heading to Konohagakure, but Sato, which was about 2 days away. After a couple of days, they finally reached the gates of the great village hidden in the leaves. Before they approached, of course, they put henge on themselves, turning into a black-haired boy with Minato's hairstyle and a blonde girl with long and flowing hair. Name and purpose of arrival? Izumo asked. Tiamat, and this is Hina, my companion. We came here to see the sights, we travel, and our road brought us here. Naruto said and looked at Izumo. Alright, make yourself at home here. Kotetsu said with a smile as Naruto and Haku moved on. I haven't been here for a long time. And me, somewhere from the day the third died. So many years have passed. Haku said and turned after the blonde who was heading towards the cemetery. Are we heading somewhere or just walking around the village? The girl asked, though she knew where they were going. I'm going to visit the grave of my parents and the one who became my grandfather. I thought so. Then let's go faster, we still have to look for a place to sleep. Haku said and, catching up with the guy, took his hand. Naruto just smiled and sped up. At the grave of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, two strangers were standing, who were almost immediately noticed by Sasuke and Itachi. The younger brother spent almost all his free time in the cemetery, near the grave of Sakura. Itachi, on the other hand, came once again to take his stupid little brother home. Is this the grave of the fourth one? What are they doing there? Itachi asked and looked at the two strangers. What do you care, Itachi? Are you here to take me home? Seeing an affirmative nod, Sasuke continued. Then wait another 5 minutes. Fine. Itachi said and continued to watch the strange people that were at the grave of the fourth Hokage. Okay, father, it's time for me to visit the old man and take on the mission. I hope you're not too disappointed in me. Naruto said and smiled slightly. Haku didn't say anything, she just remained silent, words were superfluous. The boy and girl, ignoring the two Uchiha who were near Sakura's grave, walked on. They remind me of someone, but who? Itachi thought as he continued to stare at the retreating teenagers. Long time no see, old man. As you can see, I became a traitor to the village. You know, I often thought what I would say when I came to your grave, but I never thought of it. Sorry. Naruto said as a single tear rolled down his cheek. I could not become the one who will protect this village, on the contrary, I became the one who wants to destroy it. I failed to live up to your expectations, as well as those of my father and mother. I don't think they'll be happy that their son is a renegade branded killer. I'm sorry, old man, but nothing will change. Naruto said as he turned and walked towards the exit. Itachi carefully watched the two people move from the grave of the fourth to the grave of the third Hokage. The eldest son of the head of the village became seriously interested in these people. Itachi, let's go home. Sasuke said tiredly and got up and headed for the exit. At the exit of the cemetery, they crossed paths with Naruto and Haku. We haven't seen you in the village before, are you new residents? Itachi asked and carefully looked at the strangers. How can you know all the people that live in the village in person? And even if you know, we arrived here recently, about an hour ago, to be exact. We are travelers and decided to stop in your village for a while. Naruto said coldly and turned away, signaling that the conversation was over. Come on, Hina, we still need to find a place to sleep. The guy said more cheerfully and they disappeared into the crowd of people. Alright Sasuke, we should go home too. Father and mother will be worried if we are delayed. Yeah. Said Sasuke, who was also interested in the two unknowns. Once I said that I can see destiny in my eyes, now I am not sure that I can do anything myself. I'm vulnerable, tell in one song in one theater, in one action, and say the plane broke down and my flight won't take off, and say there's nothing else I can save here, can't save, vultures fly to the smell and I still see off the liners to the west while palm touching the clouds. We wanted to live brightly and with passion. On broken planes, we turn the starter and forward. Into the sky from beer bottles, burnt cigarette butts. Sasuke, why didn't you save me? Why? Asked the pink-haired girl who appeared out of nowhere. Sasuke immediately woke up in a cold sweat, his heart pounding. Just a dream. The boy thought and breathed a sigh of relief. He tried to sleep again, but couldn't. Apparently, I'm definitely not going to sleep now. I'll go for a walk in the village, thought the brunette, and pulled on his pants with a t-shirt. Going out into the street, Sasuke went towards the cemetery, or rather his legs themselves carried him there. No, I will come there in the evening, can I go to practice? Mentally agreeing with his thoughts, he headed towards one of the abandoned training grounds. I wonder what lies ahead for me, how many people dear to me, I will still lose, on the way to my goal. Behind his thoughts about the future, Sasuke reached the training ground, from which the sounds of battle were heard. Maybe someone is exercising, thought the brunette, and quickly walked towards the source of the sounds. Coming out of the bushes, the brunette saw how yesterday's unknowns were fighting against each other in taijutsu. Interesting fighting style, I've never seen one like it before. Sasuke thought and went out into the clearing, said amiably. I didn't think you were a shinobi. Don't tell us our secrets. The girl replied. I think he named her Hina. Beautiful name. Are you right, Hina-sama? The Uchiha looked inquiringly at the boy. Before you ask the name of another, you should introduce yourself first. Naruto said and smiled stupidly. I remember Sakura said that to Kakashi when we started dating. The brunette thought with a smile. Uchiha Sasuke. Nice to meet you, my name is Tiamat. I never thought that the son of the head of the clan and the village would come to us. How do you know about me? Sasuke asked in shock, and a little later he realized that he looked stupid. Hokage is world famous, you know, especially since Fugaku-sama is an excellent shinobi. The girl replied and smiled. I understand that you are travelers, right? Where did they complain to us? The Uchiha asked and sat down on the grass. Now he needed to talk to someone alive. From a village located in the territory of the Land of Fire, we came to Konoha, for the sake of interest. Obviously, I've been living here since childhood. I would not mind seeing the world, otherwise being a shinobi is already fed up. Speaking of shinobi, you have an interesting style of taijutsu, I see it for the first time. Sasuke said and looked at the travelers with interest. We came up with it ourselves. It is based on the snake style of taijutsu, but with some edits, the blows are much stronger, as well as their speed. The girl replied. Do you want to see the world? You can come with us, we don't mind an extra traveler. Said the guy and also sat down on the ground. I can't stop being the shinobi of my village until I get revenge on one person, however, you are unlikely to be interested in this. We're not here for long, and we're unlikely to come back here again, aren't we the best listeners to express everything that's on your mind? The guy asked and propped his head on his hand. Maybe you're right, I really need to talk. Then listen, but I will ask you not to tell anyone about this. There used to be one guy in my team who was hated by the whole village, recently I found out why, but these are the secrets of the village, I think you understand that I cannot tell them. Yes, of course, continue. Great. I think you heard about the death of the third, and given that you were at his grave yesterday, you should know the cause of his death. My teammate killed the third Hokage by conspiring with the fourth Kazekage. Unfortunately, my father was unable to stop and kill the traitor, and he fled to one of the three legendary Sannin. My friend and I, who was also on the team with me, decided to take revenge on him for the death of the third. That's just, recently, we crossed paths with him, 3 years later, since the death of the third Sama. He took Hiruzen-sama from the village, and my love from me. At this meeting he brutally killed my teammate, whom I loved. Sasuke said and clenched his fists. And I was so weak that I could not save her, now I have to take revenge on him, so that I don't get up. I see, I hope that you can get revenge on him, but I do not advise you to completely succumb to feelings of revenge and hatred. This is not the right path that will ruin you. The girl said and smiled. Thanks for listening to my story, it really helped me. Come on, it wasn't hard. Listen to Hina's words, she's right. The path of revenge is not a choice. Yeah, then which way am I going? Am I not making the mistake of going down the path of revenge? After all, I just told him that this is not an option. Naruto thought. Remember, he heard in his head and the guy immediately remembered his goal, who he was and why he was here. Thanks, mentally thanking Kurama, Naruto licked his lips. Do you want to spar, Sasuke? But only in taijutsu, I'm bad with ninjutsu, and even more so, I'm sure that I will definitely lose to the son of the head of the Uchiha clan. Naruto said and smiled as he stood up. Okay, let's try, Tiamat. The Uchiha said as he got up from the ground and activated his dojutsu, showing that he was serious. Let's see what he's capable of. Come on, Sasuke. Naruto said, and the brunette, as if on cue, took off and ran to his opponent. Haku just watched as both guys successfully blocked each other's punches, dodging. Naruto dodged and blocked due to his quick reflexes and training with Orochimaru. Sasuke, on the other hand, evaded only thanks to his Sharingan. Thank God I have a Sharingan, otherwise I'd be lying beaten up by now. Sasuke thought as he continued to dodge. Kick, dodge, then again a blow from the hand, moving to the right. A sweep, but Naruto managed to jump into the air and kicked the brunette in the face from his foot. Block. Naruto started to press again, attacking Sasuke from different sides. His movements were smooth and sharp at the same time, fast and accurate blows. Naruto dominated taijutsu. Blow block, another blow, but again a block from the Uchiha. Undercut, and the Uchiha does not have time to react, and a blow from the hand ends this fight. Although the Sharingan saw everything, the body simply did not have time to react. You fought well, what more could you expect from a clan chief's son? Naruto said and held out his hand to Sasuke, who was lying on top of him. Strong, I never thought that someone could defeat me. I'll have to ask Itachi to help me with taijutsu. Sasuke thought and took his hand. I wonder what will happen when he finds out who we are. Naruto thought and smiled at the thought. Sasuke, where have you been? Itachi asked excitedly and stepped out of the bushes. Itachi? Mom came into your room in the morning, and it's empty. Has it been here for a long time? Not quite, but they had a sparring with Tiamat. Sasuke said and smiled. Nice to meet you, my name is Itachi. The brunette smiled. Tiamat. Hina, it's also nice to meet someone like you, Itachi-san. I never thought I would be famous. The eldest son of the Hokage jokingly replied. That would have been inevitable, since your father is the Hokage. Naruto said and sat down under the tree again. You're probably right. Sasuke, your father called you for something. Itachi said, and Sasuke said goodbye to his new acquaintances and left. I wonder what this will all lead to. Naruto suddenly said and looked up at the sky. Wait and see. The girl responded and hugged the boy. Sasuke and Itachi quickly reached their home. Itachi went to his father's room, who had the day off today. Sasuke went to shower and then to the kitchen. Itachi, I have an important conversation for you. Sasuke will tell about this later, otherwise my plan may fail. Fugaku said as Itachi entered the room and closed the door behind him. The members of the Hyuga clan told me some very interesting news. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is here in Konoha. What? Naruto showed up here after what he did. He needs to be caught. That's right, the Hyugas are now figuring out what a Jinchuriki looks like. Itachi, you will have to tell Kakashi about this, he will help us. Okay, I'll give it to him now. Itachi said and walked towards the exit. I can't believe he's back here after everything he's done. I will catch him myself. Itachi thought as he quickly walked towards Kakashi's house. The brunette quickly reached the quarter where the Jonin lived. Kakashi, it's urgent, open it. Itachi said excitedly as he knocked on the door. I'm coming. Was heard behind the door. Kakashi opened the door and was slightly taken aback. It was the first time he had seen Itachi excited. Will I pass? Asked the brunette, and seeing a nod, went into the apartment. What did you want to talk about? Kakashi asked wearily and sat down on a chair. He returned to the village, for what is unknown. Hokage-sama wants you to help apprehend him. Itachi said and looked at his friend. Naruto in the village? Kakashi asked in shock and saw an affirmative nod. So what should I do? Believe Naruto or not? Damn, how difficult. Once again, I have to make a choice. Kakashi thought and remained silent for 5 minutes. I agree. At least if something goes wrong, I can help him. Kakashi thought and smiled. Very well, Hokage-sama said that we will act in about a week. Itachi smiled and disappeared into the Shunshin, leaving Kakashi alone. The week passed quickly. Naruto and Haku trained every day, all at the same training ground. Sometimes, Sasuke joined in their training, who had already managed to find out that Tiamat was Naruto. Sasuke was waiting for his revenge. For him, this week dragged on for long days. He trained every day and was at Sakura's grave. Today everything will be decided. Today the lives of many people will change. It remains only to wait. Naruto and Haku, as usual, came to an old and long-abandoned training ground. Since the morning, the blonde was haunted by a strange feeling. Feeling of impending danger and trouble. I do not like it. Naruto thought as they arrived at the training ground. I have a strange premonition. The girl suddenly said, to which Naruto only nodded. I'll be careful. The guy promised and sat down on the grass. Tiamat, Hina, hello. Sasuke greeted and stepped out of the bushes. There was a strange smirk on his face. Something is wrong, but what? Really? Just as Naruto thought about it, there were about 50 Root ANBU members around them. This is bad, bad motherfucking. Exo, thought Naruto, whose thoughts were similar to those of Haku. What does it mean? Escort to the Hokage? Naruto jokingly replied. Tiamat and Hina, or rather Naruto Uzumaki and Haku Yuki. Time to pay Naruto's bills. I thought so. Haku, be careful. Naruto said and unsealed both katanas. A katana with a red blade fell into the blonde's right hand, and with a white one, into his left. Shall we dance? Naruto asked and rushed at the ANBU, which were not standing by a pillar. Drawing their weapons, they headed straight for the guy. Sweep. The head of one of the ANBU fell off his shoulders and slammed to the ground with a vile sound. The katana glowed bright red. Sweep. Another ANBU fell with its throat slit, blood staining Naruto's face and clothes. Another Uchiha ran at the guy, who activated his dojutsu, thinking that it would help him. Although he was able to dodge a couple of attacks, when Naruto slipped behind him and cut the tendons in his legs, he fell. And the next movement of the katana cut off his head. Kato, a large fireball. Shouted from behind. A large ball of fire, which took the form of a ball, was heading towards Naruto, who simply did not have time to dodge. Hayaton, ice wall. A girl's voice was heard, and behind Naruto a wall appeared that took the blow of the fire technique. Thank you. Hayaton, dance of death. Naruto said, and a huge number of ice needles appeared near him, which at the same time rushed at the ANBU fighters. More than half did not have time to rebound, because the speed of the technique was too high. The clearing was littered with corpses, mostly those who couldn't awaken the Sharingan died. Hayaton, bloody skies falling, dual technique. Hayaton, icy land rise, single technique. The members of the Yuki clan spoke again in unison. Ice dragons began to form in the sky, red in color, because Naruto used Kurama's chakra for this technique, which immediately rushed at their enemies. From the ground, now and then, ice peaks appeared. The strength of the technique was transcendent, but it was not possible to maintain such a powerful technique for a long time. Already after 10 minutes, ice peaks stopped appearing from the ground, and after another 10 seconds, dragons stopped falling. But that was enough for Itachi to show up. As the dust settled, Naruto and Haku saw a red ghostly warrior towering over the battlefield. Susanoo means. Naruto thought. He saved almost all the people from the ANBU. Will we be able to teleport to another place with a callback? The girl asked and looked at the boy. Don't even think about it, I prepared well for our battle. There is a barrier around Konoha that will prevent the use of spacetime techniques. Prepare for death. Damn, this is bad, said the blonde, biting his lip. Kato, Phoenix Flowers, Sasuke said, and a fire technique flew at Naruto. Hayaten, Ice Barrier. The wall blocked the fire technique and disappeared in a cloud of steam. Die. Sasuke spoke over Naruto's ear, raising his wakizashi over his head. Ninpo, Snake Hands. Only thanks to his reaction and speed, he was able to dodge and neutralize the enemy. The snakes tightly squeezed Sasuke, not allowing him to even move. Sasuke. Itachi was already moving towards his younger brother. A loud scream rang out throughout the range. The snakes squeezed the guy so hard that they broke his left arm. You seem to have forgotten who I currently have in captivity, Itachi, Naruto said and pointed to Sasuke. Let him go, Naruto, said Kakashi, who appeared next to Itachi. In his eyes, there was doubt and confusion, which was not hidden from Naruto's attentive gaze. Well, no, your plan was good, but apparently not enough, Naruto said and walked over to Haku. Are we leaving? The girl asked and looked at the blonde, who just nodded. But before Naruto could take a step, all the snakes that held back the brunette were cut with a katana. Fugaku, having caught his son, retreated to the main forces. Damn, you're still in here, Naruto said wearily. It's time to die, traitor, Fugaku said and ran it through the katana, the lightning chakra. We'll see, Hokage-sama. No one to interfere, he is too dangerous, you cannot handle him, Fugaku commanded and rushed towards Naruto. The guy managed to draw the ice chakra through his katanas and took the Hokage's blow. The air currents stirred from the impact and dispersed in different directions. Hit block, hit again. But steel meets another steel. They were certainly skilled in this matter, on the same level. Realizing this, they both jumped away from each other and, in a jump, began to fold the seals. Kato, a large fireball. Hayaten, ice harpoon, Naruto said as he dodged the fireball. From the blonde's technique, the Hokage easily dodged, yet he had much more experience, as well as strength. Damn, if this continues, I will definitely lose. This cannot be allowed, I have to kill him, I can do it. Behind his thoughts, the blonde didn't notice how the fiery dragon was already flying at him. Hayaten, ice wall, heard the guy from somewhere on the side. Haku, flashed through the blonde's head. Ninpo, 10,000 snake formation. A huge number of snakes appeared from Naruto, which instantly rushed towards Fugaku. Susanoo. Out of the corner of his ear, Naruto heard and saw Susanoo rise above the battlefield again, but of a different color. Blue. Kato, a large fireball. Naruto heard it again from somewhere on the side. It was Sasuke's voice. Turning his head towards the voice, Naruto saw Haku fighting against Sasuke and another Uchiha, but Naruto couldn't figure out who it was. Only the guy wanted to rush to help the girl, as he was almost cut by a chakra katana. Exo, they separated us, I can't help her. Haku, I believe in you, Naruto thought as he dodged another technique. Hayaten, ice spikes, Naruto said, and inside Susanoo, spikes appeared that almost pierced Fugaku, but he managed to dodge, receiving only a lacerated wound on his side. Raikiri. Naruto heard and automatically turned his head, seeing what broke him completely. Fugaku also looked there and smiled, he was jubilant, because he had already won. Sasuke's right hand went right through the girl's chest. The technique ground the internal organs of the girl to dust, the wound was fatal. From the corners of his lips, blood began to flow, his eyes became hazy. There was joy on the Uchiha's face, he was glad that he had killed a person dear to Naruto. "Forgive me, Na.Ru." the girl whispered with her lips. Naruto dropped to his knees and looked at Haku. Sasuke took out his hand and kicked the girl, causing her to fall to the ground, turning her red. Haku was the last one to crawl towards Naruto, who also went to meet her. Nobody interfered with them, because they did not see the point in this. Fugaku already thought he had won. "Please, make these bitches suffer. And remember, I love you." Breaking the kiss, the girl said, and her eyes became glassy. "He killed her, killed, she is dead, dead." Naruto's eyes began to roll back, he began to go crazy. I couldn't. And now she's dead. Dead. RTVA. That's what you need, Naruto, feel the full, what I do. Sasuke said and kicked the girl's corpse. "I kill you all." A maniac smile appeared on Naruto's face, and his eyes became insane. Sweep. The brunette's arm was cut off. A loud scream reverberated through the range again. It was Sasuke who was holding on to the place where the hand used to be. Now she is gone. Sweep. The ANBU fighter who decided to immobilize the blonde while he was unable to fight fell dead, his throat cut. "Stop him!" Fugaku shouted, and all the fighters rushed at the blonde. "Hayaten, fall of the bloody Niflheim," Naruto said with a smile on his face. Everyone within 20 meters fell down dead. Only Sasuke, who lost consciousness, Itachi, Kakashi and Fugaku himself remained in the clearing. "This bitch was killed and we will kill him. Itachi will help me," Fugaku said as he drew his katana again. "Killed. Haku, after all, she is dead," Naruto repeated over and over again like a mantra. A little more and he will lose his mind. Realizing this, Fugaku did nothing. "Dead. Haku. I couldn't protect her, she dead," Naruto said, looking at the corpse of the girl. The katanas fell from his hands, and tears flowed from his eyes, and an insane grin began to appear on his face. Hit. For Naruto there was complete darkness, he lost consciousness. "Shisui, what are you doing here?" Fugaku asked, who was genuinely surprised that Shisui appeared here. "I am saving my friend, as it turned out, the only one," Shisui said and picked Naruto up in his arms. "What makes you think we'll let you do it?" Itachi asked, but no one moved. Everyone knew perfectly well the strength of the person standing in front of them. "I found out the truth, Fugaku." After these words, the Hokage became more serious and looked at the Uchiha. "I'm leaving the village, and I'm taking him with me, but don't even think that we won't be back. Be afraid, every rustle, every flickering shadow, because it could be us," Shisui said and took Haku's body and disappeared into the Shunshin. "Damn, we missed him again. Urgently call the doctors here, we have a lot of wounded here." Fugaku spoke quickly and walked over to Itachi, who was leaning over Sasuke. "He is bleeding heavily, if he is not stopped, he will die. The Irenins are already on their way here, they will rescue him, you don't have to worry," Fugaku said and went to inspect the battlefield. All he could find there was the many corpses that littered the training ground. "I'm not asking you to understand, I'm not asking you to leave. Why should we lose each other? For the two of us there is a whole world. You are the angel of my winter, I am a child that I have not forgotten. But why am I again in the shackles of your darkness? From the eyes of your tears, I was seen again in a lie. I do not ask for anything, who will I become now? I'm alone, and my heart began to breathe stronger. I burn like a fire, you have become an ordinary scar. You finally woke up, though not quite, but already something." Came a voice that only made the pain in his head worse. Naruto grabbed his head and groaned softly. Kurama? The boy asked slightly uncomprehendingly as the pain subsided. But what am I doing in my subconscious? You've been unconscious for 2 weeks now, and according to my calculations, you'll lie down for a couple more days and finally come to your senses. What happened? Why did I come here? Haku is dead, and you used that technique again after seeing her die. The consequences for you were too serious. If you use the technique again, you will die. I just can't heal the wounds she leaves behind," said the fox and put his head on his paws. "So it wasn't a dream," Naruto said in horror and fell to his knees. "I couldn't protect her. I don't think she's mad at you for that. I don't think she's mad at all now. What happened to me? I only remember how Haku died, and what happened next is gone." "That's right, you started to lose your mind. If it wasn't for your friend, you would have gone crazy." "What? Did someone save me? But who?" "As far as I understand, his name is Uchiha Sasuke, but I could be wrong. Now you are in one of the villages, which is not far from one of the snake's shelters." So Kakashi was still able to convey my words. "Wait, when did I have time to apply the technique?" The fox sighed noisily as he heard another question. "When Haku died, you started to lose your mind. When Sasuke kicked the girl's corpse, you cut off his hand with a wave of your katana. Then you just started slaughtering all the Uchiha who tried to stop you. When the Hokage ordered to stop you, you used this technique, adding my chakra to it, thereby making it stronger, only you suffered much more. I barely managed to heal your wounds and save you. Next time, think with your head before applying this or that technique." "Thank you," the blonde fox interrupted, looking at the sky with sadness in his eyes. The fox just snorted in displeasure. He didn't like being interrupted. All those who died while trying to capture the blonde were buried and declared heroes of their village that they were not afraid to give their lives for the future of Konoha. Sasuke was saved, but they could not return his hand. But Fugaku decided that Tsunade could come up with something, and therefore Itachi and Kakashi were sent to search for her. Itachi, on the other hand, took the betrayal of his best friend hard. He could not believe that Sasuke had betrayed the village and saved Naruto. Kakashi was glad that Uzumaki was saved, although he did not show it, and Fugaku was furious. Of course. What a headache, Naruto thought as he opened his eyes and fully recovered himself. "Look, you finally came to your senses. You were unconscious for a long time," said a familiar voice to the boy. "Sure, Sui. And who else?" The brunette smiled and handed over a glass of water. "Thank you," the boy replied as he wet his throat. "I know the truth, Kakashi told me, but is it the truth? Then why did you save me, being unsure of my words?" "I don't know, Naruto. So what Kakashi told me about Fugaku and the death of the third is true?" Sasuke asked and looked at the guy. "Unfortunately, yes, I swore that I would take revenge on him, but you yourself see what it all led to. I lost someone close to me again. You were too hasty. What did you forget in Konoha and what were you hoping for? Why won't you be found? We were just following Orochimaru's order. He needed Sasuke, or rather his Sharingan. Now I understand what you were doing in the village, but still what you hoped for, I cannot understand," Sasuke said and exhaled noisily. "We should go to Orochimaru. He probably already knows about our failure and the price for this very failure," Naruto said and got up with difficulty. "Can we wait until you recover?" "No, it's time to go home." "Okay, do you know where to go?" Sasuke asked, who realized he couldn't convince Naruto. "Yes." "Then let's go, let's not waste time." Naruto just nodded and left the room, followed by Sasuke. After a couple of days, Naruto and Sasuke were able to reach Orochimaru's lair. "Naruto, how are you?" asked the scientist, who had become very attached to him over the past 3 years, anxiously. "Orochimaru-sensei, I'm fine, but I know you don't have to say anything about this. Orochimaru-sensei, this is Uchiha Shisui, he saved me. Naruto said and pointed to the brunette, who was quietly standing aside. Thank you, Shisui-kun. The serpentine Sannin hissed and smiled. I take it you're staying with us because you have nowhere to go, right? You're right. Great, then you and Naruto will get stronger. I will take care of it. Orochimaru said as he disappeared through the doorway. Okay, let's go, I'll show you the hideout, it's quite big and confusing. The blonde said and beckoned Shisui to follow him. Orochimaru-sensei, have you been summoned? Naruto asked as he entered the Sannin's office. Yes, I would like to send you to Ryukido so that you can learn hermit mode. Your body is strong enough to use senjutsu, and in Ryuchi, they can also pull you up in taijutsu. I agree, when should I leave? The guy asked and looked at his teacher. As soon as you can. Then tell Shisui that I'll be right back. Naruto said as he bit his finger and used the callback technique as he appeared in Ryukido. 6 months later. In the center of one of the rooms in the northern hideout, a strange man appeared. White skin, snake pupils, purple pigmentation around the eyes, 2 strange white horns on the head, long wheat-colored hair tied in a low ponytail with 2 strands falling down the face, 3 stripes on the cheeks that look like a mustache. It definitely was him. And you got angry? Orochimaru said, who had already managed to examine the guy, who had noticeably grown and strengthened his body. Sensei, I'm back. Naruto said and smiled. It's good to see you, Naruto-kun. The guy was wearing a black cloak, on which 2 snakes were depicted. Naruto has mastered senjutsu to perfection, so much so that his hermit mode is permanent. As it turns out, Naruto can passively collect natural energy, just like the members of the Yugo clan. Naruto can turn hermit mode on or off at will. You came back in time, there is a task for you and Shisui. You need to deal with a few S-rank Nukanins. I think you have enough strength, but I trained the Uchiha well. Orochimaru said contentedly and headed out of the room. Naruto followed him. Shisui, long time no see. Naruto said when he saw his friend. Naruto, is that really you? Whom did you expect to see here? Naruto asked and smiled. I just don't. You will still have time to talk, there is work for you. It's time to test what you've become capable of. You don't mind, do you? No. Very well, you need to eliminate a group of 6 rank S Nukanins. I think you can handle it, they were last seen in the village south of here. Orochimaru said and the 2 guys disappeared into the Shunshin. Naruto and Shisui were heading south to the village where the criminals were last seen. Naruto, when we return, you will definitely tell me how your training went. Shisui said and jumped from one branch to another. Of course, I can't wait to test my new powers myself. I hope these Nukanins will be able to oppose us at least something. The blonde said with a smirk on his face. Stop. Shisui immediately stopped as he realized that Naruto had spotted the enemies. All 6, at 7 o'clock, not far from us and moving in our direction. We'll wait? Naruto asked and only saw a nod from Shisui. Kato, Great Fire Dragon. Futon, Impulse. A dragon flew out of the bushes, strengthened by the wind. Hayaton, Bloody Ice Wall. A wall appeared in front of the dragon that was completely made of ice. The techniques neutralized each other and disappeared. Wow, Ice Elementalist, you will be well paid. One of them said. Try to win first. Mine are the 3 on the right. Naruto said and katanas appeared in his hands with a pop. Fine. Shisui said and activated his dojutsu. Uchiha, this is our lucky day. One of the Nukanins said with a laugh. Naruto quickly moved towards his enemies. The one who spoke first also rushed at the blonde, drawing his sword. Nuke tried to hurt Naruto, but he didn't succeed. The guy just dodged the blow and struck his own. Naruto's katana cut the tendons on the Nukenin's right leg, causing him to fall to his knees. With the next blow, Naruto slit his throat. There are 2 more left. It's time to finish and help Sasuke if he hasn't done it yet. Naruto thought and began to fold the seals. Hayaten, feathers of blood ice. Naruto said, and 6 feathers flew out of his sleeve. They were moving at great speed and the Nukenins simply did not have time to dodge. The blonde's technique hit vital points. That's all. Naruto said as 2 corpses fell to the ground. The blonde turned and saw Sasuke sitting and watching his fight. Rather watched, because Naruto had already won. When did you? All questions fell away immediately when Naruto saw all 3 Nukenin fighting against each other and trying to kill. The Sharingan burned in their eyes. I hate illusions. Naruto said and raised his hand, from which 3 white snakes crawled out, which immediately headed towards the apostates. They are finished. This poison is the strongest in Ryuchi. They are dead. Naruto said and bent down, picking up the snakes. During the years that he spent in Ryuchi, he was able to make friends with all the snakes, even Manda favored the blonde. When Naruto mastered the hermit mode, he completely married with snakes, which Orochimaru naturally knew about. Let's go back, something tells me that this is not our last mission. Naruto said as he picked up the kites from the ground. Sasuke just nodded and watched Naruto's actions with interest. And I'm caught red-handed. Like a bird with broken wings. I would understand how to heal cracks in the heart. And everything else is secondary. The universe will meticulously take its toll. Like a cat's last life, and that's it. And I saw a red sunset through the window. I don't know, but maybe that's just a sign. Bypassing and Mars, and Pluto, and Saturn. Gaining altitude later. Milky Way through the nose. 2 stripes and a petal to the floor. And space is not so far away, at least a stone's throw away. But I ask only, do not disappear. Among the mass of celestial bodies. On the dance floor I sang those songs for other planets. And maybe you haven't been there for a long time. Orochimaru-sensei, we're back. Sasuke said when he saw Sannin. Oh, are you back already? Seeing 2 affirmative nods, he continued, excellent, because you will need to complete a very important task. I don't like this, Naruto thought. Me too, but I have no choice. I hope it's really something important. More in detail, sensei. According to my information, 2 of my comrades, namely Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya, are in Konoha. You will have to convey my message to them, it will be in this letter. Orochimaru held out a neat envelope. No one but you. I refuse. We agree. Sasuke said while Naruto just glared at him. Just don't go there again. Naruto flashed through his head and he immediately became sad. He perfectly remembered what had happened before. He never for a moment forgot the events of 6 months ago. I hope everything will be fine. Thank you, move out immediately. Hi, Orochimaru-sensei. The guys said and disappeared into the Shunshin. As you can see by now, Itachi and Kakashi did their job and were able to bring Tsunade back to Konoha. When Tsunade showed up in the village, Jiraiya hurried back to his native village. Senju was unable to restore Sasuke's arm. During these 6 months, Sasuke learned how to fold seals with one hand, acquired an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, exchanging eyes with Itachi. All these 6 months, both brothers trained, obviously, they became much stronger than they were. But will their level of strength be enough to protect their loved ones and friends? Naruto and Sasuke set off at dawn. The journey to Konoha was not close, about 5 days' journey. How do you think this mission will go? Sasuke asked and looked towards the frowning blonde. I don't know, Sasuke. My chakra has changed, thanks to the eternal hermit regime, but yours has remained the same. You can be easily detected, you will need to come up with something. You don't have to worry about this. In the ANBU I specialized in surveillance. I can hide my chakra so well that everyone, even the best censors, will think that I am an ordinary person. Okay, we need to come up with names and a reason for visiting the village. What do you think about this? As for the reason, everything is simple. You are my brother who wants to become a Konoha shinobi, and I am just an ordinary guy, without chakra. Shursui said and smiled and slightly accelerated. All this sounds very doubtful. I think they will not believe us. It is better to say that we are just travelers who have come to see the great hidden village. That will be much better. Okay, let it be your way. I already came up with names for us. Your name will be Hibi, and I will be Yasi. Okay, I don't mind. Naruto said and smiled. Great, we still have about 4 more days to go to Konoha, so don't waste your energy. But that's not true anymore. Naruto said and bit his thumb and began to fold the seals. Summoning technique. Naruto-sama, why did you call? A voice came from the smoke. Tsunayaki, help us get to Konoha. The smoke from the technique cleared and Shursui saw a huge snake that was black in color with 8 white horns on its head. Fine, said the snake, and the guys jumped on her head. Now we'll get to Konoha in no time. Naruto smiled as the snake began to move. What didn't you say before? They would have been there already. Shursui jokingly replied and sat on the snake. At this rate, we still have about a day to get to Konoha. Yeah, but while we're getting there, you can go about your business, for example, sleep, otherwise I didn't get enough sleep today. Shursui said and lay down on his back, closing his eyes. Shursui woke up because someone grabbed him by the collar and threw him somewhere. Quickly opening his eyes, the brunette realized that he had thrown it to Naruto, and he was flying from a snake. What the heck? The guy yelled with all his might. We've arrived and don't yell, it's about an hour's journey to Konoha. Naruto said as he landed on the ground. But you couldn't wake up normally? No. Thank you Sunya, then we ourselves. Naruto smiled and the snake disappeared into the white smoke. Well, shall we go? Shursui asked and smiled. Of course, I'll just put on my cloak, otherwise it's somehow not very good without it. Naruto said and opened his cloak. It's time to go home. Kotetsu and Izumo, as usual, sat at the gate of the village. Many called them eternal guardians of the village. The 2 strangers were slowly approaching the gates of Konoha. They were dressed in a rather strange way. One was wearing a strange black cloak and a hood that hides his face, and the second was wearing black pants and a gray t-shirt. The next strange guests, Kotetsu said thoughtfully, with which Izumo only agreed. Name and purpose of arrival, one of the guards asked as the strangers approached. My name is Hibi and this is Yasi. We are travelers, arrived from a village that is not far from the border of the land of fire and the land of earth. Naruto said and looked from under the hood at those sitting. Of course, before entering the village, they changed their appearance with henge. Naruto was somewhat similar to Orochimaru, and Shursui was the first Hokage. I see, then come on in. Kotetsu exhaled in relief and smiled. Everything went well this time. Yeah. Sorry to mind my own business, but what went well? Naruto asked, and Izumo hesitated a bit and answered. Just recently, members of the Akatsuki organization visited our village, who were looking for the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails in order to capture him. However, they did not succeed. Hokage-sama was able to repulse the 2 unknowns and they retreated. After this incident, we are all wary of strange people. Akatsuki means. Naruto spoke in a low whisper. I am one of their targets. Apparently their information was outdated, because I have been an apostate of this village for 3.5 years. Why did they need the 9-tailed that sits inside me? It will be necessary to check with Orochimaru about this organization. Naruto asked himself a question and smiled at Kotetsu and Izumo on the left, went forward, and Shursui went after the blonde. Why do you think the Akatsuki hunted the Nine Tails? Naruto asked his companion, and thoughtfully, he stumbled over a stone. I don't know, but probably not to drink sake with him. Okay, we need to find a hotel where we can stay for the night, Naruto said and wandered somewhere in the center of the village. Do you even know where they are? Of course, because I have already been here as a traveler. I already forgot, Shursui said and followed Naruto, thinking over his words. So Akatsuki means, but what are they trying to achieve? Why do they need a nine-tailed one? Naruto asked and they finally got to their room. Don't know. However, do you think they only want the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, or are all the other Jinchuriki also in danger? I only remember one thing that Sensei casually mentioned about this organization. It consists of S-rank criminals, their leader is a certain Pain. In any case, he calls himself that, his real name is unknown. The organization currently has 9 other members. Akasuna no Sasori, a puppeteer from the village of Sand. Tsukuri Deidara, renegade of Stone. Matsurashi Haiden, priest of Jashin. Kakuzu, ability unknown. Hashigate Kisame, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, wielder of Samahata. Konan, abilities unknown. Zetsu, ability unknown, but known to specialize in espionage. And another member of the organization, whom no one knows by sight. Naruto said everything he remembered. There is not much information, but at least it is there. Here I agree with you. Of course, maybe they were looking for the Nine Tails just because it's the strongest bijou? Anything is possible, but something tells me that not only for the sake of it. Let's wait and see, shall we? You are right, Yasi. Naruto scoffed and laid down on his bed. Tomorrow is a busy day, I need to get some sleep, Naruto said and closed his eyes. You are right. The next day, Naruto and Shursui woke up quite early. The clock was around 7 o'clock in the morning. After a quiet breakfast, they went for a walk around the village, yet Shursui liked to walk around Konoha and in Orochimaru's lair he missed the village. Now the blonde and the brunette were walking along the main street, where there were at most a couple of people and those shinobi. In their thoughts, Naruto and Shursui themselves did not notice how they reached the Hokage residence. After looking at the residence for a bit, they had already turned around and were about to leave. But they heard a voice. I haven't seen you in the village before, who are you? Hokage-sama, we arrived last night. My name is Hibi, and this one is my brother Yasi. We're here for a while, Naruto said as he turned and bowed respectfully to the Hokage. Forgive me for being rude, it's just that in our time it's worth being both, Fugaku said and smiled. I hate it, flashed through Naruto's head. Support, all those Uchiha bastards, Kurama said and snorted in displeasure, remembering the events of the past days. And Shursui? He is an exception. The only normal Uchiha. Hokage-sama, we'll probably go further, we won't distract you from work, Shursui said, and seeing a nod from Fugaku, he pulled the blonde behind him. Goodbye, Hokage-sama, Naruto said as he followed his friend on his own. I suggest splitting up, Naruto said after they had walked for an hour together. I'm all for it, see you in the room. Along the way, you can find out information about the appearance of Akatsuki, Shursui said and smiled. Very well then, see you tonight, Naruto said and turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Shursui immediately went to the bar to find out more information. You never know, maybe Jiraiya and Tsunade are not in Konoha at all and they are on a mission. Naruto went for a walk around the village, he looked for familiar faces for himself, but he could not find anything. In the evening of the same day, Naruto returned to the room, where a slightly drunk Sasuke was already waiting for him. "Oh Naruto, you're already back. Learned what?" "Nothing at all," as if the village had never heard of Akatsuki at all. "And as for our Sannin, here, too, not everything is so simple. They are said to have been seen in the village about a week ago, but where they are now is unknown. How are you?" "Basically the same thing, only I learned a little more about Akatsuki. It turned out that in the village there was a mist renegade, Hashige Kisame. He was with an unknown person who had red hair. Who it could be is not clear. Nothing is heard about Jiraiya and Tsunade at all, even the Jonins do not know where they are. Or they pretend they don't know." Naruto said and sat down on the bed wearily. "The first day didn't go well." "Well, nothing, maybe tomorrow you'll be lucky." Sasuke said and also went to bed. "I hope I don't want to stay here too long." Naruto said and fell asleep. "Kurama, why am I in my subconscious, did something happen?" Naruto asked and looked at the fox. "No, nothing happened. I just want to give you something. We Biju have a so-called mental connection with each other, that is, we can mentally communicate with each other. The Three Tails, Sanbai, was captured by members of the Akatsuki. And this means only one thing, most likely their target is all Jinchuriki. Damn, what are they up to? I can't figure it out." "For what?" "I don't know Naruto, but I don't like it." Kurama said and pushed Naruto out of his subconscious. Waking up, the blonde immediately opened his eyes and assumed a sitting position. "Sasuke, I learned some very interesting information here," Naruto said as soon as he saw his friend. "What's happened?" "Most likely, all Jinchuriki are targets of Akatsuki, but I don't know for what." "Why do you think so?" "The Three Tails was captured, members of this organization, ahead of your question, Kurama told me this." "But for what?" Sasuke asked thoughtfully and looked up at the ceiling. "I don't know, but it's unlikely for something good. Something bad is coming. We need to find out more about this organization." Sasuke said and started getting dressed. "Then today we will do the same as yesterday, that is, we will split up." "Yes." Naruto headed towards the residence. He planned to overhear at least some information about the Sannin, you never know. Walking through the village, he met many former acquaintances and friends. Such as Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, who, along with Asuma, were in a hurry on a mission. Hinata, Kiba and Shino, who, on the contrary, returned from some kind of mission and were now just walking around the village, enjoying their free time. Naruto met Sasuke and Itachi, who apparently now worked together in the Umbu. The blonde saw that Sasuke was missing one arm and smiled. He should have had his head cut off, Naruto thought as he passed the Uchiha. "I asked you to stay, I asked you. I asked you, I asked you to die in my palms, in mine. Okay, don't die in my palms, on mine. I need grass, crumble right on my palms, let's smoke. I asked you to stay, I asked. I asked you, I asked." Should have taken his head off, Naruto thought as he walked past the Uchiha. "Sasuke, let's go for a walk around the village, there's nothing else to do anyway," Itachi suggested, to which the younger brother only agreed. "Where are we going?" Sasuke asked cheerfully. He is finally back to normal. I was already starting to worry, life is getting better. Itachi thought and smiled as he jabbed 2 fingers at his brother's forehead. Itachi and Sasuke went towards the residence to warn their father that they would be late today. As a result, both brothers walked until late at night, and when they returned home, Mikoto was already waiting for them with questions. "Well, where have you been all this time?" the woman asked and looked at her sons. "We were walking," Sasuke said cheerfully and smiled. "Didn't Dad tell you that we'll be late today?" "No, maybe I forgot. He worked hard, even forgot to have dinner, and when he got home, he immediately went to bed. Alright then, let's not make any noise and quietly go to sleep, Sasuke said and entered the house. Yeah. Due to the fact that members of a dangerous organization were able to calmly and freely enter the village and walk around it for some time, it led to bad thoughts. Fugaku was completely absorbed in his work. He strengthened the security of the village so that such cases would not happen again. Naruto walked around the village all day looking for familiar faces or information. During the whole day he was able to see a large number of people, but not the two Sanins they were looking for. A couple of times, he went to the bar and talked with already drunk shinobi, but they did not know anything that could somehow concern the Sannin. Well, how are you getting on? Shursui asked as Naruto entered the room. No, nothing again. It seems that no one knows anything about the Sanins. I have exactly the same. I don't even know what to do next. I hope we're not here for long, otherwise I'm already sick of Konoha. We'll try again tomorrow. Yeah. Naruto said and laid down on the bed. The next morning, Naruto, along with Shursui, went looking for them. Wandering in the village, looking at the faces of passers-by, he finally saw those who he needed. Finally I found you, Jiraiya, Naruto thought and headed towards the Sannin. Jiraiya-sama, we need to talk to you and Tsunade-sama. Tonight, on the head of the fourth Hokage, I ask you to come there together and not tell anyone about this meeting. Naruto said as he approached Jiraiya. Who are you? First, tell me your name, and then I'll think about it. Son of the fourth. Naruto said and disappeared into the Shunshin, leaving a shocked Jiraiya alone. He's a criminal, we need to urgently inform the Hokage that he is in the village, Jiraiya thought, but quickly abandoned the idea. The white-haired man hurriedly walked towards the place where Tsunade was supposed to be right now, namely the hospital. He decided that he would listen to the blonde, and then decide what to do. Tsunade, we need to be on top of the fourth one tonight. One person wants to talk to us. About what? Tsunade asked and turned towards the person who had entered her office. I don't know, but I'm thinking of something important. The white-haired man said and sat down on a chair. Who wants to talk to us? That's where the problem lies. The son of the fourth, an S-rank apostate, wants to talk to us. He killed Sensei, how dare he even ask us to meet? You need to tell the Hokage. With that, the woman started to leave, but Jiraiya grabbed her arm. Wait, let's listen to him first, I think he wants to tell us something important, for which he even returned to Konoha. Where any person is ready to kill him. To hell with it, okay, but after we talk to him, we will immediately inform the Hokage. I knew you would understand. The white-haired man smiled and headed towards the exit. I hope you have something important that will change my mind about you, Naruto, Jiraiya thought as he left the hospital. Naruto, after talking to Jiraiya, went looking for Shursui to tell him that he had found Jiraiya. Yasi, I found them. Naruto said as he found his friend and approached him. Great, where are they? Tonight on the head of the fourth. Naruto said and headed towards the Hokage mountain. I understand that you forgot to say the specific time. Yeah. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto said. Okay, then let's go, we'll wait for them there. When Naruto and Shursui arrived at the indicated location, they saw Jiraiya and Tsunade. I'm glad you two came along. Naruto said as he pulled the hood off his head. Why did you call us? Tsunade asked with disdain in her voice. And in general, her gaze was full of hatred towards Naruto. Orochimaru-sensei asked me to give you a letter. I don't know what's in it. Naruto said and took out a neat envelope. After the name of their former comrade was called out, they tensed even more. So you became Orochimaru's apprentice. Jiraiya said sadly and walked over to get the letter. I was thinking of taking you on as my apprentice. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sama, but you're a little late. Well, let's see what's in there. With that, Jiraiya opened the envelope and pulled out a letter. As he read, Jiraiya's face changed. First there was surprise, then confusion, and finally anger. "What's up, Jiraiya?" asked Tsunade, who saw her friend's face. "Read it for yourself, there is quite interesting information regarding the death of the third." "Now let's see what's there," Tsunade said, taking the letter in his hands. "Why didn't you say anything before?" Jiraiya asked as Tsunade finished reading and sank to the ground. "About what?" the blonde asked in disbelief. "Orochimaru wrote that Fugaku cast a genjutsu on the fourth Kazekage, thereby killing Hiruzen, and blamed you, which everyone believed." "Yes, I know, but still I do not understand what you want from me. You could tell everyone and you wouldn't have to become an apostate. Who would believe me? Who would believe a demon?" Seeing that his question made the Sannin think, he continued. "That's right, no one would believe me. Everyone would take it as an attempt to avoid punishment. The whole village hates me since childhood, and all because my father sealed the nine-tailed in me. Except he wanted me to be the hero that keeps Kurama at bay, but the villagers thought I was a demon and hated me. So answer me, who would believe my words?" "Calm down, Naruto, they probably didn't know how you lived before." "You are right," Naruto said and looked at the Sannin who were at a loss. "Jiraiya-sama, what was in that letter?" "There was a proposal to leave the village and join Orochimaru." "And your answer?" "Give us a day to think, and then we will tell you the answer." "Okay, then tomorrow here, at the same time," Naruto said and disappeared into the Shunshin along with Shisui. "What do you think, Tsuna-chan?" Jiraiya asked and turned to his girlfriend. "Honestly?" Seeing the nod, she continued. "I don't know, I think the letter is true, but why does Orochimaru want us to leave the village? Do you have any thoughts?" "I don't know why Orochimaru wants us to leave Konoha, but I'm leaving for sure. I'm not going to stay here, what about you?" "I don't know, honestly. I need to think, after all, this is Orochimaru, you never know what he will throw out. Bye then. Talk to you tomorrow," Jiraiya said and walked towards his house. "Yeah." Naruto and Shisui appeared on one of the rooftops not far from where the Sannin had spoken. "Do you think they will agree?" "I don't know, it's up to them to decide. We'll find out tomorrow," Naruto said and stretched. "Why do you think Orochimaru wants Jiraiya and Tsunade to leave the village?" "There could be many reasons for this," Naruto said and smiled. "Okay. Let's go," Shisui said, and Naruto just nodded in agreement. On the way back to the hotel they were staying at, they stopped by Ichiraku Ramen for a bite to eat, where they saw Sasuke, Sai, Ino, and Shikamaru talking excitedly about something. Two strangers immediately riveted their attention. "I haven't seen them in the village before," Ino whispered and looked at Shisui appraisingly. Naruto was wearing a long cloak with snakes, the hood of which hid his face. "Me too, but we are one of the great hidden villages. In the end, different people can stop at our place. Don't focus on them," Sasuke said and took his eyes off them, so did everyone except Shikamaru, who continued to carefully look at the unknown. Naruto felt a scrutiny on him, so he turned around. "Naruto?" flashed through Nara's head when he saw a very familiar face that smiled warmly at him. "Hey, Yasi, what are you going to eat?" Naruto asked as he sat down on one of the chairs. "It's the same for me as you, I don't understand ramen at all. 2 large portions of noodles, please," Naruto said and waited for their portions to be brought to them. While they waited, the blonde looked at his old acquaintances and comrades. "And Ino got prettier, and Sasuke will certainly look better without a head at all, but without a hand it's fine," Naruto thought and smiled, because they had just brought 2 large portions of ramen. "Bon appetit." Naruto said and began to absorb the food of the gods. Sasuke did not share the joy of his friend, and therefore calmly began to eat ramen. You were right, it's really delicious. I told you, Naruto said and smiled. After they finished eating the ramen, they paid and left for the hotel. Sasuke, Sai, Ino and Shikamaru also decided to go home, but the genius from the Nara clan decided to follow two unknown people in order to verify the identity of these two. Is it Naruto? But then why did he come back? You need to make sure he is or not, and then ask anything. Shika thought as he quietly followed Naruto and Sasuke. Come out, Shikamaru, we've noticed you for a long time, said the man in the hood. And how long? Nara asked and went out into the clearing, preparing for battle. Almost from the very beginning. Why did you follow us? Who are you? Shika asked in the forehead. I have many names, but which one did you guess? The guy asked with a smile and pulled his hands to the hood. Naruto? Bingo, I'll just ask you to keep quiet about this, otherwise. Naruto said and removed his hood. Shikamaru's eyes showed a young tall guy with long hair that reached his waist, which were collected at the very bottom. On the head are two processes that resemble horns, a snake's pupil, all the same stripes on the cheeks, symbolizing a mustache. Otherwise? Shika asked with a shadow of fear. Otherwise you'll either have to die or leave Konoha with us. Recently, I had an idea, but it is quite difficult to implement it. Naruto whispered into Nara's ear, causing him to flinch. But don't be afraid, because I have confidence in you and that you will not tell anyone that we have returned. What's an idea? Asked the revived Nara. I can't tell you about it, not now, maybe later. Naruto said and sat down under a tree. Well, ask. What to ask? Jesus, sometimes you are so dumb, Shika. Ask your questions, because you followed me for this. Oh right, I'm sorry. I would like to know why you left the village and about the death of the third. In terms of? Didn't Fugaku tell you that I conspired with the fourth Kazekage, Sabaka no Raza, to kill the third one? And then he escaped with the help of the snake Sanin Orochimaru. The blonde asked in bewilderment and looked inquiringly at the brunette. You don't understand, I want to know the truth. I don't believe you killed the third one, there was something not clean here. We discussed this many times with my father, but we could not come to a consensus about this situation and I want to know the truth. Well, then I'll tell you, listen carefully, because it will change your idea of the village. You may not believe me, but I would not have believed myself if I had not seen everything with my own eyes. Don't talk. Yes, sorry, Raza really killed Hiruzen, only he was under control. Before falling dead, a Sharingan with the same pattern as Fugaku appeared in the eyes of the Kazekage for a few seconds. The head of the Uchiha clan himself appeared along with his fighters and intended to grab me in order to reseal the Kyubi, but as you already know, he didn't succeed. I was rescued by a village renegade, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. It was he who helped me and began to teach me. Thanks to him I became stronger, but not enough, because I could not protect people close to me. As for Fugaku, before the story of Hiruzen's murder happened, he often argued with Sarutobi and said that I was a weapon and I should be given to them in order to control the fox inside me, but the old man was always against it, for which he paid. This is my story. Story, which is different from yours, but is true. So will you believe my story, Shikamaru Nara? Deathly silence descended on the clearing, even the rustle of grass and leaves was not heard, the breath of the wind was not even felt. Nara was completely immersed in his thoughts, he compared the facts and Naruto's story. Now I understand. You know, Naruto, it's hard to believe in your story if you don't know certain facts. I am absolutely sure that your story is real and not fiction. You couldn't betray and kill a third. Moreover, my father also mentioned more than once that at meetings Fugaku advocated taking the Jinchuriki to the root in order to better control the fox. The whole puzzle is coming together, which means, you are not guilty. Shikamaru said and smiled to himself as he finally learned the truth he had longed to know. I'll just ask you one thing. Naruto said. About what? Do not tell anyone, under any circumstances, that you know the truth, much less tell it to anyone. The only exception is your father, whom I have no doubt about. But why? Don't you want to go back to the village? Shikamaru asked and stared at Naruto. Ahahaha, laughed the second stranger, who had been silent before. Yeah, he's just like Jiraiya and Tsunade. Naruto replied with a smile. What are you talking about? Today I already explained to Tsunade and Jiraiya why I can't tell everyone, or rather why I don't want to tell everyone the truth. Why? You don't know how Naruto lived all this time, few people knew at all. Shisui said and sadly looked at the smiling Naruto. I am the demon of Konohagakure no Sato. I have been hated by all shinobi and villagers since childhood, and all because I have the Kyubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed fox demon, sealed inside me. People have always seen in me just another incarnation of him, but not an ordinary person. So here's a question for you to fill: who will they believe, me, the hated demon of Konoha, or the head of the Uchiha clan and now the fifth Hokage? Naruto said with a sad look. Now I understand. I would like to, really. But I can't, no one will accept me in the village, I'll be superfluous here. That is why I will not come back here and will not tell the truth to anyone else. I will ask you to keep it a secret. Shikamaru interrupted Naruto. Okay, you're right, sometimes I'm so dumb. Shika said with a grin, which made both guys laugh. Hey Naru, what are we going to do after we get back to Orochimaru? Shisui asked. Who are you? I keep forgetting to ask you. Nara said and looked at Shisui. Ah, this is Shisui Uchiha, the one who saved me about half a year ago. Then, when I lost my love, he helped me escape and not lose the most important thing, myself. Naruto answered for his friend and looked up at the sky. Haku, I miss you. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Naruto thought, sadness showing on his face. As for your question, Shisui, we will search and obtain any information about Akatsuki. They are a danger, though the great hidden villages still haven't figured it out. Naruto said and got serious. Why are they so dangerous? Shisui voiced the thoughts of both brunettes. They are collecting tailed beasts, and most likely in order to revive the ten-tailed. Why am I guessing this? Seeing two nods, the blonde continued. Because the three-tailed was sealed in a strange statue called Geto Mazo. So that's why they're so dangerous? That's right, the ten-tails is too strong, it can't be controlled. He can destroy this world. That is why Akatsuki must be stopped, otherwise it will be too late. I see now, I think Orochimaru would be interested to know. Naruto just nodded. It's time to go, tomorrow is a difficult day. The blonde said and got up from the ground. You're right, let's go. Shisui said and walked towards the village. It was nice to see you, Naru. I love you too, Shika. Naruto said as they parted ways. Well, all that's left is to go to bed and meet up with Tsunade and Jiraiya tomorrow, Naruto thought before falling asleep. Naruto, I'll go for a walk around the village, yet I haven't been here for a long time and it's not known when I'll be back. Shisui said when he saw Naruto finally open his eyes. Fine, but don't forget tonight at Hokage Mountain. Naruto said and closed his eyes again. Certainly. With these words, the brunette left the house and headed towards the main street. When Shisui slowly reached the main street, he saw Itachi and Sasuke there, who apparently also walked. Itachi, it's pretty boring without you. Shisui thought as he walked past the two Uchihas. Itachi, when do you think we're going on a mission? I'm already tired of sitting in the countryside. Sasuke said and looked at his brother. I don't know, Sasuke. When the Hokage has a task for us, then we will go on a mission. With those words, Itachi jabbed 2 fingers at his younger brother's forehead. It's boring here. We can go practice if you want. There's nothing else to do anyway, so let's go. Sasuke said, and they went with his brother to one of the abandoned training grounds. Shisui watched the 2 brothers carefully. And you haven't changed at all, my friend, Shisui flashed through his head, after which he again went where his eyes looked. The guy wandered aimlessly around Konoha, visiting different places, just to remember Konoha, because he would have to leave again for an indefinite time. Whoever he is, he will never stop loving this beautiful village. During his walk, Shisui did not notice that it was already evening, which means it was time for him to go to the Hokage mountain, where a meeting with the Sannin was scheduled. A long time here? Shisui asked when he saw Naruto sitting. No, I just got here. Then I'm not late, we'll wait for Tsunade and Jiraiya, and then we'll go home. The brunette said and sat down next to his friend. Were you waiting? Jiraiya asked as he approached the 2 guys. Jiraiya-sama, where's Tsunade-sama? Naruto asked and looked questioningly at the man. Tsunade should be coming soon, I hope so anyway. Jiraiya said wearily and sat down on the ground beside the 2 guys. Then, as soon as Tsunade-sama arrives, we will quickly leave Konoha, and there we will use my technique to move to Orochimaru's hideout. Have you learned Hiraishin? Jiraiya asked in shock and looked at the blonde. No. I didn't succeed because I don't have the element of lightning, which is necessary for this technique. I tried, but nothing worked. Then, what technique will we use to move to Orochi? Callback technique. I slightly modified it, taking Hiraishin as a basis, and now, where there is a special seal, I can move, but not more than 10 times a day. I see, you really are Minato's son. Jiraiya said with a smile. All we need to do is leave the territory of Konoha, and from there we can easily escape. Shisui said and stood up when he saw a silhouette approaching them. Urgent, run, the tail is behind me. Tsunade said as she ran to the guys. Naruto cursed and quickly got up and ran after Tsunade, as did the others. Why can't everything go smoothly? Naruto asked as several people in Umbu uniforms landed in front of them. Tsunade-sama, I didn't think that you would betray us, just like you, Jiraiya-sama. Said Fugaku, who was among those standing in front of the Nuke Nin. After we found out the truth, we are not going to stay here. But don't even think that we won't come back here again. Jiraiya said and got ready to fight. And what truth did you find out? Fugaku asked in bewilderment. You already forgot, didn't you? Naruto asked and removed his hood. After everyone saw the blonde, one of the ambushniks twitched slightly. You? Fugaku asked slightly worried and looked at the Sannin. Yes, Fugaku, I told them. They know everything. Hayaten, 2 ice barriers. Naruto said as 2 thick walls of ice, blood-colored, appeared in front of them. Let's run while Naruto buys us time. Remember, we only need to leave the territory of Konoha. Shisui shouted and ran first, followed by everyone else. Hayaten, ice peaks. A large number of spades appeared from behind Naruto. Kato, a large fireball. Naruto heard and quickly began to fold the seals. If I have time, I will make it much easier for us to escape, Naruto thought and finally folded the last seal. Hayaten, ice mirror. Naruto whispered and the fire technique went right inside. Ku, will you share the chakra? Of course, you don't even have to ask about it. Reflection. The blonde said still quietly, and from the mirror, a ball flew out, which was much larger than the original one. The fireball headed straight for the Hokage and the Umbu, hitting the ice along the way, thereby creating steam that obscures the view. Damn, if this continues, they'll leave. Fugaku said as he dodged the fireball. Just a little more, press on. Naruto said when he saw the gates of Konoha. It worked, Naruto thought as he bit his finger and began to fold the seals. When the last seal was closed, Fugaku and his Umbu appeared near them. All games are over. The Hokage proudly declared. I promised her that I would make you suffer, so don't think I won't come back. Naruto said and smiled. Grab him. Wait for me and shake with fear at the thought that I will return, Fugaku. Callback technique. Naruto said and disappeared with his friends from the clearing. Damn, missed them again. Fugaku said angrily. Naruto, Sasuke, Jiraiya and Tsunade appeared in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, of which there were many scattered around the world. Damn, but a little more and we would have been captured. Tsunade said and sighed. Come on, everyone is alive. Alright, let's go, we need to find another sensei. But I have no idea where to look for him. Sasuke said and sighed tiredly. Let's go, the snake will show the way to Orochimaru sensei. Naruto said and a white snake slipped out of his sleeve, which immediately crawled somewhere. That's how the call can still be used, I didn't know. Come on, Jiraiya-sama, you're much more experienced than me here, so don't. Naruto, what was the technique that we used to move here? Tsunade asked. Absolutely, you didn't hear my explanation. This technique is a combination of the usual callback, thanks to which you find yourself in the summoning world of animals and the Hiration technique. With a special seal I learned when I trained with snakes, I can teleport to where they are, but this technique has a limit of 10 times per day. Naruto said and pointed to one of these seals. It looked pretty good, 2 snakes intertwined and also the kanji for death. Interesting print. Jiraiya said and turned towards Naruto. Figured it out myself? Together with the snakes, they helped a lot in creating this technique. Said the blonde and opened the door to a spacious room. Here you are, sensei. Naruto said when he saw Sannin. Mission accomplished, you're on your own. Sasuke said cheerfully and waved to his sensei. And it's you haven't been around for a long time. Jiraiya, Tsunade, I'm glad you agreed to come. Then we ourselves, thanks to Naruto, Sasuke. Yeah. The guys answered in unison and left the room. Meanwhile in Akatsuki's lair. Plays dumb, forcing music, well, as in the original. Great, we finally sealed the 3 tails. 8 more bijus and our plan will come true. Said the stranger with red hair and strange eyes. Pain, who will be the next target? Asked another stranger, with long hair that was the color of wheat. And the bangs covered his left eye. Patience, Deidara, patience. What the hell is patience? Give us this task already, so I can make some fucking sacrifices for the glory of Jashin. Said the man with the strange 3-bladed scythe. Shut up, Haiden. Okay, I'll be quiet. Rooster. The last word, he spoke quietly, but everyone heard him anyway. Pain just rolled his eyes and sighed heavily. Haiden and Kakuzu, you are going to capture the 2 tails, according to Zetsu, it is in Kyumo territory. Ah no, then it will be possible to sacrifice someone to Jashin-sama. Moron, just try to kill the Jinchuriki and you will be sealed in this statue instead. Kakuzu said as he jumped off the statue's fingers and headed towards the exit. Wish us luck, we're going to give a cat with 2 tails. Haiden said before leaving. How did he get it already? Kisame said and everyone else just nodded. There's nothing to be done, his abilities are necessary for the organization. Pain said. What are our goals in general? Why do we collect bija? Asked an unknown person wearing a hood, which concealed the identity of the unknown person, but red hair was visible from under it. It is still too early to talk about it. The meeting is over, you can be free. said Pain and turned around, headed towards the exit. Damn Akatsuki, why can't you just tell me all their goals right away, thought the hooded stranger and went to his room. Don't you think it's worth telling them about our goals, Nagato? Asked an unknown person in an orange mask, who appeared out of nowhere. It's still early, you understand that yourself, Madara-sama. Pain said and walked past the masked guy. You're probably right, it's still early. But I know what needs to be done soon. I need to visit an old friend. Madara smiled stupidly, even though it was not visible under the mask. Naruto, after bringing Tsunade and Jiraiya to Sensei, went to his room to rest. After all, he was quite tired from the past day. It remains to collect information about Akatsuki, and then think about what to do, Naruto thought and closed his eyes, but he was not destined to fall asleep. The blonde heard a strange sound and opening his eyes, he saw a man in a strange mask appear from the funnel. Who are you? Naruto asked, who had already unsealed his blades and was ready to fight. Naruto, long time no see. How do you know my name? Naruto asked, gripping his blades tighter. Well, how did you forget me? The man in the strange orange mask asked faintly. I didn't remember. Ah, right, you didn't even have an hour when we first met. My name is Uchiha Madara, I came to talk. You went, said Naruto and passing through the blades of the chakra of ice, rushed to the enemy. Naruto swung the red-handled blade and slashed, but the blade just went through the enemy. What? Naruto, this man is dangerous, he attacked your father the day you were born. Your mother, what the hell? Naruto tried to hit again, but it also went through. Madara just laughed, but at the same moment he stopped and abruptly being near the blonde, grabbed his throat and squeezed. XO. It's getting dark in the eyes, damn, is this really how it will end? Not enough air, Naruto thought and tried to break free, but he couldn't. Vodka with lemonade. And your society tastes to me like vodka with lemonade. But I'd rather have a sip of poison or wine. And don't you want to drink? But if you don't want to, but once you've poured it, you have to, and it's bitter for everyone, then neither sugar, nor salt. And to fill something with something, yes. But not with yourself. But to fill and supplement. Things are essentially different. With those who want to fill. Maybe just fall asleep and die of boredom. Naruto found himself in his subconscious, where he saw an excited fox. Hey Ku, is something wrong? Are you a moron? Why is this? They will kill you now, and they will pull me out of you and seal me up. And what? Do you care about your life at all? No, but there's nothing to be done, I won't have enough strength to protect myself. Especially since I was already unconscious. Not yet, you can survive, but you will have to trust me. Kurama said and became serious. I am listening to you carefully. You need to break the seal and open the cage, and then I myself. Fine. Naruto shrugged, and in an instant he was near the piece of paper that symbolized the seal. The blonde jerked his hand and almost tore off the leaf, when suddenly someone grabbed his hand, and strange chains wrapped around his body. What? Naruto asked and flew down. Don't do this or you might die, said the girl with beautiful red hair. Your mother, but if I don't do this, then I'll definitely throw off my skates. Who are you anyway? Naruto started yelling and trying to get out of the chains. Kushina, Minato. What did you say, Kurama? Naruto froze in place and began to listen. These are your parents, Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. But how? Kyubi, what the hell? Quit trying to take over someone's body already. Just sit still, otherwise. Kushina said and her hair began to rise. Enough. Naruto said sternly and Kushina immediately calmed down and looked at her son. Why did you want to open the cage? Minato asked and looked at his son carefully. At the moment, the masked man who attacked you on my birthday is holding my throat and is going to kill me and then pull Kurama out. Kurama? Who else is this? Kushina asked and looked at Naruto. The nine-tailed fox demon, Kyubi no Yoko, call it what you will, but his real name is Kurama and he is my friend. What? Both parents asked in unison. They could not believe that someone could befriend a fox. Kurama is not as bad as you used to think. He has always helped me in difficult times. This is true? Kushina asked and turned to the cage. The fox just nodded. Now it is clear. Now I'll ask questions while I still have time. How did you get here? Are you dead? Before sealing the fox, I was able to put some of our chakra into you. We are just a projection from the chakra, not real people. First of all, I'd like to apologize to you, Naruto. After all, the life of a Jinchuriki is hell, and I doomed my own son to this very hell. I'm a terrible father. Never mind, it's only because of this that I have become stronger. Only through this, I can achieve my goal. Naruto said and got serious. What is your goal, son? I have to kill the fifth Hokage, namely Uchiha Fugaku. What? He killed the third old man and tried to extract the nine tails from me, thereby killing me. I knew it, all Uchihas are addicted to power and strength. Crap. Minato said. Now, it's time for me to do what I have in mind. I was glad to see you, but as I understand it, you will soon disappear, and it's too early for me to see you. Naruto said as he saw Minato and Kushina begin to slowly disappear. We love you, son. Kushina said and rushed to hug Naruto. She had almost disappeared, but the blonde man managed to hug her, and in a second he was already hugging the air. Tears flowed from his eyes. He saw those whom he had dreamed of seeing since childhood, those whom he missed the most. You have grown into a strong man. I'm proud of you, Naruto. Don't you dare die anytime soon. Minato said and disappeared completely. Naruto just nodded at his father's words. After wiping his tears with his sleeve, Naruto looked into the void and said. It's time to show him what I'm made of, right, Ku? Naruto quickly jumped up and removed the seal in one motion. The fox quickly opened the cage with its paw, which fell with a loud crash to the floor. Naruto, you need to hit my fist, said the fox, and folding a couple of seals, he extended his hand to his friend. Yeah. Naruto slammed his fist back and felt a rush of great strength. You've become my only friend, so don't you dare die, idiot. Kurama yelled and kicked the blonde out of his subconscious. Naruto opened his eyes and was still in the room he was in. As it turned out, only a couple of seconds had passed in the real world. In the next second, Naruto flashed a bright veil of chakra. The cover was a strange color, it was yellow-red and blue-blue, like fire and ice. What? Madara began to say as Naruto opened his eyes. In one pupil was Kurama's bright red eye, and in the other was a beige color, which meant that Naruto was in the cover of Kurama's chakra in both his own and hermit mode. It won't help you anyway. Sooner or later, I will come back for you and then you will lose, Madara said and became intangible again. I saved my life, that's enough, you know. And next time, you won't get away alive. Naruto said and saw that Madara began to disappear into the funnel. What was it? The blonde asked, and the cover immediately disappeared from him. Apparently your chakra and my chakras have formed such a cover. Your chakra has only one predisposition, which is already strange, namely ice. In fact, you must own the Suiton and Futon, thanks to which the element of ice, Hyaton, appears, but you cannot. That's why the chakra cover looks so strange. He looked pretty handsome, you know. Perhaps, but you're no match for him anyway. His technique, we don't know anything about it. Until you learn how to properly use this cloak, you will be at the same level of power. Naruto, what happened? Orochimaru asked, who immediately ran into the room, followed by the others. Now it is clear that the release of such an amount of chakra would not go unnoticed even by those who are not censors. With this, we attracted the attention of the Sannin and Shisui. You are truly a genius. Thanks, and without you knew, said Kurama. Naruto, what happened here? Shisui asked, inspecting the blades lying on the floor. I was attacked by a man who introduced himself as Uchiha Madara. His technique allowed him to be intangible. I could not do anything to him, and therefore I decided that it was worth attracting general attention with a surge of chakra. Naruto said and smiled. Now I understand, but how did he get into the lair? Jiraiya asked and looked around the room. You never know. He appeared and disappeared in some kind of spiral, probably a space-time technique, but it doesn't look like Hiraition's father. Naruto said as he sank into thought. Damn, what is this technique? Then it's worth strengthening the protection in the shelter. We don't need such visits. Orochimaru said as he walked towards the exit. Naruto, what are you going to do now? Shisui asked and looked at the guy. Train to get stronger. This unknown person worries me a lot. The fox said he was the one who attacked Konoha on my birthday and fought my father. Naruto said. Who could it be? Tsunade asked and looked at Naruto thoughtfully. I don't know, apparently he is also a member of the Akatsuki, because he needed Kurama and he promised that he would return in order to capture me and make his plan a reality. Akatsuki. Orochimaru-sensei, I need any information about the Akatsuki. They are a huge danger. Naruto shouted so that his teacher could hear him. Then let's go train, because I need to get stronger too, right? Shisui said and patted the boy on the shoulder. Let's go. Naruto said absently and stood up and went to the training ground. Hey Ku, what do you need to do to get the cloak back? You need to concentrate and take some of my chakra to activate. Now you need to keep the cover as long as possible. Thanks, Naruto said and started counting how long he could keep the cover the second time around. Naruto? Shisui asked as he approached his friend. After a couple of seconds, the cover came off. Exo, just a minute. Don't think that you can master it so easily. I think it will take you about a couple of weeks just to learn how to maintain a regimen, Kurama said. Naruto, what is this technique? It looks beautiful, and a strong chakra is felt. Shisui said, drawing attention to himself. And this is you, this is not a technique, this is Kurama's chakra mode and my own, well, Sonya's mod too. Naruto said and tried to enter the mode again, but he did not succeed. You'll have to wait about 30 minutes to use this mode again, Naruto thought again. So, the blonde man said, and Shisui just looked at him blankly. Meanwhile, two people wearing black cloaks with red clouds were walking somewhere in Kyumo territory. Well, where should we look for her? I'm already here to shy away, said a man with a strange scythe behind his back. Calm down, Haiden, otherwise you will attract too much attention to us, his partner said, his face half hidden by a mask. Kakuzu, well, tell me, why don't you shove here, but here you also have to look. What did you want? For the rakeage to stand at the border and hand it over to us personally? It would be. But this didn't happen, so close the mitten and go silently. You went. Haiden said and sped up a little. Like a child, he would have killed, but it's a pity that he is immortal, Kakuzu thought, and in the distance, where Haiden had gone, he saw an explosion. Well, I asked him. When Kakuzu ran out into the clearing where the explosions came from, he saw Haiden wielding a scythe and trying to hurt some girl. Well, it's all over for you now. Ahaha, the priest of Jashin burst into laughter after he hit the girl with his scythe. Haiden licked the blood from the blade and traced a strange symbol with the blood. Triangle inscribed in a circle. Finally, otherwise you scratched my whole fucking, Haiden said and took out a black pole that was pointed at the end. An insane smile froze on the fanatic's face, after which Haiden pierced his right leg. Yujito Ni at first looked at Haiden like he was a jerk, but when she felt pain in her right leg and dropped to one knee, she realized that everything was not clean here. "Huh, this is the end, but first I will play with you. Ha ha ha. Haiden, this is our target, we need to capture her alive," Kakuzu said and walked over to his partner. "Damn, the only good thing is that she's going to die anyway," Haiden said and pierced the other leg, enjoying the cries of pain that were heard from the girl. "Alright, time to get back," said Kakuzu, and at the same moment was near the girl, who began to enter the Biju mode, but unfortunately she did not have time, because the blow to the neck knocked her out. Finally, we get out of here," Haiden said and merrily walked forward. Kakuzu took the girl's body and also went after his partner. In the lair of Akatsuki. "Pain-sama, can Kisame and I go on a mission?" "No, as soon as Kakuzu and Haiden return, we will start sealing the two tails." "XO. How tired of sitting here already. I would like to take on some kind of mission," a strange man with red hair flashed through his head. "Deidara, Sasori, as soon as Haiden and Kakuzu return, we will start sealing, and then you will go after the one-tailed Suna." "Okay, we'll catch you an animal," said the blonde with bangs covering his eyes. "Now everyone can be free. Haiden and Kakuzu will return in a couple of days, they have already captured their target," said Pain, and everyone began to disperse. "Conan, I have a task for you." "Which?" the blue-haired girl asked and looked at her old friend. "Can you follow her? Do you also think she's up to something?" "Yes, that's why I'm giving you this task. Failure is unacceptable, go," Pain said, and the room was completely empty. A soft light lies on the ceiling. "And I don't know where your love is for me. I don't know where you are now, where are you? You closed the door behind you, don't close this door. I don't see devotion from now on, aha. This is not your fault." 3 weeks later. "Congratulations Naruto, you've finally been able to fully master this mode," Kurama said, and the blonde just smiled. This mode was not easy for the guy, he just spent a huge amount of time just to learn how to maintain it, and then the same amount to completely master it. In this mode, Naruto's reaction and speed increase, the strength of the technician grows somewhat, the sensory also increases, now the guy can be safely called a censor. Finally, now we can do Akatsuki as well. I heard that they already captured the one tail, is that true? Yes, Shikaku is already sealed. Then you need to find out who will be the next target, Naruto thought and went to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-sensei, may I?" Naruto asked after knocking on the door. "Yes, sure. Wanted something?" the Sannin asked as the blonde entered the room. "Yes, I would like to ask you for the information about Akatsuki that I asked you for." "Yes, I remember, but at the moment we only know that their next target is the Four Tails. Jiraiya is just busy finding out more information about them. This one is enough for me. Do you know where the four-tailed one is?" "Somewhere in Iwagakure, where exactly I don't know." "Thank you sensei, I'm going to land and by the way, where is Shursui?" "Went on a mission with Tsunade to investigate the ruins of Maelstrom Village." "Alright, see you soon sensei. Be careful," the Sannin said seriously, and Naruto just smiled slightly and left the room. "So, it's about a couple of days' journey to Willow, but just how will I find a four-tailed one there? We are tailed, we can feel each other and know the approximate location of each other. So hurry to the land of the earth. I'm so glad that you are sealed in me." At the words of the blonde, the fox only nodded. 2 days later, Naruto finally reached the border with Iwa. "Ku, are we far to go?" Naruto asked before stopping and going back into his mode just in case. "No, it's a couple of hours away. I can feel the chakra of 4 people, who do you think it is? It could be anyone from Iwa Shinobi to Akatsuki. Then let's go and check, Naruto said and completely concealed his presence as he headed towards the four unknowns. Kisame-sama, why did Konan and the leader come with us? Is the Four Tails really that strong? Don't worry, he's not that strong, they just have a slightly different task. And what is it? Pain and Konan stood in front of Kisame and his partner, while the swordsman himself jumped aside and took out a samahata. What are you doing? Terumi Mei, we know perfectly well that you are a double agent, we have had enough time to find out. Our organization does not like traitors. After the words of Pain, the wind threw off the hood from the girl. Naruto, who had already observed this situation and heard their conversation perfectly, saw a beautiful girl with red hair that was blowing in the wind. A slender girl with neat features appeared before the boy's gaze. Konan attacked Mei by throwing a huge amount of paper in her direction. Yotan, the breath of a volcano. Mei whispered and spat out a huge amount of lava that burned all the pieces of paper flying at her. Die. Kisame said, who took advantage of the moment, crept up to the girl and already swung his samahata. Mei did not have time to dodge and in principle was already ready for death. Kisame lowered his samahata and was ready to see his former partner die, but instead he saw two blades that blocked his blow. I don't know who you are, but I'm here to help you. Well, kill a couple of Akatsuki too. The blonde said and smiled. Exo, that fish is quite strong. Be careful, in his hands is one of the 7 swords of mist, samahata. When you touch it, it takes away your chakra. Thank you, the guy said, and entering the chakra mode, he grabbed the girl and broke the distance. Thanks, Mei replied slightly embarrassed as she stood on the ground again. I understand you are from Akatsuki, I heard your conversation. Do you know what techniques they have? Yes. The blue-haired girl has strange techniques based on paper, she's the perfect opponent for me because she can't reach me. Kisame, the one with the sword, Suten's master and one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, his sword is samahata, can drain chakra when touched. The last Pain, the leader of the organization, I don't know his abilities, he owns a dojutsu, namely the Rinnegan. That's all what I know. Then you will take the blue-haired one, and I will take the rest. Fine. The girl said and looked at the blonde who was already heading towards Kisame. I hope he can do it, Kisame is incredibly strong, the girl thought and also headed towards her opponent. Don't even think that this meager advantage will help you win. Konan said as Mei began to fold the seals. You haven't seen all of my techniques, so don't even dare to underestimate me. Mei said and folded the last seal. Naruto, meanwhile, had already reached Kisame and they began a kenjutsu battle in which both were equal. Baby, you're not bad, you fight me on equal terms. I'm flattered, but the victory will be mine. Naruto said jumping back sharply, began to fold the seals, sealing the katana before that. Hayaten, ice feathers. Naruto whispered and waved his hand, from the sleeve of which, a technique flew out. Suetun, water barrier. That's just Naruto's technique, it didn't care at all about the barrier from the water, the feathers reinforced by Kurama's chakra easily flew through the water wall. Kisame, who did not expect this, managed to dodge, but one of the feathers still pierced his right side. Strong. Suetun, water dragon. I never liked to use this technique, but apparently I will have to. Hayaten, ice storm dragon, Naruto said and 2 red dragons began to form near him. The 2 technicians clashed with each other, intending to win. Suetun, water shark projectile. Came to the blonde's ears and he saw a shark flying from the water at him. Hayaten, ice mirror. The shark hit right into Naruto's technique and disappeared into it. Reflection. The boy whispered and the technique, enhanced by Naruto's chakra, flew at Kisame, but he safely dodged it. Okay, you are a strong opponent, which means I will show you my strongest technique, watch carefully. After his words, he began to merge with Samahata, forming the likeness of a shark. Sueton, the dancing shark prison. Kisame said as a huge dome of water began to cover them and Naruto. Kisame had the advantage of being able to breathe in the dome while the blonde couldn't. Damn, what should I do? Naruto thought as the answer came by itself. I have to get out of this dome, but to do that, I need to somehow interrupt his connection with Samahata. Naruto opened his blades and headed straight for Kisame. The guy tried to hurt Kisame, but he did not succeed. Damn, I'll have to use this technique, he thought, and biting his finger, he began to fold the seals. Sueton, killer sharks. Naruto heard, but it was already too late, he had already finished folding the seals. At the same moment, a huge black snake appeared from the smoke, due to which the dome burst like a balloon. Once the dome was gone, Naruto called the snake away and landed on the ground, coughing up water from his lungs. Kisame himself had already become the same and held the Samahata in his hands, looking at the blonde. Hayaten, fall of bloody skies, Naruto said as he closed one seal. Damn, I can't. Kisame said as the ice dragon charged down on him. Shinra Tensei. Pain said and threw the ice dragon away, breaking it into pieces. What is this technique? One of the Rinnegan techniques, it's dangerous. I didn't expect anything else, Naruto thought and stepped into his cloak. Thank you Leader SA, but before Kisame could finish, his instinct screamed, purely instinctively, he dodged and in the same second, the edge of the blade swept over his head. Did he get faster? Pain asked himself a question and began to closely monitor the Uzumaki. I will win, you will not keep up with my speed, said Naruto and again began to press on Kisame, who simply could not keep up with such a speed. The mist swordsman tried to anticipate and block blows, which he sometimes succeeded in, but not always. After a couple of minutes, Naruto was already standing over Kisame lying on the ground. I'm glad that I died at the hands of such a strong opponent, it's time for me to rest too, Kisame said with the last of his strength and closed his eyes in anticipation of death. His whole body was in cuts, he could no longer resist and fight, he lost, but for some reason the realization of this thought made him smile, it was strange. Sorry, Naruto said and in one motion, took the life of one of the greatest swordsmen of the mist. So you want me to be your master now? Naruto asked as the Samahata rubbed against his leg. It's not up to me to decide, but for now, lie down here, said the blonde looked towards his next opponent, namely Pain. I spent so much chakra on the fight with Kisame. And now I have a stronger opponent against me, I don't even know what to do, Naruto thought and looked at the battle Mei and Konan, who so far could not even hurt each other. Konan all the time dodged, and Mei repelled any attacks of the blue-haired. Naruto reopened his katanas and ran towards Pain. Shinra Tensei, said the Akatsuki leader when the boy was dangerously close. So he can't really keep track of my speed either. Lucky, Naruto thought as he recovered from the impact on the tree. Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. You will be captured, said Pain, who was near Naruto and raised a strange black bayonet to strike. Ninpo, snake hands. A large number of snakes crawled out of the blonde's sleeve and securely chained Pain, who could not even move. Before he used the technique again, Naruto began to fold the seals. Hayaten, 10,000 Ice Serpent Formation. After the words of the blonde, there was a huge number of ice snakes behind him. Damn, I spent almost all of my accumulated senchakra on this technique, I hope it at least hits him or forces him to use that technique again. Naruto thought and jumped up at the same moment, because the horde of snakes had already moved towards their enemy. Shinra Tensei. Pain said and destroyed almost all the snakes, but he just couldn't find Naruto, who, as it turned out, was behind him. This is the end, Naruto whispered. Chibaku Tenshi. But before he could finish, Naruto cut off his head. It was more difficult than I thought, I was left completely without chakra. Naruto said, and breathing heavily, he sat down next to the redhead's corpse. Naruto, this is not a real body, just a puppet, the real pain is a kilometer away from us, said Kurama, who was a better sensor than Naruto. Now, first I will accumulate Sen chakra, and then we will go to him. Meanwhile, Konan noticed that Naruto had defeated pain, but she didn't know for sure if the blonde realized they were just puppets. Damn, I need to finish with you faster, die already. You will not get it. Futten, deadly cloud. Mei said as she approached Konan. What, it can't be. The girl said, and the next second she went into a terrible scream, which stopped after a couple of seconds. Mei won, but was badly injured, and therefore simply fell near Konan. I'll be back soon, I need to finish what I started. Naruto said, and leaving the clone with Mei, he rushed off in an unknown direction for her. Naruto quickly made his way to where Nagato is now. Now I understand why you need all these puppets. Nagato was only silent in response, he was preparing. Preparing for death, because everything is already clear. I will stop you no matter the cost. Naruto said and raised his blade to strike. You won't succeed and you will only die, like your loved ones. The blade that entered his throat did not let him finish, but Nagato still found strength in himself and croaked the last word. BL. Isk-I-E. We'll see about that, and I'll probably take your body for myself. Naruto said and took out his blade and reached for the body. Nagato, how much longer are you going to be here? Asked a masked stranger who emerged from the funnel. But I don't have enough strength for him, Naruto thought and began to make a plan for retreat. Damn, how did you manage to lose, and even to some jerk? Said the masker, who assessed the situation. Naruto used his shunshin and tried to hide, but Madara reappeared from the funnel in front of him. Damn, how can I escape? His technique is already starting to piss me off, Naruto thought and bit his lip. Surrender and that girl will survive, otherwise. No other way, I'll leave alive, just like her. And how? The masker asked in a bored tone and stared at the blonde. Naruto only created a clone that headed towards the girl, Obito did nothing because he knew that they could not hide, Kamui would help him move to any place. Hey, take my hand immediately and don't ask questions for now. The clone said as he ran towards the girl. Mei immediately extended her hand to the clone, who had already begun to seal the seals at the same time as the original. Great, well, see you again Madara, but next time I won't run away. Naruto said and closed the last seal before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Damn, he could outsmart me. But what is this technique anyway? Madara said aloud and looked thoughtfully at the puffs of dissipating smoke. But it makes sense to think about it, its time will come. Although the loss of Nagato hit my plans hard, I don't think that everything will change dramatically. I will capture you Uzumaki Naruto and do it myself. Madara said and took Nagato's body and disappeared into the funnel. Naruto and Mei appeared in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, to be precise, it was the southern hideout where Orochimaru and Naruto hadn't been for a long time. Hey, where are we? Mei asked and looked around, but all she saw was the unconscious body of the blonde, who had used up absolutely all the chakra. Terumi carefully shifted the guy, and put his head on her knees and gently began to stroke his hair, not touching his strange horns. Thank you for saving me, now I owe you. The girl said and smiled, although the blonde did not hear her. Meanwhile, Shursui and Tsunade returned to the hideout at the same time as Jiraiya. Oh, are you back too? Yeah, how are you doing? Did you find something interesting? Yes, which urgently needs to be reported to Orochimaru and Naruto. I'm afraid you won't be able to tell Naruto, at least not now, said Orochimaru, who went out to meet his friends and student. Where's Naruto? Asked the white-haired man and tensed. Naruto went to the four-tailed, or rather, he went to meet Akatsuki to prevent them. Damn, that's what I was afraid of. According to my information, Naruto fought against two members of Akatsuki, one of whom wields the Rinnegan, and the other, one of the seven swordsmen of the mist. What about him? I don't know, all I know is that he fought them, and the outcome is unknown. It remains only to wait. Jiraiya said and sighed. Crap. Jiraiya, you will need to collect even more information about Akatsuki and Naruto. Shisui will help you. Tsunade, you'll have to help me with some research, which I'll tell you about a little later. Alright, then we'll leave now. Let's go Shisui. We won't stand still either, let's go Tsuna. Orochimaru said as he walked deeper into the hideout. Are you finally awake? You were unconscious for a long time, 2 days must have passed. The girl said when she saw that the blonde opened his eyes. Who are you? Naruto asked when he opened his eyes and saw a girl with red hair and neat and beautiful features. I'd like to know too, but let's not talk about that, shall we? Why did you save me? Asked the girl, who was still stroking the guy's hair. I don't know, I didn't even think about it. And what's the point of asking why? You are alive, so enjoy it. Naruto said and looked her straight in the eyes. What is your name? Uzumaki Naruto, what about you? Terumi Mei, I am from the fog. I was on a mission to spy on Akatsuki, and when it was already necessary to return, they discovered me, then you already know yourself. Now I understand why they attacked you. I'm a Nukenin from a village hidden in the leaves. I've been charged with the murder of a third, even though I have nothing to do with it. Right now I have only one goal. Exactly, I think where I heard your name. And what is the purpose? Destruction of Akatsuki. They are too dangerous and cannot be ignored. Naruto said and smiled. I see. Wait, you said you weren't involved in the murder of the third one, so why are you branded as a murderer? The girl asked and looked at the boy. This is all Fugaku Uchiha, the fifth Hokage, who is actually responsible for the death of the third, but he did everything so that I was guilty, and he became Hokage. There is a complex story that you do not need to delve into. I have a question for you, can you answer it? Naruto asked and looked away from Mei. Well, depending on the question. Don't you want to come with me? Where? Now we are in one of my sensei's hideouts, Orochimaru. Join our little team. Naruto said with a slight chuckle. At the question. Mei even stopped stroking his hair, thinking about the question. So your teacher was the legendary Sannin himself, and what one? Who is already on your team? Asked the girl. Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui, who saved me once, and then left Konoha, going with me. Then answer my question, why did you decide to offer me this? The girl asked and looked at the guy, who only thought about the question. Honestly? I don't know, maybe because I need strong and reliable people, or maybe for another reason. For what? I don't know. Naruto said and smiled warmly. From his smile, Mei only blushed slightly and looked lovingly at Naruto. So what? The blonde asked hopefully and looked at Mei expectantly. I agree. The girl said and smiled, continued to stroke the guy's hair. Did he fall in love with someone again? Kurama thought to himself, who was keeping a close eye on this situation. That's great, then we should go to the main hideout. Okay, but only tomorrow, today we'll have a rest. The girl said. There are rooms here, let's go, I'll show you where you can rest and sleep normally. And thank you for watching over me while I was unconscious. Naruto said as he got to his feet and beckoned the girl to follow him. Mei followed the blonde without a word, looking around the hideout, which looked like some kind of labyrinth. Thanks, Mei said as Naruto showed her some of the hideout and his room. I'll come right now, I'll bring you something to eat, and then you'll go to bed. The guy said and left the room, and Mei began to change clothes. Why does he care so much about me? Although, why did I care so much about him? Naruto quickly returned back with some kind of plate that contained noodles. Sorry, I couldn't find anything else, we haven't lived here for a long time, there's nothing normal here. Naruto said and scratched the back of his head guiltily. It's okay, thank you. The girl smiled and began to eat. Bon appetit. Mei just nodded and smiled as she continued to eat. Naruto only admired the girl. It was quite obvious that he liked her, but whether he would go further, he did not know. Mei was a really beautiful and slender girl, with large breasts of the third size. Here's a snake for you, when you wake up and are ready to go, it will lead you to me. The guy said when Mei finally finished eating, and then left the room and headed towards the exit from the shelter. Okay, the girl said, even though the guy had already left. In her hands was a black snake with 2 horns on its head. Mei carefully placed a snake next to her, which she surprisingly was not even afraid of, went to bed. I wonder what the future holds for me. You were the first to say that we were not okay. You were the first to lie when we were not alright. This was my first love. She was the first to go. And when she left me for you, I was the last to know. Naruto went to the exit of the shelter and just sat there, waiting for the girl to wake up. What do you think of Mei? Naruto, are you again? I just asked for your opinion, Naruto muttered in annoyance, which interrupted the fox. A beautiful and sweet girl, in addition to being strong, and possessing 2 improved genomes at once. Do you think she can be trusted? I think so, Kurama said, after which Naruto involuntarily smiled. When Mei woke up, she saw the same black snake next to her. Naruto seems to have said that she will bring me to him as soon as I'm ready, the girl thought and got up from the bed. An hour later, Mei was ready and already followed the snake through the winding corridors, as if through a maze. How long have you been sleeping? Naruto said with a smile when he saw the girl approaching. Sorry. Don't, we have to go, we have already lost a huge amount of time here. I must have been searched. By the way, what about you? You were a spy in Akatsuki, weren't you missed in Kiri? Naruto asked and looked at the girl. It's unlikely, I'm probably already considered dead, because I was supposed to return back to the fog on the same day that I left the organization. Mei said and went forward, leaving the blonde behind. But after a while realizing that she didn't know where to go, she turned around and looked expectantly at the guy who hovered in the clouds. Hey, we're supposed to be going there, aren't we? Oh yes, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about it. Naruto said and got up and ran to the southwest where Orochimaru's hideout was. Hey, no, not as fast, I can't keep up, said the already heavily breathing girl, causing Naruto to stop. Then forgive me in advance, said the blonde, and activating his cover, was near the girl and picked her up, went on at high speed. Mei did not even have time to understand what had happened, but when it finally dawned on her, she only hugged the blonde and said, "Thank you." Naruto only slightly accelerated, reaching almost his maximum speed. After a couple of days of travel, they finally got to their new home. We finally got there, otherwise I was already pretty tired while we were walking here, Naruto said and gently pushed the girl to her feet. Thank you. Come on, you need to show the entire shelter, just keep in mind that it is larger than the previous one, and much more. Pulling the girl's hand, Naruto entered the house. It's cleaner and brighter here than in the past. I told you we haven't lived there for a long time. By the way, now we are heading to Orochimaru, you need to get acquainted. Naru smiled and looked at the girl, which showed that she was nervous. Orochimaru was sitting in his room just relaxing when he heard the knock. Who's there? The Sannin asked, even though he had already felt the chakra of Naruto and another person for a long time. Sensei, I'm back, the blonde said as he entered the room. Behind him came Mei, whom Naruto held by the hand. And who is with you? My name is Kurama Mei. Naruto? Orochi looked questioningly at Naruto and then at Mei. And this, well, I'll explain to you sensei a bit later. Naruto said and headed towards the exit, pulling the girl behind him. Orochimaru just smiled and began to wait for the blonde to return to him and tell him who it was with him and how it happened. Naruto wandered around the network of corridors for about an hour and showed everything to the girl, who was already completely confused. If for the first 20 minutes she memorized all the information that where and how to get there, now she does not remember how they got here. Actually, that's the whole shelter, it's big, so you're unlikely to remember everything in one day. If you need to go somewhere, and you don't remember the way, then here's a snake for you, which, if something happens, will lead to me, and there I will help you. Fine. Naruto went to Orochimaru, and Mei went towards the shower, the way to which, Naruto showed almost the first thing, for which the girl was grateful. The blonde quickly reached Orochi's room and knocked on the door and went inside. Orochimaru-sensei, I've returned from a mission. The mission was successful, 3 people from the Akatsuki organization are dead. Yeah, I've heard that from Jiraiya before. Orochi nodded and looked at his student expectantly. Her name is Kurama Mei, she is from Kiri, was a member of Akatsuki and thus spied on them, but she was discovered and tried to be killed. She is on our side, at least I hope so. Naruto said and looked at his teacher. Now I understand. Sensei, where are Shisui, Jiraiya, and Tsunade? Shisui went with Jiraiya to gather information about Akatsuki, while Tsunade went to the Land of Fire to meet her student, for what I don't know. Understood, is there any assignment for me? No, for now you can rest, but I think in about a week you will go to the country of the earth. For what? Jiraiya sent a letter yesterday that in a few days, the Akatsuki members will head towards Iwa to capture the 5 tails. Okay, then I'll go see Mei, you never know if my help is needed, and then I'll go to the training ground. Naruto got out and walked over to Mei to see if everything was okay. Hey Ku, wake up, now I'll go to Mei's, and then we'll go to train. Mei sat in her room and waited for her hair to dry after a shower. What to do? She thought, as she heard a knock on the door. Can? The blonde's voice came from behind the door. Are you Naru? Come in of course. Mei said and Naruto opened the door, saw a girl who was in only one towel. What are you planning to do today? Naruto asked and sat down next to the girl. Honestly, I don't know, I think I'll just lie down and think about my next steps. How did you live before joining the organization? I was the strongest jonin in my village and the 4th Mizukage wanted to appoint me as his successor, but it turned out that I went on a mission and disappeared for them. They probably think I'm dead now. The girl said sadly and looked at the guy, who only smiled warmly. So you could be the next Mizukage of the village? Can you be taken back to the fog, since you have such opportunities? Naruto asked and thought a little. But honestly, something in me doesn't want you to go anywhere at all. No, why should I, especially since I failed in my task? I'd rather stay with you rather. The girl said, blushing slightly. Or rather. With you, after all. Love him, her, they thought and looked at each other at the same time. Mei, I love you, Naruto said and looked straight into the girl's green eyes. I love you too, Naru. Mei slightly leaned her body forward and dug a kiss into the lips of the blonde, who immediately answered her in the same way. His hand immediately fell on the girl's waist and pulled the girl closer to the guy. Her hand was under his clothes and wandered along the back, moving to the chest. Naruto laid the girl down on the bed and hovered over her, his eyes sparkling with desire, just like hers. Konoha. Hokage-sama, Team 7 and Team 10 have arrived. Kakashi said and looked at the Hokage. Great, there is an important mission for you, I will probably even send team number 3 with you, along with Guy. What is the mission? Sasuke asked and looked at his father. There is information that in a week the Akatsuki will be in the land of the earth to capture the Five Tails. Since we are entering into an alliance with Iva and Kyumo, we will have to help them. According to my information, only 2 people will be sent there, but things can change, which is why I send so many people on a mission. Is everything clear to everyone? Yes, Hokage-sama, they all said in unison. Then free, Sasuke, you stay. After all but 2 of the Uchiha left the office, the Hokage spoke again. There is information about Naruto. Which? Sasuke tried to show indifference, but he failed, because hatred and contempt for this man were clearly audible in his voice, and notes of curiosity splashed in his eyes. Recently, he fought against 3 members of Akatsuki and barely got out of there alive. He tried to prevent Akatsuki from capturing the Four Tails. There may be a chance that he will appear in a week. Sasuke clenched his severed arm and looked up at the sky through the residence's window. I will definitely do everything in my power. After which, the brunette left his father's office and headed to the cemetery, where he had not been for a long time. Shikamaru, who was standing near the door and eavesdropping on the dialogue between the 2 Uchihas, barely had time to escape, otherwise Sasuke would have discovered him and there would have been unnecessary questions. So there is a chance that we will meet you. It's for the best. I have a lot of things to ask you, Shikamaru thought and quietly went home. In general, after that conversation with Naruto, he began to often follow Fugaku and eavesdrop on some of his conversations. For what? Yes, he himself did not know. Maybe he wanted to make sure that Fugaku would not throw anything else, or maybe something else. Nara himself was glad that they were given a new mission, and even what one. For a long time I have not gone beyond the country of fire, and I have never been in the country of the earth at all. Nara thought and went to his house. Akatsuki hideout. After Nagato, Konan and Kisame died, a new leader had to be chosen. So right there and think not, I will become just an AN leader. Haiden said, to which everyone just laughed. Hello Akatsuki, I think you don't know me, but all this time I was the real leader, and Pain was only conveying my words. This can confirm Zetsu. My name is Uchiha Madara. And what did you forget here? Asked Sasori, who was unhappy that some unknown person appeared out of nowhere and said that he was their mastermind. It's time for me to open up, because Pain was killed by this brat. Madara said and looked around at everyone. Should we take your word for it? Take off the mask, and if there really is an Uchiha's face, then we'll think about it. I support Haiden. First we need to make sure that you are Madara. Deidara said and looked at the masker. Well, okay, look. Madara said and took off his mask. Madara's face looked at everyone in whose eyes the Manjik Sharingan burned, only the Sharingan was not the same as Madara's, which was noticed by almost everyone present, which means they are trying to deceive. You know, Madara is quite a famous person in the shinobi world and not only in the shinobi world. And what does the drawing of his Manjikyu look like? Many people know, but you have a different drawing, so who are you? Kakuzu asked and got ready to fight. Damn, forgot to change that, I didn't think you'd be so observant. Obito said as his Sharingan began to spin wildly, casting a powerful illusion on all members of Akatsuki. May we be hidden forever in the shadows. All our dreams are forgotten. A moon blanket will cover us at night. Our night. Our castle stands in that dark forest. I can no longer live without you. My heart does not beat. It only waits for that day. No, I am not a beast and not a killer. I am the same just like you. Call me a bloodsucker. I myself am ready to kill my dreams. I don't dream. I don't dream. Oh Naruto, where have you been? We searched you. Shursui said and looked at his friend who thought a little about the question. I was in Mei's room, but why was I looking for that? What is Mei? The guy asked in bewilderment and looked questioningly at the blonde. My girlfriend who I recently saved from Akatsuki. What about Haku? You couldn't just forget about her, I just won't believe it. I didn't forget about her for a second, you yourself remember very well how the first couple of months I was killed by loss. But then, you abruptly stopped doing it and in general now you don't often remember Haku, or am I wrong? It's all thanks to Kurama, who shielded my feelings for Haku, of course with my consent. He then said that he could no longer see me in this form, and that there I already began to hate myself. Eyes forever wet and red from tears, even now it's not easy to remember. But do not even think that I forgot about her even for a second, I will definitely fulfill my promise to her, even at the cost of my life. Naruto said the last sentence in a threatening tone and a cold look passed over Sasuke. I understand, sorry for reminding you. The brunette said with a sigh, then smiled. Is she beautiful? Naruto just rolled his eyes and smiled slightly as well. So why were you looking for me? And you are talking about this, so I told you I wanted to, that I was going with you to the country of the earth. Well, we leave tomorrow at dawn and ahead of your question, we go together. Naruto said and looked off into the distance. Then until tomorrow, otherwise it's already late, and I didn't get enough sleep. Certainly. The next morning, Naruto and Sasuke left the hideout and headed towards Iwa. Damn, only after all returned home, and here again to leave. The brunette complained. Nothing, it won't be there for long, in any case, I hope not for long, I want to finish off these Akatsuki already. Why do you think they are so dangerous? In order to carry out their plan, they need to capture 4 more tailed beasts, which is too many. That's not much, you'll see, in a month they will have almost all tailed ones. We can't let it go by itself, otherwise it will lead to the worst consequences for us. I hope you're wrong. Me too. The blonde said with a smile and slightly accelerated. At such a pace, they quickly reached the country of the earth. Spent about a day and a half on it. Well, here we are in the country of the earth, where should we go next? Move to the west, after 30 kilometers you will come across a village, and from there to the south a couple of kilometers. How do you know that there is a village there? You don't need to know this now and remember that I am a good censor. We are to the west, there will be a village where you can stay overnight or eat, and from there it's not far. Okay, let's just stop for a while in the village, otherwise I'm hungry. I also wanted to suggest. Naruto and Sasuke quickly reached the village where they stopped for a while. Ramen, the best food I've ever had, but in my opinion, the best ramen in Konoha. The ramen is really delicious. Not just delicious, it's the food of the gods. Naruto said as he finished his next meal. When they had almost finished eating, more visitors entered the belt room. As it turned out, these were the guys from Konoha, who arrived here yesterday. When Naruto saw them, he immediately stumbled a hood, but Sasuke could not hide his identity in any way, so he just sat and tried not to look at those who came once again, because he would be easily recognized. Damn, why didn't you tell me anything? But in response he heard nothing and, worried, descended into the subconscious, where he saw a peacefully sleeping fox. Is it busy near you? Sasuke asked as he approached the 2 guys. And what? Asked Naruto, who had just come out of his subconscious. Can I sit next to you? Yes, of course, we're already leaving, let's go. Naruto said and took the brunette's hand and dragged him to the exit. Sasuke carefully peered into their faces, especially the brunette's face, which was painfully familiar to the Uchiha, but he could not remember. Your mother, I remember. Wait, Sasuke. Sasuke said as Naruto and the named one were already at the door. I'm sorry Sasuke, but we're not here to have a conversation with you. We have another task. Naruto stopped and smiled wickedly. Damn, it's Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, traitors to our village. Sasuke said and took out the katana resting on his belt and ran to Naruto and Sasuke. Amaterasu. From the right eye of Sasuke, a trickle of blood flowed, and a smile and triumph froze on his face. Amaterasu is a black fire that burns for 7 days and 7 nights, it cannot be extinguished, only sealed. This is my strongest technique. Sasuke thought and looked at Naruto, who was engulfed in flames. I thought it would be something serious, but you decided to set me on fire with a simple spark. Naruto said and immediately entered the chakra cover, and then simply threw the part of the chakra on which there was fire to the ground, thereby freeing himself from the fire. I'm disappointed in you, Sasuke. And also, be kind, tell your father that soon I will come in order to take revenge. Naruto said and disappeared into the Shunshin, leaving only a crust of ice on the floor. What does it mean to take revenge? What was he going to avenge? Sasuke thought, and then he calmed down and sat down on a chair. We won't pursue them? Kakashi asked, slightly surprised, and looked at his student. No, we now have another task, which is much more important than some apostate. We need to stop Akatsuki. My father, that is, the Hokage, has already gathered a meeting of the 5 Kage and will raise the issue regarding Akatsuki there. Sasuke said and ordered some food for himself. And you have matured, Sasuke. I'm glad that you are my student, thought Kakashi, and sat down next to his ward. At this time, 2 people were moving through the forest. They walked in absolute silence, which was of course surprising, because Haiden and Kakuzu were walking through the forest, all because of Genjutsu. They were already approaching the country of the earth to fulfill their mission, but they did not even expect what was waiting for them. Next to the duo of immortals, there was an unknown person in a mask, who cheerfully whistled some melody under his breath. In Konoha, Fugaku, taking Itachi and Rel, one of the strongest Uchiha, went to the land of the wind, to the meeting of the 5 Kage. He needed to discuss the problem in the face of Akatsuki, who threatened the world. Hokage-sama, why in the country of the wind? Suna has not been a member of any of the alliances recently, which means it can be called a neutral territory where no one will have an advantage in the event of hostilities. Fugaku said and looked up at the sky. Why are the skies on fire? Burn forever. In your eyes the wind. Why are the skies burning? Burn forever. In your eyes the wind. Why are the skies burning? Burn forever. Wind before your eyes. Why are the skies on fire? Burn forever. Wind before your eyes. Before your eyes, on yours, I should not be, should not. You invented, me yourself. Confusing, and words, confused. Mentally, without you, I don't want to stay. Why are the skies on fire? Why? Haiden, Kakuzu, the ones from Konoha are on you, but I'll take care of these 2. Obito said as Konoha shinobi and 2 strangers appeared in front of them. I didn't think you'd be here either. Naruto said and looked at the masker. It's even more fun, I'll take both the 9-tailed and the 5-tailed. You can't even hope, there are much more of us and we are much stronger than you. Shursui said, because he knew that he and the Konoha shinobi had a common goal, namely the elimination of Akatsuki members. Shursui is right, there are fewer of you and you are weaker, give up and we won't kill you. Kakashi said and lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan to the world. You don't change, Kakashi. Kakashi, those 2 of you, we'll deal with this ourselves. Naruto said and 2 blades appeared in his hands with a pop. Kakashi just nodded and looked at his team as he drew a kunai. Kakashi, we will take on the one with the scythe, his partner on you. Asuma said and took out his specific kunai, which he always wielded. Hey Nara, don't you dare die. Shikamaru called out to Naruto. You too. Shika replied and prepared for battle. Naruto immediately went on the attack, intending to quickly end this battle, but upon impact, the blades passed through the masked man, he became intangible and the blonde couldn't reach him. Okay, I think it's time to call on my most important trump card. You are no match for Uzumaki Naruto. Obito said and began to fold the seals, after which a coffin appeared from the ground. Edo Tensei technique? Naruto thought as he looked at the inscription on the coffin. Uchiha, Madara. Naruto read and immediately jumped away from the masked man. Scared? Obito scoffed and made another seal, after which the coffin lid flew off. Naruto and Sasuke saw Uchiha Madara. Obito, what the hell? Why did you call me? The shinobi god asked, ignoring the blonde and brunette. Madara-sama, they are greatly interfering with our plan, we have only captured 4-tailed ones. Obito said as he removed his mask. I see, I always have to do everything myself, Madara said and looked at the two guys who were watching everything carefully. Sasuke, you need to stop that masked man. He must cancel the Edo Tensei, then Madara will leave this world. I'll try to restrain the Uchiha until you can handle it. The brunette just nodded and looked questioningly at his friend. Yes, if necessary, use your trump card. Naruto said, who understood Sasuke without words. Just give up and I won't kill your friends. Madara said hopefully and looked at the Jinchuriki. I'm sorry, but I still have things to do in this world, so I'll have to stay late. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes. Hey Ku, I'm probably doing the dumbest thing in the world right now. But there's no other way, Naruto said and was ready to listen to the fox's angry tirade, but did not hear anything in response. I'm with you, Naruto. At these words, Naruto smiled and entered the chakra cover, connecting it with Sannin's mod. Shall we dance? Naruto asked and rushed at his enemy, attacking him with a cutting blow from the right. Madara unsealed his gunbai and scythe after jumping away from the blonde to avoid being hit. I agree. Looking at each other, they ran towards themselves, with a desire to kill. Obito also fought against Sasuke. They mostly used fire techniques, but sometimes converged in taijutsu. Katan, large fireball. Katan, explosive flame spiral. Obito echoed him. Exo, do I have to use it? Sasuke thought, sending another fireball at his opponent, which of course he passes through himself. Surrender, it makes no sense for us to fight and kill each other. We only need tailed ones and their carriers, that is, Jinchuriki. Obito said and looked arrogantly at Sasuke, who was thinking while biting his lip. Damn, this should work. I'm going to save the fucking world, Sasuke thought and activated his Manjikyu. Kakashi and Asuma and their teams were now dealing with the Akatsuki members. Haiden was immobilized and could not do anything, because the Nara kept him in a shadow grip. Kakuzu is securely tied with fishing line, thanks to the teamwork of Kakashi and Sasuke. Now they were both immersed in genjutsu so that they would not interfere. That's it, I put an illusion on them, they won't interfere anymore. Sasuke said and pleased with his work, he looked in the direction where the battle between Naruto and Madara took place. What the heck? Was all he could say when he saw the blonde's opponent. What is there? Asked Nara, who was seriously concerned about the fate of his friend. His opponent is Uchiha Madara himself. After Sasuke's words, everyone was horrified. There was only one question on everyone's lips that only Kakashi could get out of himself. How? Naruto, meanwhile, began to lose. After all, he lacked experience, because his opponent was Uchiha Madara himself. And you're holding on well, brat, but you can't win. A powerful kick from the leg sent Naruto flying, even the cover could not particularly protect the guy and from hitting a tree, he almost lost consciousness. How fucking painful. Kurama, it's time to try what you and I were trying to train, Naruto thought and stood up and headed towards the battle. Alright, I'll try to help in any way I can. I hope Shursui can handle it quickly, otherwise. Shursui once again sent out a fire technique that simply passed through Obito and after a few tens of meters dispersed into the air. Koto Amatsukami, Shursui whispered and looked the Sharingan activation directly into Obito's eyes, who, upon hearing the name of the technique, was immediately horrified, because he knew what it was capable of, but that was not for long. After a while he began to put together the Edo Tensei cancellation seals. It worked, I did it. Naruto, I hope you're still alive, Shursui thought and ran in the direction where the sounds of the battle were coming from. Naruto again arrived at the clearing, where Madara was already waiting for him, who immediately rushed at Naruto, but did not have time to run, as he was thrown away by a powerful flow of chakra. Kurama's avatar appeared in the clearing, the blonde himself standing in its forehead. "Oh, wow!" Madara said and summoned a Susanoo who was the same height as a fox. "Naruto, don't you dare lose, otherwise I won't forgive you." "I'll try, but I don't promise anything," Naruto said and began to form a Bija bomb, which he immediately launched into Madara's Susanoo. It was dangerous, although not very. Madara's voice was heard, and when the dust settled, Naruto saw that Susanoo had managed to dodge the bomb and was already next to him. Swipe. Naruto stopped one of the katana with his tails, but he did not even think that the second katana was pointed at him from the right, which pretty patted the chakra avatar. One more swing. This time, Madara's wavy sword cut off a pair of tails and raised the Susanoo's hand for another blow. Swipe. The last blow finally dispelled the avatar of the chakra and Naruto flew down like a stone. "It seems I lost, sorry Ku." Apparently Shursui didn't make it in time, Naruto thought and smiled sadly as he saw Madara coming towards him. From the broken forehead and eyebrow, blood was flowing, which covered the blonde's eyes with a veil, but even so, he saw that Madara lit up with a bright light. Really? And then Madara himself confirmed the blonde's guess. Damn, someone managed to get Obito to cancel Edo Tensei. And yet it doesn't matter. Madara said and began to fold a long series of seals, after which the light disappeared and Madara was already alive standing in the clearing, looking at the blonde. He cancelled Edo Tensei? Is it possible? What the hell? Naruto thought as he got up with his last strength and jumped away from Madara. So you're still capable of fighting? It looks pathetic, you saw my power perfectly, so why do you keep fighting? Madara asked and looked contemptuously at the blonde. The Uchiha no longer saw Naruto as a threat, and therefore did not even attack him, but simply looked at the pitiful attempts to stand on his feet. I already told, I still have, things to do, said Naruto, who couldn't even stand properly on his feet. You look pathetic, accept your death like a man and stop harboring false hopes, you can't defeat me, just like you can survive. Kurama, forgive me, but unfortunately I have no choice, I beg you, each word was hard for the blonde. Even though Kurama already knew what the guy was up to, he did not interrupt him, but simply looked at him. Please don't blame anyone for my death, but never trust an Uchiha, although who am I saying this to, right? Naruto mentally laughed. Since childhood, I did not understand why they hate me, then I found out that Jinchuriki. At first I was disappointed that you were sealed in me, still, I was young and stupid. But after many years of life and our friendship, I realized that I am glad that you are sealed in me. I really appreciate every moment spent with you, but our paths diverge on this, after all, I'm still a useless Jinchuriki, Naruto said and a single tear rolled down his cheek, and he himself began to stuff the seals for a technique that he had not used for many years. I will finally be able to see my dad and mom, tell them about my life in more detail, because I will have enough time. I can see her, Haku, I can ask her forgiveness for not saving her. Ask for forgiveness from the third old man, whom I also could not save. All my fucking life I've been getting stronger but I haven't been able to save a single dear person, Naruto thought as he closed the final seal. Don't be silent, say something, now it's important to me, please tell me something, Naruto said with a tremor in his voice. I'm glad that Minato and Kushina sealed me in you. I will never forget you, Uzumaki Naruto. You have become my one and only best friend. I will support any decision you make, so do what you have in mind. They're already waiting for you there, Kurama said as tears formed in his eyes. Hayaten, the fall of the bloody Niflheim. Naruto whispered, and a sad smile appeared on his face, which immediately changed to a grin. Naruto put his hand forward and aimed it at Madara, who looked at the blonde in confusion and was ready to laugh. At the same time, Sasuke appeared in the clearing. In an instant he was next to Naruto, who froze in one position. There was a dull thump of something on the ground. Madara's lifeless body fell on the slightly wet spring ground. Have you used this technique? Sasuke yelled and quickly looked at his friend, whose hand was already turning into ice crystals, which were picked up by the wind and carried around. Gradually, Naruto's body began to collapse, and Sasuke stood there, unable to do anything. I was glad that I met those, but it was not fate for him to finish. The last tear fell from the cheek of the blonde, who completely disappeared. No! A long drawn-out cry resounded throughout the forest. A cry filled with the pain of loss and sorrow. It was Sasuke shouting. What the hell, am I alive? But why? Naruto thought and opened his eyes heavily. Looks like it, he thought in his head. What the hell is going on here? Why am I not dead yet? Naruto said out loud and took a deep breath. My name is Riley. Naruto looked around and saw a beautiful girl who was standing not far from her. Uzumaki Naruto, and why am I still alive? The boy asked, after which the girl laughed. Don't you want to live? No, I'm tired, I want to die in peace already. I saved this damn world, let me die in peace. And yet, who are you? I am a goddess, sister of Amaterasu. Do you think that in one moment your eyes turned blood-colored just like that? The girl asked and looked at the boy. You are my reincarnation, and the blood ice is just proof of that. Understood, but you didn't tell me why I'm still alive. Didn't you have goals that you had to achieve? Didn't you have the meaning of life? Naruto just shook his head. So why do you want to die? Don't you want to go back and achieve those goals, do whatever you wanted to? I can give you a second chance, but are you ready to take it? No, I'm tired of this, I had enough of what happened to me in the past. Now I just want to go to rest. But what about the promise you made to your friend? I think her name was Haku. And sure enough, she's right. Okay, I agree, but tell me in the end, why me? I just don't believe it's because I'm your reincarnation. Naruto said and looked at the girl. All because you have always been dear to me, I never stopped caring for you, and when you died, I decided to give you a second chance, so live up to my expectations. Alright, I'll do my best not to disappoint you. I'm glad that you were with me all this difficult month, but now it's finally over. The work in which I put so much effort and soul, to my regret, did not gain a normal asset. The previous work, namely Madara's Apprentice, still collects more views per day than this story. I don't know why it's true. But thank you, you are the best. Wait for the next work. By the way, throw in more ideas, otherwise something doesn't fit into the head at all. This is the end of this story.